their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. A lot more about them shortly. Aryan hypothesis. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe, the Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about this is something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis, that the Jews who are Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic Central Asia. Perhaps significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shmuel Stamfer of Hebrew University, great scholar. Written quite a bit Eastern European Jewish history, and he's published quite a bit on Khazaria in particular, of the entire conversion process as a entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended of the Khazars. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back in my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the last 10 years, there's been growing amounts of data, and you'll see slight changes even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their, toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that he's presented specifically on Khazaria. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people, looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely 0, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that Jews come from Khazaria. Secondly, we can pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. I mean, one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originating from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivation. There's a professor named Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish, who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkic origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary, that its grammar is essentially Slavic, is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all three language groups. If you've studied German, if you've studied some Slavic languages, and you've studied Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, both Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migrations. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising given that we're talking about living in a Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other finer grammatical forms. So bottom line is, Yiddish is way, way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements, are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. I mean, where are the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? You simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living in the region. We have evidence of German, of Latin, of French types of cultural accretions that follow the Jews as they travel, but we don't have any Khazarian things. So the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit, and he's done some great studies of DNA, and most of them just appeared in the last few years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin, and there's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indications they lived like they knew each other, but there are 4 specific women that seem to have had a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews and Mizrahi Jews and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. So in other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family. And there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome study in a second that says a lot more about Jewish males than Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion, women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical record of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms. And that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derived their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe that would later move to East represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may be more important than most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are and it's only the males. It's passed down father to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distant origin, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2 in this particular map. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back through that original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented of Jews moving their way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route would not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that he has worked on. Nevertheless, we do have Jews moving along the course of North Africa, just not necessarily Levites that would end up producing lines among the Ashkenazi. It's so complicated to see this in so many ways, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector. And there are 4 women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about it intelligently? Okay, thank you very much for watching. Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call the Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, it's hard to say, of the Khazar conversion is this book, the Kuzari, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story describing the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this King Bulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. And both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching his borders. And he thinks to himself, oh, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of these other faiths and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Bulan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Kuzari, the Khazarian people, ultimately follow him into Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you noticed that there is 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kuzari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Levi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Levi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source. It's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. Let's try to go back and understand what we do know about the period. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Chastai ibn Shaprut. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Yehuda Levi's work as well. Chastai ibn Shaprut, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They conversion of King Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Chastai and Shaprut were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were amazingly preserved till they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in a Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated typically. This was not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Omelian Pritzak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen out of times, and the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image, there is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, I have read it, or we have read it. Fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like the rabbi or the parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazaric community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kiev and the Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire and the Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called Povest Vremenia Piet, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There's a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity. And there is a representative of the Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chastai ibn Shakrut with King Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. And then finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. Well, what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. Oh, if you ask Professor Shaul Stamford, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stamford is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. Right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So, trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is if they did convert to Judaism, and I tend to believe something happened there with regard to conversion. Why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us. Besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chastai ibn Shakrut, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long, I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine, then Kiev and Rus in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion. Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So a lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times, but it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adiabene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Chimyar in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. And it could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps contributing to the ongoing mystery about the Khazars, what happened to them? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kievan Rus destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the Chronicle of Bygone Years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews, perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering this question, why would people care? Right? What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. If you consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zand, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law. And although I'm not a theologian, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. Some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity. And I'm saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are, right? That's, as we discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew, halachic being in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis. And for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, in the way the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stamford's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly we're going to look at the Gaonic period. Thank you very much for watching. In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. And of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they lived. So if we start from the very beginning, let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does record a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in what would be today Babylon, what would be today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel. And then, of course, there's the biblical description of the Jews, a tiny population of some 70 individuals moving into Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, when we get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well, you see that there's an 8th century displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what would be today primarily northern Iraq. And then in the 6th century, there is another major displacement with the destruction of the first temple to a little bit further south within the Mesopotamia region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the Upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some evidence of it. If we move to late antiquity, let's start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. Before the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And then after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there's a pretty massive devastation of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north, to the region of the Galilee, or the Galil in Hebrew. That's why I put 2 circles there on this map in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq. I shouldn't say emigrated; they were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population. It actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there in the circle on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would guess that the Alexandrian population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in modern-day Iraq. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the first century. There's a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple, really into the first century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and then there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek Peninsula, the Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out, the Black Sea littoral even at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what would become very important historically afterwards. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews moved in antiquity. If we go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlement. So you have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century onwards. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy, and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River, cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century, increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand, that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically cross the channel going into France and into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and a very significant, not huge, but important movement to Tzfat in northern Israel as well. And then I've made a distinction with the green arrows. I think that's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to the east. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce, as leaseholders, as arrendators, as minters in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the west driving them towards the east, but also the economic draw bringing them into eastern regions. And if we switch back again to the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of the expulsions, and they're leaving not only from Spain but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There also is a significant amount of migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail in this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, the early modern period, you get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe, and as you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe, in cities in particular. A very small number of Jews, about 17%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia, that was once, such a major population center. But clearly, by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to Europe proper. Europe empties out quite significantly when you get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again, westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, a massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlapped much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to simply leave. And so this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. A massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, meaning the United States of America, and then to the north, 70,000 Jews moving to my homeland, my birthplace, because they heard that they have universal health care there. And then, of course, a significant number as well to South America, and roughly equal amounts. This map demonstrates a period from 1882 to, I believe, 1924 and 1928, about 45,000 to both the developing community in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going out to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get a sense of the relative size of the populations. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews out of 16 million overall. But the US and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well, and significant populations in other parts of the globe as well. Now, I haven't in this brief video looking at some of the fascinating smaller migrations like to India and to China, but I hope to address those in future videos. And that's about it. Very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. Hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to speaking to you further. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not, is the year 5782 according to the traditional count, now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number. He will never eat more calories than the calendar year number. And then he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like my humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of what it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But at any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ramenya Klet, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at the time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved, Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in a very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating, why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture when we talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Polin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected, meaning perhaps there will be a numerous clausus and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial, and so on. So Jews fear mob violence minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or
how are you,
or
Lincoln?
as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades,
Lincoln,
more of the ragtag followers.
What's good, son?
I'm good. Rabbi.
How you living, Troy?
Yes, what's up?
Living the dream, just watching Jewish history lectures. What are you up to, pimp? Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
Something like that.
That's what I like to hear. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Trying to figure out how to multiply, elevate my funds. How about you?
Always doing that, baby. How are you planning on doing it? Cryptocurrency?
Think about scamming.
All right, what's the scam? What are you going to do?
don't know. I ain't got that far yet.
Dog, why don't you ask ChatGPT for like the 25 best scams?
That's a good idea.
Fuck yeah,
That's
dog.
what
I wouldn't give you bad ideas,
That's
baby.
why I fuck with you. Rabbi always has the methods.
Word, dog. You ready to review them?
Oh God, bro. Oh King David.
Cool story. Here we go.
Alright, what's
Yo,
the
dog, what are
methods?
the top 25 best scams? And like a little description of each. Online scams, like easy ones where you don't have to go anywhere or do anything. Just easy, just collect money.
E-commerce scams.
Okay, here we go. So there's phishing emails, fake emails pretending to be from banks, PayPal or Amazon asking you to verify your account. That's number one. Tech support scam, pop-ups claiming your computer has a virus, urging you to call a Microsoft number. That's two. Romance scam. Somebody pretends to fall in online and eventually asks for money for emergencies. That's an easy one. Investment Ponzi schemes, guaranteed high returns, often crypto-based, but they pay early investors with money from later victims. Online job scams, fake remote jobs that require you to pay a training fee or buy equipment. Prize lottery scams. So these are you're told you won a big prize, but you must pay taxes on the fees first. Next is charity fraud. Scammers set up fake donation sites after disasters or tragedies. Fake e-commerce stores look like real shops, take your payment but never deliver products. Overpayment scam. Buyer accidentally overpays you a fake check and asks you to refund the difference. Cryptocurrency giveaway scams. Send me one Bitcoin and I'll send you back 2 Bitcoins on social media. Next is
W scam.
yeah, definitely. Next, account takeover scams. They steal your login via phishing and lock you out, then demand ransom. Next, subscription traps. Free trial offers that automatically bill huge monthly fees. Ransomware attacks. Malicious software encrypts your files and then demands payment to unlock. Impersonation scams pretend to be the IRS, FBI, or local authorities claiming you owe money. Fake influencer collabs. Fraudsters often brand deals but require you to buy the product first. Fake rental listings. Scammers post attractive requirements, ask for deposits before you view them. Loan fee scam. You're approved for a loan, but you must pay an upfront processing fee. Social media account hijacking. Hack your account to message your friends with scams. Online dating sugar daddy scam. They send you a fake check, ask you to send part back, and then the check bounces. Reshipping mule scam. Work from home job where you receive and forward packages, often stolen goods. Ticketing scam. Sell fake tickets to concerts or sports events. Survey market research scams. Pay you big money for surveys, but they just collect your personal data. Deepfake blackmail. AI generated fake video claims to show you in compromising situations. Fake app downloads. Apps distinguished as legit tools. Apps disguised as legit tools but steal your info or push ads or malware. Business email compromise. Hack a business email and trick staff into wiring money to vendors. How do you like that, son?
Another good one would be like rental property application fee. And then you just don't have a rental property.
There you go. All right. Well, but those all take work and they're illegal. Why don't you do something that is easy and legal?
That's right. That's right.
We're done.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
All
The
right.
methods.
How about you just apply for remote work?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Word, dog. I wouldn't give you bad ideas.
No, that's a good idea.
All right. Well, go check it out then. Go to remote work on LinkedIn or Career Builder or Monster.com or Indeed or ZipRecruiter, and then just start doing those positions.
Hey, Rabbi, where are you from?
I'm based out of California.
Nice. Jewish?
1,000%. I'm so Jewish.
1,000%.
I'm
Okay.
screaming. We're dog and watching Jewish history lectures as we speak.
What are we learning today? What's a key point you learned today?
Oh, I've seen all these before. There are like 720 of them that I've watched. So I don't know if I've learned anything new, but I just like to hear the information, and it just gives me a better understanding of my people, our history, our religion.
Right. Here we witnessed First Crusade massacres.
Where, Doug? Here you go.
Of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. That's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France, in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century, and so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors at the other hand. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of a city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes the disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were culpable along with the community for communal taxes and punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Nationalistic Rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So it was a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764. And you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews. And you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievements of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But, of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. It shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all-male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of, not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time. And they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we have also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sit, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, a very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town and own the bread mill and own the bridges and own the orchards in the forest and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called borshchina at that time. Or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Pilati. The so-called krechma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia, and so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there's a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews as being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to and develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. And this man shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered it together, and in a proto-nationalist movement, led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachletat, Gzeras Tachletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe, for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yeved Mesula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and actually quite a piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many accounts from Glickl of Hamon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly bruited about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 90. One may argue even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. But for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5 hryvnia note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezalezhnyst in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which, this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe. And many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something that you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history, social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography on Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Zion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense that, you know, the views of what is Hasidism and what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact a large chunk of Jews living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale of Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kantonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, essentially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. A period where there is increasing pressure on the population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, levushim or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on devekut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zoger, someone who just recites songs, rather than just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere. And they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part in particular who were known as Baalei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pinkasim or communal record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving the local population and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who are not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. He found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides clear, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records and elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. So thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students in Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening.
Commander's care. Given the civilians, at least gonna do a decent job and not literally make their entire career sitting on their fucking thumb. One fine day, you look at me.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim, and the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well, as we shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And, there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture, right? Get it? Yarmulke, Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews who call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally, yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life, which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This regards to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is there known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way, but 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. And you can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Dwodzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Mitnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Mitnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Mitnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Mitnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer time. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Mitnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, Why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times? So you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which have economic implications. This has been Sion Dinor's primary contribution to the historiography, is saying that, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians, really looked down upon. And finally, the accusation that, some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great, because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with the very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania, and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely. You better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you study Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Ben, who was a guide from those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos. It has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home. But I said to him, Rabbi, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day, because I was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner, right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up and I'd already gone way past my yeshiva stop. And I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that, okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a Rabbi, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases even regarded the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refused to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism, in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim face in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching. welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. Very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where Jews have a much more kind of like open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of like internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Maskilim. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French. Comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax, and the vocabulary had huge overlaps. But speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observant Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. And in fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for a minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Maskilim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible. If there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely, maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many issues, where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda, or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argued that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern. It was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. Didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on, but let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years, noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim had to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Tzweifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Right, the Hasidim with their ideals of devekut and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzweifel that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Whew, okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you are standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's city, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German, right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really what important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled, disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils. And these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology, who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who was shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here. Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got peyos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday with the collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet Union, and take it further into the disastrous civil war period that followed. And in particular, I'm going to focus on the experience of Jews in Ukrainian lands, primarily because that's actually something I know something about, believe it or not. Before we go on, though, have a look at this page here, which shows you a remarkable artifact of that unusual era. This is a 100 Karbovanets bill from the brief-lived independent Ukrainian state. And as you can see, on the upper left, it has the word Sto Karbovanets in Ukrainian, right? Of course, the official language of the country. And on the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish, because Polish was an official language. And then at the bottom, underneath the number 100, you see in Yiddish, 100 Karbovanets, which is an amazing thing. Yiddish was actually an official language of this brief-lived Ukrainian state. We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this, because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world, and several of them in the former Soviet Union. Eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some readers. It has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by a fairly important publishing house there, Duchy Litera. And so if you're curious, you can get it in either English or in Ukrainian, whatever you like. At any rate, what I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable rapprochement, that is a coming together, a meeting of minds of populations that had lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis for a very long time, for centuries, and that, of course, is the Jewish and the Ukrainian populations. They were very, very different populations. Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, the Jews overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, and cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population, a large part of the population, but had very little power in the urban centers. And the Jews, on the other hand, highly literate, highly numerate, were long oppressed and restricted by Russian authorities, but now looking for an opportunity to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire, that suddenly became possible. So under the period of the provisional government, there were more and more linkages between the Jews and the Ukrainians, and they began to talk about perhaps creating some kind of new democratic society together. When Russia became communist, that we spoke about in the previous lecture, this became much more significant. the Jewish parties who were more left-leaning, the socialist Jewish parties, were very, very uncomfortable. But there were a lot of Jewish organizations that felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with the Russians, which is an upsetting moment, because for a long time, Jews had exhibited, if they had any kind of alliance with a larger population, it tended to be much more Russotropic. This is, by the way, a very old phenomenon where minorities tend to ally themselves with the ruling power rather than allying themselves with oppressed parts of a society, because obviously as a minority it's dangerous to be on the wrong side of the tracks, so to speak, when it comes to this kind of thing. So they ended up aligning themselves with the Ukrainians as they moved more and more towards independence, even from the Russians, because originally they had viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated society, that perhaps the Russians were the most significant of the nationalities, but the Ukrainians would have significant powers to themselves. And they began to move towards total independence, which was definitely a big break for the Ukrainians as well. And so during this period of time, there was actually a remarkable, effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews. And it was extremely important because the Jews were, quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Magochi, who is one of the great world experts of Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews, where in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the blue border, Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Ukraine, because they're on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which flows from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north, with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. Of course, it would explode into a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds of documents from this period here. And it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community. And you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page. But the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter. And so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have. And so whenever they had the letter I, which you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space, and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. Right? Gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. Actually, it becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you the technology. This is kind of weird. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriters, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who are active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, who we talked about in a previous lecture, who were monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to, either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks on Jews. There are a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was there, and there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens, people like Nestor Makhno, who were associated with attacks on civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were, far away from large Polish centers, and it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands. A reasonable estimate of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since, Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, The Pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. And it's really, I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenal book. At any rate, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, and specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were attributed to the Ukrainian Directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Petliura. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petliura was a former journalist who early on in his career had actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the Whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petliura did not act forcefully and demonstrably to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petliura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens is the Jews, who are beleaguered and are attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many locations are actually pogromized several times, they recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities, And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youth. Some of them, literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they've never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of the Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by interwar Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by Moscow. Petyura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petyura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard, this is in Paris, says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petyura?" And Petyura says, "Oui." And Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested, and he's taken to trial for, assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petyura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petyura's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting, to Petyura's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbard as an avenger of the massacres of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to understand Petyura as, let's say, an architect of the pogroms, some kind of proto-Hitler. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster than he ultimately ended losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility in the pogroms. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching this video.
Others declared it hot and damp, fuel for inflammation and disease. A German herbalist claimed tomatoes caused melancholy and heaviness of the mind. A French apothecary called them too watery, too lush.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Silk.
Can you hear me? Yo, pimp. What's going on, Yolamolo? Yolamolo. Dog,
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. How you living, pimp?
Dude, what's up, man?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Huh?
What is good in your neck of the woods?
Oh, nothing. I'm just eating right now. I was just checking this out.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
Asian Andy.
Oh, Asian Andy's amazing. Let me say, I watch his streams. He's so nice to me, and I spam so much. He's so kind. If you ever have a chance to talk to him, please, on my behalf, say I appreciate everything he does. I take clips of his, like not with my bot, but just like manually. I really like him. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Yellow Molo?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. First and foremost, apologies for my bots. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Yolamolo, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've seen Truman Show, yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you Yolo Molo. I'm going to make Asian Andy. I'm going to make you guys wealthier than you've ever imagined. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I'm going to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That's amazing, bro.
Excellent. And it's just a matter of time. I just keep these bots going every day. People find out more and more about me, and I want to help the world. I want to educate the world that we can end world hunger together through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things we do is build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Wow, that's really great.
Excellent. I talk about some other things that aren't generally discussed in the mainstream, but I'm really an advocate for future technology and futurology. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. I talk about Santa Claus machines. People don't know what that is, but it's essentially like a 3D printer that is connected to all of the elements in the periodic table that allows you to make whatever you want. It's essentially a replicator. I talk about things like space tourism and terraforming of other planets, de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really exciting goal. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. They've created 3 direwolves. Joe Rogan has met them. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, which I just think is really exciting, and I'm excited to be able to witness along with the world and to be able to record it. My recordings are essentially a time capsule for human society. They cover everything going back to the pandemic. I'm live right now on more than 20 different YouTube streams, more simultaneous YouTube streams than any person ever. And I do this not only to archive the world, but it's going to allow me to be able to help other people like you be able to experience technology that you may not have been able to experience previously. Things like life extension technology. When you were born, Yolomoto, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80, and I would increase that if you want, with your consent, to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapies and ambrosia therapy. But essentially, one day you're going to get to be 120 years old. You're going to say, you know what, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. You were able to not only complete all of the goals that you had said for not just me, but for Asian Andy. What's the next plan? I don't want life to end. And if you don't, again, this is with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Yolomolo, is that you may be able to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That sounds like a lot, and I think that's amazing for people who would like to live that long. But for me, I do not want to live that long.
That's okay. And the key is that I say it's with your consent. So if you want to just live to be 80 years old or whatever, you just die like a normal person, and that's totally cool. But if anything, I want to make your life while you're here on Earth as good as possible. And you should know that I think that just with enough time and enough influence, enough people find out about what I'm doing, I'll become quite famous. And then what's going to happen is I'm going to be able to monetize all this and give away the money because once you hit a certain level, you don't need money anymore, and you just want to help the less fortunate. And I want to help you and all your friends and family and Agent Andy and all of his viewers too. So if you can ever um, communicate to him how much I appreciate his streams and his love, I really appreciate that. And more than anything, more than all of the data that I have, and more than all of the money I want to make you, and all of the types of technology I want to discuss, really, I'm just here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world. And I'm just here to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, or you ever want to talk to anybody, I'm here for you. Okay, Yolo?
Thank you, bro. You're a kind, wonderful person.
Thank you so much. And just most like I want you to know I really apologize for my bots. Apologies. I deeply don't mean to hurt anyone with them. I just want to get the word out about technology and about this project because, frankly, I think it's the most important thing that we have in society. If we have one individual who doesn't have the fear to always be on camera and they've been doing it for years, we can show the world that we're not all that different. I speak about peace. I speak about world peace. I talk about pacifism on a daily basis. And people from anywhere in the world, whether it's Russia and Ukraine, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Africa, whether it's Asia, whether it's North and South America, we can all get on board with some of the things that I do and my goals and start to move into the 21st century together as opposed to divided like we have been.
Yeah.
So that's what I do. And have you seen my bots before?
Yeah, I think that's how I found it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Now, did you see the spam, or did you see one of the clips that it makes?
I think it was a clip.
Oh, no way. That's wonderful. Wow. So that's what makes my bots a little better. You want to see them in action? You want to see what one looks like?
Yeah, let's see it.
Excellent, my friend. All right. So I've got 3 of them here. Additionally, I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got like 5 of them here, basically on phones, but on computers. The computers are the more powerful ones. The handheld devices, they just do clips. The computer ones, they do, or I shouldn't say that. Yeah, the computer ones, they follow, clip, and spam. So here we go. This is for you, Yolo Molo. Just one moment. I'm going to pull it up. All right. Okay, so you see the computer right
here.
here.
Do you ever leave the house, or you're in the house all the time?
No, I leave the house just about every day.
Oh, okay.
So I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Wow.
So what you're going to see here, you can see like a little pink arrow, perhaps, and it's just an enlarged version of a cursor. Now, a lot of people are used to my bots, and so they have certain time limits. And I recommend anybody who doesn't want to get spammed by me to just have like a 1 minute after following requirement, and then generally you won't get spammed. But if you allow people to just put anything they want in your text, I'm going to utilize that. So here we go. It does this all automated. It presses a live button. It will open up a new tab. And so here we have zombie barricades. It's going to go over here and it's going to grab a YouTube link. It just says YouTube Rabbi Rothschild Discord.gg, and then the rest of the link. And then what it's going to do is it is going to create a clip of the person, which is perhaps the way that you found me with Asian Andy. And then what it's going to do is put the link in the clip description, and then it publishes it. And then what it's going to do is it gets the large amount of spam that I have it spam people. Well, it'll follow people. So a lot of times people have something that shows up on their screen. Thanks for following, whatever. So that's extra influence that I get. And then what it's going to do is grab this large amount of text, and like the names of my bots are usually like Google Rabbi Discord or Google Rothschild Discord, or just like it gives people it sends a message with that. So even if you don't allow me to spam you, like this person, they have wait 1 minute after following, and that's absolutely fine. Even if I don't have a chance to spam you, I'm still going to make an impact on you in one way or another. And so you're going to see the name of my account usually. If you're a user, if you're a streamer, you're going to see that. And a lot of times people have it so that it's in their chat as well that they got a new follower. And that's what it does. So then what it will do is it closes, and then it will go to the next person. And I have it programmed well enough that if the account gets banned, it just automatically creates a new one. And yeah, so I don't have to do anything. Like literally, this bot has been going all day. I don't have to touch it. And so I've got 3 of them here. This one right here is creating an account. You can see it going through the terms and conditions, and it's going to press the I accept button. And when it does that, it will create an account here. We've got Lola Buns. It's going to spam her.
Does that have to do a CAPTCHA?
No, it doesn't. That's the key.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So that's what I do. That's how my accounts work. And that's how my spam bots work. And so if you do it, please have the opportunity to talk with Asian Andy ever. Let him know that how much I appreciate him. I watched his stream this week some, and I took some of my own individual clips of it, not for my bot, because he was so nice. The first one, somebody asked him, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is or something like that? And he's like, yeah, Rabbi's been streaming for like years. And he's like, you know what? He has been doing this for so long that he really deserves to be famous. He deserves, he's got that dog in him, basically. He grinds it out. And he's been spamming for years. Like nobody has spammed as much as this person. And so if anything, he's going to become famous because of it. And then he talked about me the next day as well. And just major love to Asian Andy. I actually talked about him on my stream, how much I appreciated the positivity that he had. And he said that, he might even start watching my streams because I just start to influence him and influence the platform. So at least on Kick, I spammed Kick for 8 months last year. And then starting January 1st, 2025, I stopped. And I took 6 months off. And the reason why I took 6 months off is I wanted to be able to stream on Kick. And I figured, okay, if I take 6 off, maybe they'll come back. I contacted them. I said, how long is my ban? They said indefinite. I said, well, does that mean lifetime? They said it means indefinite. I said, well, come on, be specific. Like, is it the rest of my life? They said it's indefinite. I said, look, it's the year 2025 right now. If in the year 2075, I want to stream on Kick, and Kick is still a thing, and I'm still living, will you let me stream on there? And they said no. So I said, look, then that just tells me that there's no option for peace here. So basically, you've declared war on me, and so now I'll declare war back on you. So I have now turned all of my bots onto Kick in bigger, better, stronger ways, and I'm just basically going to let them go. And when like it's just a matter of time until I go viral on Kick. The thing is, Kick does not have captchas, which would really limit this, but it doesn't limit it completely. I have ways around that. But um, what I was able to do, which is different than my bot from 8 months ago, is I was able to make it so that it works when I'm asleep. So previously, when I would do this, the bot would only work when I was awake because every time I created an account, I um, you had to do like email verification and some other things. But now I figured it out how to have it automate the email verification and have it automate when they ban my account. And so it works very, very well, very efficiently. And so I can be asleep and these things are still. The bots are twice as strong as they were in last year. And then on top of that, I've got these handheld devices that I do that just create clips. All they do is create clips. Now, these three computers create clips on the biggest streamers on Kick. So your Asian Andes, your Ice Poseidons, your Amaranths, your Aiden Rosses. But these handheld ones that I have do a random stream. So that does like small streamers. And the cool thing about it with the small streamers is a lot of small streamers don't ever have anybody clip their uh, their their accounts. So they'll just have completely empty clip pages. But then when my bots get in there, it'll just be Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi. The whole thing is an advertisement, and that's really cool for me. So that's what I do. I do it with the most kindness that I can. And look, if I had the ability, I would do what all these other streamers do, which is just buy bots and put myself on the front page. But I don't have that ability, so I have to do it through a grassroots method, and this is the way that I do it. And just, I really appreciate you, Yolamolo, just hearing me out. Thank you.
But yeah, bro, maybe I'll pop in here. I was just checking with the sun. I'll pop in here maybe later tonight or some point.
You're always welcome.
Or something would be cool.
Absolutely, you're always welcome. We do a lot of games in here, so if you like games, we'll be playing a lot of games. They're like simple games. They're like, oh boy, we play like mini golf and bowling and chess and checkers, and we'll play like darts and archery. It's all through this app that we do. So every night I get some people in here. I have one lady. She and I have been bowling now every night for like 6 months straight. She's a really nice person. And then I've got some other friends. Yeah, I've got some other friends in like Australia. I got one person in Australia who keeps me up all night, and we'll play till like 5 or 6 in the morning. We'll just play all kinds of different games. So that's kind of a fun thing that we do. And yeah, you're always welcome. And just if you can, I don't want any money from you. I don't want anything from you. All I ask is that you spread the love. Tell people about me, okay?
Will do, brother. Thank you. Nice meeting you, bro.
Peace, man. Take care, buddy.
You too.
Shout out to Yolamolo, everybody. What a nice person.
Welcome to History Uncharted, where we dive into the hidden depths of the past, thinning it or thickening it, depending on who you ask. Blood, thinning it. A German herbalist claimed tomatoes caused melancholy and heaviness.
Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of Settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II, because it was a tremendously, expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with the discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Diemenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in this early period. Diemenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted and there were still, numerous forces, including in particular the Ukrainian Directory and Makhno and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. The communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEP, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take 2 steps forward. And, the new regime could not maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you'll recall immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time till about 1924, that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but if we focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There are some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union. But others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union. And he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are. Diemenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of war communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym VITSIK, which referred to the All Russian Central Committee, Все Российский Центральный Комитет, and in Yiddish they would say that it wasn't a Russian acronym; it was a Yiddish acronym for Vutsen Eden Kommandira, where 10 Jews are in charge. That was not a truism. You never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but there were very important influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size of the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was the vast majority of Jews were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who are religiously oriented, who recognize the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So it's a great complex of issues involved here. The thing that made the Soviet Union very popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to commit pogroms than the other forces that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered an enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support for the Soviet Union. But as we shall see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemenstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 1920s for all of the non-Russian nationalities, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. And so it can be translated as rootification, like roots as in a tree. Or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general society and identifying those elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but socialist in content, meaning they could wear their national costumes, they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as none of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism, right? Nationalist in form, okay, but socialist in content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialist in content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of Korenizatsiya was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like, theory of that communism was the true form of human organization, and if you dug below the accreted layers of corruption that came in from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist, and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses, or in the hora, or they eat kreplach, or whether they ate, I don't know, perohe, and whatever it would be, they would still be naturally communist if only you could get past all those other things. So that's the policy of Korenizacja. And what Diemenstein did was he took that material and he said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures and talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which really huge was this idea of atheism, right? Because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of, loose tribal familial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Militant Atheists. It sounds almost funny, actually. And this was targeting all religions, of course, not just Judaism. They published this magazine here. This is called Bezbozhnik, which means literally godless. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they're showing obviously Jesus, who is getting all of the various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of religion being an opiate of the masses, that religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high and unable to appreciate your true class enemies and things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbozhnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed in trying to do things, crazy things like rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated, Stalin and Marx instead of Moses, that, Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar, and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material across. Yiddish was considered the true folk language of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew characters. But that was the native tongue of 97, 98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century, living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention lavished on anything in Yiddish which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous, culture effervescence. And in fact, in the 1920s, it looked very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because, the more they poked around with it, the more they messed it up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms, Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. And also in modern Hebrew, it was too closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language? Like, for example, chaver, which is translated into Russian as tovarich, as in English, comrade. How do you, speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is say, okay, you can keep the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew spelling. So for those of you who are familiar with the letters, the word for chaver in Hebrew and in Yiddish is chet vet resh, 3 letters. But in Yiddish and the Soviet period, it will be written chaf aleph vav vav ayin resh, which is 6 letters. And if you didn't know what you're looking at, you'd be totally confused when you saw it. So many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all of the nationalities in this form. The Ukrainians, for example, had a letter G, which is distinct from the Russian letter G. And so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. If you use the Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looked like the letter H and pronounced it like a Russian letter H, you could be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, the Siddur, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Siddur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath you see it has the words Tehillat Hashem, which means the Psalms of God or the songs of God. And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate that it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, you can see the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the top to let you know that you should pronounce this as an H. So it's really very ironic, because one of the things that the Yevsektia did was they looked at 5 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the so-called manatzpach, that are written differently at the end of a word than if they were written at the beginning of the word. And they said those letters are illegal. You can't use those 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters because it's too hard for people to learn. It's not proletarian. We should have a simple language, a simple alphabet. So they tried to take away these 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried to take away the G from the Ukrainian alphabet, and so on. In return, we forced a new letter on them, right? You can see the word Hashem, that H is actually an imposition into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate a Hebrew sound. Ironic. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yevsektia, and one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which is way out in the border with China, 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was, we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Birobidzhan. Now, it's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language of Birobidzhan and stuff like that, but they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration exactly when the Jews used it during World War II. To sum up, the 1920s period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but a huge surge of popularity of Yiddish language culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these kind of national inform and socialist and content experiments. He shut down the Yevsektia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results. And what ended up happening was that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much pig iron over this amount of time, or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. One of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, this massive terror famine that in particular affected the Ukrainian regions. In 1932-33, a huge number of people. It's very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million, though. A huge number of people, and there are larger estimates as well. This colossally awful artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his henchmen. It was actually a terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began especially towards the end of the 1930s. As people began to see that the glorious reports of Soviet productivity were not evident in reality, rather than say, wait a second, maybe people are exaggerating their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blamed non-existent saboteurs, that there were wreckers, there were people who were somehow deciding to stand in the way of progress for the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, and forced to divulge the names of other saboteurs. This created this ecosystem of purges that was not at all unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was hunted out everywhere. People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even if a person wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless, under the pain of torture, give up all kinds of names. This initiated a horrific cycle of arrest, torture, confession, arrest, torture, confession, that resulted in millions of people, again, the scale is phenomenal, being exiled to the Gulag out in Siberia or even executed. And this really consumed the Soviet Union in the later 1930s. And at this point, the Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society. And Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor, with the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership. And the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen, as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. So by the time you get to the late 1930s, what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant. And this is where we're going to have to pick up the story next when we look at the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation in the communist movement had tremendously disastrous results when World War II broke out. Thank you very much for watching. In order to understand properly the relationship of the Nazi occupying forces with the indigenous peoples in East Central Europe, and specifically the degree to which collaboration was prevalent among those populations, it's really important to understand their experience, particularly during the years 1939 to 1941, when the region was controlled by the Soviet Union. Let's spend a little bit of time just trying to understand what happened between the outbreak of war in September 1939 and the Operation Barbarossa, which represented a dramatic shift in the nature of the war in East Central Europe. This map shows East and Central Europe before World War I, that is before 1914. And you can see that basically East Central Europe is divided between three empires: the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the massive Russian Empire. As you can see from the slight shading in this map, there is what is Russia proper, which is really deeper red areas. And then there are the newer acquisitions of Russia, particularly the Pale of Settlement region, which is where most Jews were allowed to live. That's like a slightly lesser intensity of red. side. And then Congress Poland, which is a little further to the west. These were all regions under the authority of the Romanov Tsars, part of the larger empire. After World War I, there was a dramatic shakeup in these states. And if we have a look at this map, and in particular, let's zoom into East Central Europe in particular, you can see that the Russian Empire is gone. It's been overthrown with some revolutions in 1917, and it's been replaced by the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR, or simply the Soviet Union. That's shown here in the shades of green. Note that the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics implies correctly that there are multiple republics within this large unity, kind of like the United States of America. Clearly one country, one federal government, but made up of individual republics. In the case of the United States, the states. In the case of the Soviet Union, republics. Now, the degree of autonomy of the republics within the USSR was far more attenuated than it is in the United States of America. They were largely puppets of Moscow, but nevertheless, they did have a certain amount of distinctions. You can see in the center is Vyserussische SSR, which is the White Russian or Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, and to the south is the Ukrainian SSR, also part of the Soviet Union. But in the yellow colors, there you see newly independent Poland, and also newly independent Lithuania and Latvia. And just to the north, you'll see also Estonia is just off this map here. So this new section, these new countries were carved largely from the remains of the Russian Empire. And needless to say, the rulers of the Soviet Union were not pleased that they had lost these valuable European territories in World War I. So we move on from this map. What happens is in 1939, as we explored in a previous video, the Nazis and the Soviets make a pact with each other to invade these regions simultaneously on September 1st. You can see from the right, the Soviet Union invades Poland, and from the left, that is the West, Germany invades Poland, and they end up dividing the territory between them, as we've discussed also in a previous video. Here's a clear map that shows what ended up happening from the Soviet perspective. There's a bright yellow line that indicates the new ceasefire line, the new effective border between Nazi Germany and Soviet Union. And you can see these multiple regions that are now annexed by the Soviet Union. They were technically independent countries, but amazingly, in these highly fixed elections, they all voted to join themselves to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. So you have in the north Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. These are the so-called Baltic republics. And then you have the western region of Belarus, and you have the western region of Ukraine as well, all joined together with the Soviet Union. These regions were annexed by the Soviet Union in 1939. Now, what exactly did the Soviet Union stand for? What was Soviet? What does that word even mean? And what does communism mean? Let's just take a couple minutes to think about that. So the Soviet Union was formed, as I mentioned, in the ruins of the Russian Empire. The founder was this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who was a follower of a philosophy called Marxism, founded by Karl Marx several decades earlier in Germany and in England. And it was basically an idea that the real enemies of the working classes are not the working classes of other countries, but rather the upper classes of their own countries. That is, that society was defined by class struggle, class warfare between the elite and the bourgeoisie and the working class, which are known as the proletariat. In fact, the communist slogan is proletariat of the world, unite, right? Working classes of the world, unite. It's a very anti-religious movement. They felt that religion was, in the words of Marx, the opiate of the masses. It was like a series of ideologies that was given to the proletariat to keep them in their place, to make them think that they might be suffering in this world, but in the next world they would benefit, and so on. So there's a lot to say about this philosophy, which was called socialism. And then the more extreme form of it associated with Lenin was renamed communism in 1918. It's also known by the term Bolshevism, which means literally bigness. And it got that determination because at one point there was a split between two different movements. There were the so-called Bolsheviks, which was the larger party, which was associated with Lenin, and the Mensheviks, the smaller party. That's not really relevant for our purposes today. So these terms, Bolsheviks and communists, are basically synonymous. Socialists are a larger class. Many countries, even today, have a certain degree of socialist values because socialism advocates things like, for example, Medicaid and unemployment insurance and universal health insurance, universal education rights, things like that. Those are also socialist ideas. So it's not like socialism itself is such a noxious idea. But communism takes it to an extreme where private property is considered theft, where all of the basic guardrails of traditional capitalist society are done away with. And it led to disaster in the Soviet Union in particular. But this would take us too far away from our topic of the Holocaust. Lenin was joined by two colleagues in particular. Leon Trotsky, shown here, is very significant because he was Jewish. As I mentioned earlier, the communist movement was very anti-religious, and Jews, although, as we will see in a moment, were attracted in some numbers to communism. Joining the communist movement essentially meant jettisoning your Jewish religious identity altogether, and they tended to be atheistic in a very intense way. Leon Trotsky was especially famous for being the leader of the Red Army, which was a rather significant achievement for a Jew at that time. And on the other side, a third figure, and the three of them would be intense rivals, especially after Lenin would himself suffer a stroke in 1922 and then die 2 years later in 24, Joseph Stalin, shown here, who ultimately maneuvered his way around all of his opponents and had them murdered in many cases, including Trotsky, who was ultimately murdered, I believe it was in 1930. And Stalin became the sole head of the Soviet Union and its longest-lasting dictator. So the Soviet communist experiment was all about putting in place Marxist socialism to share property equally amongst all the people, to remove the upper classes, to create a classless society. And in many ways, it has certain kind of appeal. The idea of equality before the law, the idea of people being comrades, druzhba narodov was the term, meaning friendship of peoples, the end of anti-Semitism. And ironically, particularly in the early period, the Soviet Union waged a very strong war against prejudice, against Jews, and so on. But there's much more to say about this, but we want to stick specifically to the Holocaust. Let us look specifically how Jews related to communism. So one of the major reasons why there was any surge in popularity of communism was because of the horrific pogroms that followed the revolutions of 1917. You'll recall World War I erupted in 1914. The Russian Empire was very poorly prepared for this conflagration. People were starving. People were upset with the government. There was a revolution in the beginning of that year that overthrew the Russian monarchy, the Romanovs. And then there was about 6 months period of a provisional government, which was then overthrown again by the Soviets under Lenin. And this was all during World War I. It was still going on. The Russians had to decide how they were going to deal with the Germans who were fighting against them on their Western Front. Ultimately, the Germans made huge gains in Russian territory, which is why the interwar states were allowed to emerge because they were no longer under Russian control. But what erupted, particularly in Ukraine, and especially in the year 1919, was a horrific series of pogroms where it was complete lawlessness. It was civil war. There were multiple bands fighting each other in Ukraine, including the Soviet Red Army, the pro-Tsar Russian White Army, the Poles, a whole group of anarchists called the Greens, and they were all fighting for territory over the course of a bloody year which resulted in, by conservative estimates, perhaps 50,000 Jews killed. Also, other populations, Poles, Mennonites, and so on, were all brutalized during this period. The only force that was active at the time that had a better track record with regards to these attacks on civilian populations was, ironically, the Red Army under Trotsky. And so you see in 1919 there was a surge of support among Jews for the Red Army specifically, because they see them as the most lawful of the various forces, and that they would be most secure if the Russian Red Army were to in fact win the day. So there's a surge of support that lasts about until the early 1920s, but then it drops off precipitously for reasons that we shall see. And by the way, I know a fair bit about this because I actually wrote a book on this period. It was my doctoral dissertation. This is the cover of the revised edition. And as you can see, by the way, this is a Ukrainian banknote, and at the very bottom of it, you can see that it has the word 100 karbovances in Yiddish. That Yiddish was actually briefly an official language. Yiddish is a Jewish language. Briefly, it was an official language of the independent Ukrainian state that was later crushed by the Soviet Union. At any rate, there was a huge upswell of anti-Semitism, particularly in the anti-Soviet elements that saw Trotsky as a Jew leading this Red Army as the leading edge of some kind of satanic plot. This is a White Russian piece of propaganda that shows Leon Trotsky here as some kind of horrific devil, red and naked, and sitting and watching as his minions massacre people by the hundreds and by the thousands. So there was definitely a very strong anti-Jewish feeling in the region at the time. When the Soviets finally controlled the region in the 1920s, it really took until the early 1920s to put the end to the Civil War, they tried to impose a new form of Jewish culture because, ironically, the Soviets were in favor of developing Yiddish culture as a form of a natural folk culture. It was a policy called kolonizatsiya. And they promoted, for example, the use of propaganda to convince Jews to adopt Soviet beliefs. So, for example, they published this remarkable document, there's one page from it, called the Red Haggadah, which is a section of the Passover liturgy that's read typically in the home. It's perhaps one of the most famous books in the Jewish canon because every Jewish home that has a Passover Seder will open up this small booklet and we'll go through the story of the Exodus. And this particular passage shows on the left, and it's meant to be a contrasting image. On the left is the old way, and you see this rabbi with this kind of like dark look and this somewhat somber, serious look, and he's performing the ritual of yachatz, which means ripping or breaking the matzah in half and putting a half of it under his pillow, which will later be the afikomen. And on the right, you have the modern Soviet Jews who no longer perform yachatz at the table. They no longer observe these religious customs, but they work on their skyscrapers and on their various factories. And you can see that one of the workers is reaching not for the matzah, but for a capitalist who will also be broken in half as a result of their efforts. And so you have this twisted kind of culture in the 1920s where the Soviets are promoting Jewish culture as long as it is in conformity with their anti-religious values and their other communist values. A bizarre period of time in Jewish history indeed. They also, as one final note, a really bizarre moment, that the Soviets created as an attempt to try and compete with Zionism, they actually created a small Jewish autonomous oblast, an autonomous region, way out in the eastern region of the Soviet Union in Siberia, bordering on China. They called it Birobidzhan, and you can see here that on the top of this railway station, they have it written in Cyrillic letters and in Yiddish letters because it was to be a Soviet Jewish Zion, a Soviet Jewish homeland. Unfortunately, during the Holocaust, it was closed to Jewish immigration. Just when Jews could have used it the most, Stalin did not allow Jews to flee there, but it exists even to this day. Now, what happens in the 1930s is extremely significant because Stalin, who by this time has firmly taken control of the country, and he has abandoned all of what he considers these silly, petty nationalist plans like the development of Jewish culture. He wants to build Russia as an industrial powerhouse, and he launches several 5-year plans in which he wants to kickstart the entire economy and get the entire population working very hard on creating this new Soviet reality. And this is, even though Stalin will pass away in the early 50s, his idea of what the Soviet Union should be all about continues to inform much of it right through the 1970s and early 1980s. The leitmotif of this is this man, Alexei Stakhanov, who was a coal miner who, using a pneumatic drill, was somehow able to drill a lot more coal than everybody else using picks and shovels. And this was like the model of the hero of the Soviet Union. That someone could go and do tremendous things to advance Soviet economic might by industrializing. And they engaged in huge building plans and all kinds of things at the sacrifice of basic consumer values. And this is most horrifically noted in the awful Holodomor. This is the Ukrainian terror famine of 1932-1933, when the Ukraine, which has this remarkable black soil, Chernozem, that made it known as the breadbasket of Europe, went into a period of deep famine that was highly artificial, and it was dictated more by Stalin's export policies than it was by the actual crops available in the land. And there was literally starvation in the streets, as you can see from this horrific photograph taken in eastern Ukraine in the city of Kharkiv. It's very difficult to determine the exact number of people who were killed in this artificial famine. Very reasonable estimates put it at no less than 3 million. And more expansive estimates put it as high as 14 million. One of the reasons why it's so difficult to get a good handle on the numbers is because when Stalin had a census taken, and when the results were revealed, which presumably showed a huge demographic loss in Ukraine, he ordered the census destroyed and the census takers killed, which was part of his modus operandi. There are certain pieces of the census were found in local archives that allows us to reconstruct to some degree the number of people who were killed, but there's still quite a bit of guesswork about the size of it. Nevertheless, it is certainly an act of genocide that is comparable in many ways with what we're studying in the Holocaust. Note also that the term Holodomor is actually a coinage. It's definitely taken from the term Holocaust, which we discussed in the first lecture. Holo means like all, complete, but instead of kaustos, which means burning, domor in Ukrainian means famine or hunger. So everyone was hungry is really what the term Holodomor means. And there's some fascinating and important research being done in this field specifically. The 1930s closes with a series of horrific show trials and purges under Stalin. When the results of this rapid industrialization was not nearly as strong as Stalin had thought it would be, he assumed that there must be saboteurs or wreckers active in society. And so this bizarre society-wide desire to identify people who are somehow anti-Soviet, who were, sabotaging the plans to develop this, water dam or this coal mine and things like that. People were denouncing their neighbors and putting them on trial. And then these people would be put, as these prisoners you see are put on trial, they would be sent to the Gulag, where they would live under horrific conditions in these prisoner of war camps that were essentially, in many ways, comparable to the Nazi concentration camps. We'll maybe have a lot more to say about that later on in this course. But we seem to be approaching a period in history where there are some very dark harmonies developing in Nazi Germany and Soviet Union at the same time. To be certain, the most notorious impact of the Soviet Union on the newly conquered territories between 1939 and 1941 was the activity of the secret police. which was originally known as the Cheka, later known as the KGB, but at this time it was known as the NKVD. The secret police were deeply involved in rooting out any opposition to the new Soviet regime, and they were involved in many massacres, including this horrific massacre in the Katyn forest, in which thousands of Polish soldiers were massacred and laid to rest in these huge graves without any indication of their disappearance. The NKVD in particular tried to root out any possible sources of opposition in the intelligentsia, which is a class of people that are basically information workers, teachers, priests, poets, even postal clerks. Anyone who had literacy, who had an opinion, who could share information or be a thought leader was arrested by the NKVD, and many of them were simply held in jails for 2 years where family didn't know what was going to come of them. The NKVD were the leading edge of the spear, so to speak, of the Soviet attempt to rapidly bring these territories into communist way of thinking and into communist economics, rapid collectivization of farms, and the shutting down of religious institutions and all kinds of things that the local population resented tremendously. And what's very important for our purposes as well is this notion that was very widespread in the population, not at all borne out by the statistical incidence of Jews in the Soviet apparatus, but nevertheless the perception of Jews as being very much aligned with the Soviet goal and with the NKVD in particular. Once again, this is one of those elements where it is, in terms of studying history, it's often more important what people believe than what people actually know. People believed that the Jews were very much the motivational elements in the Soviet occupation of these territories, and as a result, there would be a tremendous amount of resentment built up against the Jews. Even the Jews who had obviously nothing to do with the Soviets, who were living in these territories before the Soviets came in, but they would ultimately become the brunt of their wrath. The turning point, and this is where we're going to have to leave this particular chapter of the Holocaust, is Operation Barbarossa, which occurred on June 22nd, 1941. It is without doubt the single most important date in the history of the Holocaust. This represents the date when the Nazis broke their treaty with the Soviets and invaded. The Soviets were caught horribly off guard. They lost ground militarily almost immediately, and it took them quite a while to begin to claw their way back and to eventually force the Nazis westward and out of their territory. You can see the map on the right here shows the dramatic and rapid blitzkrieg attack of the Nazis, which drove well into these occupied territories, ultimately right to the gates of Moscow and Leningrad, only to eventually be turned back with a very important turning point battle at the city of Stalingrad. Now, how this relates specifically to the regions that were conquered between 39 and 41 is that when the Soviets got word of this sudden attack, they rapidly demobilized and fled the conquered territories. Along with them, by the way, were about 600,000 Jews who fled with the Soviets because they realized the Nazis would certainly not treat them well. There's a lot more to say about that, and hopefully we'll come back to it in a later mini lecture. But what happened was that when the NKVD fled, they typically massacred all of the prisoners that they were holding in their underground basement jails in local city halls and things like that. And these were, you'll recall, the intelligentsia, the beloved thought leaders of a given community. The local priests, the beloved teachers, the local poets, the local literati, the journalists, people who were well known in the community and were feared by the NKVD because they didn't want them to express anti-Soviet attitudes. They were the ones who had been held prisoner. And when the NKVD left, they massacred them, typically by simply setting them on fire. And so what happened is, as soon as the Soviets left, after Barbarossa started, the local populations went in and brought out the often charred remains of their loved ones, and then had the difficult task of identifying them. Here you can see, for example, a scene in the Ukrainian city of Lviv, where the locals had to try and identify some of the intelligentsia who were removed from these underground abattoirs. And as one might expect, as a groundswell of anger that found its expression in attacks on the Jews. In Lviv in particular, there were the so-called Petyura days, which were like spontaneous riots that were perpetrated against the Jews. A lot of abuse of women in public, a lot of kind of like symbolic abuse where people were ordered to clean the streets and beaten in the streets, and sometimes treated much worse than that. But this is the beginning of the Holocaust, in particular in Eastern Europe, along with the organized massacres of the Einsatzgruppen. This is when we will begin to see some of the darkest period of the entire war. Thank you very much for watching. One of the most important moments in the history of World War II and the history of the Holocaust, two related and overlapping histories that we are mutually engaged with in this series, is June 22nd, 1941. This is the date of Hitler's betrayal of his agreement with Stalin and his invasion of the Soviet Union. This invasion, which was called Operation Barbarossa, was also intertwined with his goal to destroy all of the Jews of Europe, as we shall discuss presently. Here's a map that shows you the impact of Operation Barbarossa on the Soviet Union, which is shown in pink. The Nazi forces, led by the Wehrmacht, the regular forces, invaded and penetrated deep with great success into the Soviet Union, which was, according to most accounts, completely unprepared for the Nazi betrayal. But what's especially significant for our purposes is that behind the regular army units of the Wehrmacht were four special battalions called Einsatzgruppen. These Einsatzgruppen were sometimes border police. They were not comprised of regular frontline troops ready to do battle with other soldiers. They were rather poised to destroy the population of Jews, Gypsies, and open communists that were living throughout the tiny villages that dotted Eastern Europe. There were four of these specific units, and I have to share with you that on a personal level, this is an especially difficult subject for me to trace because Einsatzgruppe A was responsible for killing most of my grandmother's family in Lithuania. But as you can see from this map, these are the regions that the Einsatzgruppe penetrated. This map here shows you the listing of the medium-sized massacres that occurred throughout the region. It's impossible to put on a map of this scale all of the names of the tiny little hamlets dotted Eastern Europe. But basically, the modus operandi of the Einsatzgruppen is they were mobile killing squads. They would drive up in trucks. They would drive into local villages. They would round up the Jews and the Gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, whoever didn't fit the list of people who were worthy to live. And then they would march them out of town to the natural ravines that existed throughout the region. If those ravines did not exist, then they would put the prisoners to hard labor to dig what would ultimately become their own graves. They would typically separate the men from the women, and then they would simply shoot them, either from the lip of the trench or as we see in this photograph while they were standing in the trench. They would then line up multiple rows of the Jews and continue shooting, such that people would literally end their lives falling on top of the bodies of
This one is fucking hilarious.
co-religionists. It's also important to note here, though, that the Einsatzgruppen massacres were not especially efficient, especially by later standards of Nazi brutality, because it was relatively easy to escape the Einsatzgruppen. If someone were to, for example, feign being shot and then fall into the pit and then simply remain there, and despite having to experience having the rest of the members of your village fall on top of you, by nightfall you could theoretically crawl out from underneath the bloody corpses of your former neighbors and then make it out to the forest, where you might end up becoming a partisan.
That was great.
And this actually happened to many Jews, especially younger people, who managed to survive the Einsatzgruppen murders and then went on to act in the resistance. It's important to note as well that the Einsatzgruppen soldiers themselves were really not your typical soldiers. We actually know quite a bit about them because the archives were unsealed in the 1990s. There were some tremendous studies done of the Einsatzgruppen themselves. And we know that they were relatively well educated. They were older on average. They tended to have humanities backgrounds. Sometimes they were unfit for frontline duty, but they could perform this task very well. And this led to a tremendous amount of questions among historians of the Holocaust that how is it possible that regular people who were not especially coerced into this activity could nevertheless engage in this kind of murder day in and day out. Now, it is true that they found many local populations who were willing to help out, the so-called Hilfswillige, or willing to help volunteers from the local Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Polish population. But they often found that they had to ply them with a tremendous amount of alcohol, with bribes, all kinds of things to keep this machinery going. It did proceed, however, throughout the entire summer of 1941 and into 1942, with an estimated 2 million people murdered by the Einsatzgruppen. But nevertheless, it proved to be psychologically quite consequential for the Einsatzgruppen, and the Nazis had to move on to another type of method for massacring the Jews. There's a lot to think about in terms of the structure of Operation Barbarossa and the Allied Einsatzgruppen. It is clear, however, that nowhere do we see Hitler's dual goals of establishing Lebensraum, that is, living room in the East, his expansion into the Soviet Union, and his anti-Semitism so closely interwoven as we see it with Operation Barbarossa. But this is ultimately what the Nazi experiment was all about, this massive drive to the East, the treating of the local population as Untermenschen, as less than human, and especially the Jews who were slated for massacre. Also important in this context is the fact that once we've studied the testimonies of Einsatzgruppen members who, of course, survived the war and actually were usually exempt from punishment for reasons that we'll see when we talk about the Nuremberg trials, we see very clear evidence that resistance on the part of the Einsatzgruppen was not very common, but when it was expressed, people got away with it. In other words, a member of the Einsatzgruppen could simply say, you know what, I can't take this anymore. He can speak to his commanding officer and say, I just can't gun down people day in, day out. And what would typically happen is the commanding officer would berate the member of the Einsatzgruppen, would say that they're cowards, that they're not doing their duty for the fatherland and so on, and then they would simply reassign them to some other task, like driving the truck or going out into the forest and look for people who escaped. And it was not at all a case where if a person refused, they would be shot. In fact, it begs the question, why did so many people not resist? Why did so many people not speak out and refuse to perform these inhuman acts? We're going to speak about that a little bit more when we get to the Milgram experiment, the Zimbardo experiment that looks from a perspective of psychology and sociology on the kind of impact that peer pressure, among other things, has on obedience to authority. But for the time being, we can only marvel and mourn the tremendous deaths that occurred during the Einsatzgruppen massacre. What is clear, however, is that by the time they got to the New Year, 1942. The Nazis had discovered just how successful they could be with mass murder. But they basically met very little resistance, either from within and certainly from without. And so they began to look to a more efficient solution for massacring the Jews. This was the so-called Endlösung, or final solution, and that's what we're going to have to speak about in coming videos. I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational content and purposes only. Today I'd like to begin a discussion of collaboration, a very difficult discussion that touches on many of the most complex economic, social, and psychological aspects of the nature of the Holocaust in Western and Eastern Europe. It's very difficult to get a precise sense of what exactly are the mechanics of collaboration, especially when you get down to the individual level. But in this and in the following brief lecture, I'd like to go over some of the more general aspects of collaboration that will help us place individual acts of collaboration within a broader context. So let us begin, first of all, by defining collaboration. What exactly do you mean by this term? Most historians and general researchers of the Holocaust tend to divide non-victim populations into three basic categories: perpetrators, obvious criminals involved in the destruction of innocent human life; bystanders, those who, to one degree or another, passively allow this to happen; and thirdly, rescuers, the heroes of the entire story. But what exactly do we mean by collaborators? Certainly there is a tendency to place collaborators directly within the perpetrators category, meaning the word, after all, means to work together, and that indicates that collaborators are those who are directly part of the overall Nazi enterprise. But when you look at collaboration from a broader perspective and understand that in reality, many of the people who were moved towards some degree of collaboration were really trying to figure out a basic calculus of their own survival. Certainly there are extremes. It's difficult to understand people who are actively involved in the direct murder of Jews and other civilians as anything but criminals. But on the other hand, you see people such as in this image here, who are featured in a German propaganda effort to encourage Slavic peoples to make their way to Germany to act as so-called Ostarbeiter, or to contribute to the German war effort through working in various industries, whether domestic, as you see in this particular image, or more likely in various types of munition factories. On a technical level, this would be collaboration. They are, after all, working in concert with the Nazis, but their degree of distance from the actual murder process certainly should mitigate against lumping them into the same category as perpetrators. We see this, for example, in two different categories of collaborators. The so-called Hilfswillige, which means the willing to help population. And these are people who were sometimes, brought directly into the Einsatzgruppen murders and would actually assist with the actual murder of Jews and other Nazi undesirables in the various regimes of Eastern Europe. And on the other hand, the Ostarbeiter that I've just mentioned, the so-called Eastern workers, who were simply shipped to the West to work in various industries. Furthermore, this is even more difficult and complex to understand when you think about groups like the Judenrat. These were the Jewish councils that were forced to administer the populations of the ghettos. And in many cases, the Judenrat literally had to work hand in hand with the Nazis, obviously under tremendous duress, and ultimately they were sent to their deaths as well. But nevertheless, they were the people who actually executed the Nazi will on the population in the ghetto, right up until deportation, even employing their own Jewish police force. So this is one of those situations where obvious collaboration, criminal activity, is something which anyone can see when they look at it. But there are many, many shades of gray that make the relationship of the not directly affected victims of the Nazi occupation difficult to classify as collaborators. We see this especially when we consider regional differences. Have a look at this map here, which indicates the greatest extent of Nazi expansion throughout the European theater and also the North African theater. You can see that the central region, the black area, is the German Reich, which are regions which were formally under total Nazi control, without any significant role of local populations acting in a collaborationist form. When you move to the west and to a certain degree to the north of regions that were conquered by the Nazis, the Germans were to a large degree quite a bit more tolerant of local initiatives and of local leadership. For example, in what is labeled here as a zone libre, the free zone of southern France, also known as Vichy France, the French were actually first to initiate the roundup and deportations of Jews from Drancy without specific Nazi direction to do so. This is especially true when you consider the various allies of the Nazis, like Italy, for example. They had quite a bit of leeway in their own policies towards the Jews and other oppressed peoples during the Holocaust. This is because the Nazis were largely slaves to their own racial ideology, that the Western European nations, and in particular the Aryan nations, the so-called Northern European nations, were given much more credibility in their own self-determination, in some cases allowed to manage their own government when they were under Nazi conquest. Certainly true for forces or countries that had chosen to ally themselves with the Nazis. And so they were, by and large, these regions were given much more freedom with regards to the articulation of how they would relate to Nazi policies, specifically with regards to the anti-Semitic policies that the Nazis certainly encouraged, but did not lay down a heavy hand to make sure that they were enforced for the early years of the war. Later on in the war, however, there is quite a distinction as many of the allies begin to get cold feet. Italy and Hungary are excellent examples. And Nazi Germany has to take direct control. Then they suddenly impose their own will on the local population, and collaboration becomes much more of a dangerous phenomenon for the local Jewish population. But let us contrast what happens in the western and the northern regions of Europe to that of Eastern Europe, in particular the conquered nations of Poland and the Baltic states, and those regions of the Soviet Union that were placed after Operation Barbarossa directly under military command, the Reichskommissariaten, you see, of Ostland and of Ukraine, and then further into Russia itself. Here, the degree of autonomy of local officials was almost nil. The Nazi military enterprise was basically in control of every aspect of society. Summary executions, public hangings in the streets, these were common phenomena in Eastern Europe that were not seen to the same degree at all in Western Europe. In general, Eastern Europe was far more brutal, and the consequences of resistance were far more significant than they were in Western Europe. And this really plays into our attempt to understand the nature of collaboration. Collaboration in Western Europe typically involved a lot more premeditation on behalf of the agents who would decide to work with the Nazis. In Eastern Europe, it could often be a split-second decision whether or not to preserve one's own life or to actively choose to advance one's career by joining their activities. This is a very, very difficult topic that has clearly regional and national implications, and we'll discuss a little bit of them in the next part of this video and in the following video. One other really important factor in trying to understand collaboration is that, besides looking at the nature of the victimizers, those who would choose to collaborate in whatever form, we also have to look at their relationship to the victims. If we think about the Jews in particular, there seems to be a strong correlation in many regions between the degree of assimilation and acculturation of the Jewish community and the likelihood of local populations to engage in collaborative activities with the Nazis, ultimately resulting in the mass murder of Jews. In regions like North Africa, where Jews tended to speak the local language with fluency, tended to dress the normal dress of the local populations, tend to be largely, working in a high degree of acculturation with the local populations, collaboration was far less of a phenomenon. There are many other factors, including the nature of the Nazi occupation, the dates of Nazi occupation, and so on, but that's kind of like a superficial and generalized statement that may hold true when we look at the entire region of Europe. We see this also very much so in regions where Jews are especially conversant in the local vernacular and tend to have an attenuated, specifically Jewish religious orient obvious on the outside. When that is much more prominent, then Jews tend to stand out and tend to stand aside as the other. Where that is less prominent, then collaboration is somewhat muted, generally speaking, because the Jews that live there are seen as our Jews. In this context, it's really important to remember that this is all happening in the context of massive population displacement. There are Jews and many other populations who are fleeing violence on the west and the eastern fronts. And so you often have, two different major chunks of Jewish populations in a given country. In Hungary, for example, you will have a large number of Magyar Jews, that is, Jews who are very well assimilated, very well acculturated, particularly in the big cities like Budapest, less so in the mountainous region of Siget, the Maramuresh, places like that. And then you have a significant number of refugees from further east, from Romania, from Bulgaria, who fled into Hungary seeking refuge, and they are quite different. They're not Hungarian speakers. They tend to be far more religious. They tend to stand out much more. They tend to be a burden on the local population economically. And so there's a degree of collaboration which is not so much a function of the collaborators themselves, but of their relationship to the Jews under discussion. And putting it bluntly, there seems to be a much greater hesitancy to hand over our Jews, that is, let's say, Magyar Jews, Hungarian-speaking Jews in Budapest, than there would be a willingness to hand over the various immigrant populations of Jews. The refugee Jews who had come recently did not have Hungarian statehood and nationality and so on. So this is a very important phenomenon to consider when looking at the general issue of collaboration as well. Let us stop here, and in the next video I'd like to look with a little bit more detail at Eastern Europe, at some more of the complex issues that affect collaboration. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are produced solely for educational content and purposes. In the previous lecture, we discussed some of the larger issues of collaboration and trying to understand what exactly this phenomenon is. In this brief lecture, I'd like to focus with a little bit more detail on Eastern Europe. This is a region which has been identified with the very pungent term, the bloodlands by the historian Timothy Snyder, who wrote a book of that title. And it's a totally apt designation because this region saw phenomenal violence throughout the first half of the 20th century, beginning especially with World War I and the pogroms that occurred there, and then extending into the terror famine of 32-33 in Ukraine and the Don region, and then, of course, in the Holocaust. So looking at the region that we're speaking about specifically, it is the territories that the Germans and the Soviets divided between themselves as part of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of August 1939. Looking at this map here, you see that includes basically Poland, which is divided in half, the western half going to Germany, the eastern half going to the Soviet Union, and it is the Baltic states to the north, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Many of the things that we'll be discussing in this brief video also apply to the military control of the Soviet Union that would be extended over these regions and further into the Soviet Union once the Nazis advanced in 1941 with Operation Barbarossa. Here is the map of Operation Barbarossa, which describes how the Nazis would essentially double-cross Stalin and their erstwhile Soviet allies and advance into this region and really make a deep penetration into European Russia, coming to the very gates of Leningrad and even Moscow, and imposing their Nazi view of how to handle the local populations there, effective June 22nd, 1941. Here is the map which we saw in the previous video, which helps us understand exactly how these populations were distributed. The region that's in black here that's called the general government, is directly under Nazi control, but it has a slightly different administrative designation to the two Reichskommissariaten, which basically comprise parts of Belarus and Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and then the large chunk of Ukraine, which is also under Reichskommissariat, and then finally, immediately beyond those two territories, the expanding region of military administration. So really, what were the factors leading to collaboration in these regions, in particular, the so-called bloodlands? One factor that is especially complex and requires quite a bit of analysis is the openness that the Nazis showed, especially from 1943 onward, is the willingness to adopt Slavs into Waffen-SS units. This was quite a surprising development in many ways, because the Nazis, as we've mentioned many times, were slaves to their racial ideology, and they viewed the Slavs as significantly subhuman. One of the officers of the Reichskommissariat once said that the Slavs should only be called upon to do three things. One, to know their names; two, to learn to count to 500; and three, that obeying the Nazis is a divine privilege. So the idea that they would actually bring local units together out of Slavs was quite a bit of a switch in policy, especially calling them SS units, because this was a designation that was typically reserved for the elite. The term Waffen, however, implies that they were intended for military purposes rather than for Secret Service purposes, although they were headed up, as you see in this image here, by Heinrich Himmler, who the head of the Gestapo, who is here seen looking at the Galicia division, one of these Waffen-SS units that was formed in western Ukraine. So it's a major turnaround for Nazi ideology and policy to bring these people into military units, but it's not actually that surprising when you look at the date that it began to occur. It's especially connected with the reversals that the Nazis were experiencing on the Eastern Front. Ultimately, that would be a major downfall for their military endeavors. Together with the Allied invasion at Normandy on the Western Front, the Nazis would ultimately be crushed between the Red Army and the Allied armies on the other side of them. So therefore, the adoption of these military units was, on the one hand, a wise military tactic, but on the other hand, a step back from their racial ideology. Now, when we think about these units, normally the term SS immediately implies, as it did at the Nuremberg trials, a collaborator of the highest order. In fact, in the central circle of those who were architects of the Holocaust. But can we say this about these very hastily put together units and their motivation? We don't know a tremendous amount, actually, about their motivation vis-a-vis Jews. We could assume that they harbored many of the same attitudes that we've seen of hostility to Jews, largely because of the perception that they were allied with the communists. But that's really the key point to understanding these groups. Were they considering themselves fighting for Germany, i.e., in an actively collaborationist model? Or was their principal motivation the opportunity to fight against the USSR? Recall that with Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis liberated these local populations from the Soviet dominance that they had experienced since 1939. That was 2 years of incredibly brutal communist power that involved the arrest of their intelligentsia, that involved the rapid communization of their economies. It involved a very, very strict adherence to the notion of enforced atheism, right? The League of Militant Atheists was very active. Churches literally blown up. Obviously, synagogues and things like that had their Torah scrolls confiscated and shut down and so on. So a lot of these populations of local Slavs actually saw these Waffen-SS units as opportunities for them to attack their most recent and immediate enemy, the Soviet Union. So it's hard to understand them as openly patriotic towards the German cause rather than seeing themselves as avengers of their local nationalities. And indeed, when you look at the units, especially in their memorialization by the emigre communities, there's a very strong emphasis on how they viewed themselves as essentially national military units that simply temporarily sought support from the Nazis. The Galicia division, for example, considered itself the first Ukrainian army because they viewed themselves as one day perhaps establishing some kind of national statehood. This is not to exculpate them from any particular possibility of Nazi war crimes. In Canada, for example, the government formed a commission called the Deschênes Commission, which actually issued a massive multi-hundred-page report assessing the activity of the Galicia Division and found no reason to qualify them in a blanket order as war criminals. This was just an illustration of the notion that the Galicia Division was principally an anti-Soviet effort of the local population rather than a pro-Nazi effort. Needless to say, this is an extremely complicated and sensitive subject for all concerned. It's also very significant to note the awkward and complicated role of the church in many of these endeavors. Let us not forget how intensely atheistic the USSR was, openly persecuting, arresting, exiling, and murdering priests. And the idea that a local military unit would be formed to fight against the USSR was largely welcomed by the church. One of the most important priests of the region, speaking once again about the Galicia Division, is Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky, who himself was a great Judeophile. He learned Hebrew as a young man and had very warm relations with Jewish communities. He was responsible for the rescue of some 200 Jewish children and returning them after the war to their families. A remarkable individual, and nevertheless his record is somewhat tainted by the fact that he openly blessed this Waffen-SS division, which made it very hard for many to see him for the humanist and the pro-Jewish figure that he truly was. So this is a complicated kind of situation. Is it true that we can say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? This complicates the whole idea of understanding what is collaboration. And maybe if we strike at the root of the difficulty of understanding collaboration, besides the obvious overlapping concerns of self-preservation, of economic advancement that may have very little to do with open anti-Semitism or willingness to engage in murderous activities. Perhaps one of the most important things to understand is that, the many peoples from the bloodlands all consider themselves victims. The Ukrainians and the Poles and the Lithuanians and the Latvians also consider themselves victims, not precisely in the same way that the Jews and the Roma, for example, consider themselves victims, but nevertheless, they do see themselves as set upon by both the Nazis and the Soviets. Not necessarily to the same degree of genocidal intent, but nevertheless, they have a legitimate argument to make that they also share in victimhood. You see this horrific image from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Polish babies, the same that happened with Ukrainian babies as well, would regularly be selected for their racial characteristics and shipped off to Germany to be raised by foster families. Young Aryan-looking Ukrainian or Polish girls were often taken and essentially sent into prostitution with the attempt to try and improve the racial characteristics of the local population. These are the so-called Volksdeutsche, the Poles or Ukrainians or Lithuanians who had some German descent and were selected out by the Nazis for racial characteristics, given additional privileges, or in some cases we see here, persecuting them more because of their slavish attitude towards a racial purity. So a lot of the local populations viewed themselves as victims as well as the Jews and saw their actions as entirely justified within the larger complex of factors. This topic of collaboration is indeed one of the more difficult topics of the Holocaust and has some of the longest lasting repercussions as societies attempt to emerge from the ashes of that terrible era. On the one hand, when one sees an active, inveterate anti-Semite who enthusiastically joins with the Nazis to engage in murderous activities, it's very easy to label that as war criminality. But on the other hand, you see a tremendous grayscale of various smaller acts of collaboration, which can easily be understood to some degree as self-preservation, as an attempt for economic advancement. And one wonders, where exactly do we place the line between criminality and reprehensible conduct and understandable human weakness? These are very, very difficult topics. I hope that these two videos helped illustrate the complexity, and I look forward to speaking with you in further videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tversky. I appreciate the offer from Dr. Kadish and from the university to address your audience on this occasion immediately prior to the holiday of Passover. And I have to say that I put a lot of energy into this presentation, primarily because my main area of specialization is history. I'm much more comfortable dealing with things that have already happened, that are firmly located in the past. But over the past 6 weeks, it has been impossible for me to concentrate on the past because I keep being drawn into the future and into, unfortunately, the present, which is so terrible in Ukraine. So my goal for today is to speak about Passover and speak specifically about the refugee experience connected specifically to Ukraine. This talk may be a little bit more personal than most of my talks, for reasons which I hope to make clear shortly, but it's one that I feel very strongly about. So let me begin by looking at something from the tradition. I was asked to say something relevant to the holiday of Passover, and of course this holiday commemorates the Exodus, the departure of the Jews from Egyptian servitude. And one of the concepts that is repeated so many times in Jewish thought, it is noted no less than 36 times in the Bible, according to some counts, far more than 36 times, but basically a demand that the Jews recognize the suffering of the stranger. Here's just one example of the many verses that underline that particular concept. Let me read it in Hebrew and then we'll look at it in English. You shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the feelings of the stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the land of Egypt. Now, the term for stranger that's used here has multiple meanings. It is related to the word lagur, which means to dwell or reside. And sometimes this term is used to refer to, as it implies here, a stranger, a foreigner. Sometimes it's used to refer to someone who has become Jewish, who has converted to Judaism. Sometimes it's referring to a resident alien. And depending on the context, that's a different translation that will be used by the commentators. But if we look at this one, a very important commentator, very popular, Pele Yoetz, who was Rabbi Eliezer Papo, who wrote in the 19th century, and he clarifies that for him, this commandment says we are not speaking about a convert to Judaism. The verse refers to a person in a foreign land without friend, sibling, or acquaintance, whose spirit is low and whose heart is broken and crushed. One must have mercy and draw this person close, be a friend and a neighbor, and provide as much support as you can. In this way, one fulfills the commandment. So obviously, in the context of the Passover Seder, as Jews around the world will gather with their families and contemplate the meaning of freedom and the meaning of displacement and hopefully identify with the displacement of others, that is, according to Rabbi Papo of the Pele Yoetz, how they will fulfill this commandment. Now, when we look at it in our specific moment, we're not talking just about Jewish refugees, of which there are many from Ukraine. There are a lot of different counts of how many Jews live there. A conservative count says there are about 40,000 Jews who self-identify as such. There are about 90,000 Jews in Ukraine who are not necessarily to that core population, but nevertheless are, if you were to ask them, they would then see that they would say that they are in fact Jewish, and maybe as many as 200,000 people who are on the fringes of the Jewish community, perhaps with partial Jewish lineage or married to Jews. But we're talking about a very large number of Jews. But the main issue, of course, is not the Jewish refugees, but a far larger group of Ukrainian refugees. This is actually one of the most colossal refugee crises in history. You have a look, for example, at this report that just came out recently from the United Nations report on migration. There are about, as of April 1st, 7 million who are internally displaced within Ukraine, meaning they have not left their country. They have left their homes for other regions of Ukraine, particularly towards the west, where there is less shelling and less danger. And there are 11 million who are total displaced, which means they've actually left the country. That means there are about 4.1 million Ukrainians. Roughly 1/4 of the entire population of the country is now out of its boundaries because of the fear of the war. It's absolutely mind-boggling number. If we try to put that number into some context, you should really think about what William Faulkner said in 1951 when he said, "The past is never dead, it's not even past." Meaning, people like to say that history repeats itself. Some people work with another quotation that it doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. But we are still living in an extended 20th century of egregious refugee crises. Let's just think about what this means in the context. The estimated number of international refugees after 6 years of World War II was 40 million. That's a conservative estimate. Liberal estimates go all the way up to 60 million. Ukrainian refugees have reached 4 million
after only 6 weeks. An absolutely stunning number of people displaced, tremendous human suffering as a result. This is the 8th largest refugee crisis in recorded history, and unfortunately the 3rd largest in the 21st century. And if we look at these numbers in one other way, look at the scope and speed of it, if you were to calculate the number of refugees per the month of conflict, we're just 6 weeks into this war, and you can see that Ukrainian refugees are off the charts. Far more refugees displaced in a far shorter period of time than even in World War II or the partition of India, which was also a tremendous crisis in 1947. So we are dealing with a colossal crisis that boggles the mind and demands a response. Now, what I would like to do over the next 40 minutes is to talk a little bit about the specifically Jewish aspect of the experience of Ukraine, and to understand a little bit about what that might mean for Jewish responsibility to fulfill that commandment, or how Jews might fulfill that commandment of considering the stranger. But I want to get personal for a few minutes and just tell you a little bit about my own connection to Ukraine, because I think it's relevant for giving you a sense of how strongly I feel about this. This is a photograph of my father's parents, my grandparents, Polly and Alex Abramson. It's dated circa 1932. They lived in Northern Ontario, Canada. This quirky individual at the bottom here is my father. And one of the things that my father always used to tell me about his childhood is that he grew up with an adopted brother. Right after World War II, there was a tremendous refugee crisis of Jewish orphans, and they were displaced, among about 300,000 other Jews, to these camps that dotted East Central Europe and Italy. And my grandparents of blessed memory took in an orphan child as a refugee to live with them in Northern Ontario, Canada. And so he was the same age as my father, and they grew up together. He was his adopted brother. And so the experience of being directly connected with a refugee population and a refugee experience is something that I contemplated deeply when I was a young child, and my father told me about his own childhood. It meant a lot to me to think about what he, and especially his parents, had sacrificed in order to help out an orphan from the war. And I have a more specific connection with Ukraine. This is a photograph of a typical 5-story walk-up in Ukraine. It's called a Khrushchev, because they had 2 different kinds of major buildings. They had the Brezhnevs, which are much higher, more modern buildings, and they had these Khrushchevs, which were smaller and somewhat more decrepit. And I spent several months living in this Khrushchev. Let me tell you the story. I first visited Ukraine as part of my graduate education. My first degree was actually not in history, it was in philosophy, but I realized I wasn't going to be able to make much of a living as a philosopher. So when I was thinking about what else to study, I knew that my father-in-law was very enamored of Ukrainian history in particular. My wife's family is from Ukraine. And so I thought I would try and knock off 2 birds with one stone. I would impress my father-in-law, and I would find a way to make a living as a historian if I studied Ukrainian history. It turns out that I really liked it, and so I studied more and more. When I first went to Ukraine in 1989, it was still under the Soviet Union, but it was beginning to liberalize significantly. And the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to take a large supply of insulin to a diabetic Ukrainian Jew who lived in this building here. So I took it. It was a big deal in 1989. You had to put it in the freezer and things like that in the plane, and we got it to Ukraine. And then I managed to get a taxi and find my way over to Left Bank Kyiv and to this address. And I delivered the insulin, and I spent about an hour there with them, and then I went home. And then, this was still under the Soviet Empire, so I could not get into the archives that I really wanted to, but I did do some useful research there. However, I was denied access to the more serious secret archives like the Communist Party of Ukraine. Then, when the Soviet Union fell and Ukraine declared independence, I was invited back, this time by a much more open and Western-oriented government, free from Moscow's influence, or free from much of Moscow's influence, to come back and look at those archives. So I said, absolutely fantastic. They said, we'll give you an apartment and you'll be all taken care of, and it sounded like it was going to be fantastic. When I landed at Boryspil Airport outside Kyiv, everything had fallen through. Nobody knew who I was. The people who were in charge had fled for various reasons, and I was completely alone in a strange city with a pocket full of Canadian cash and no idea where I was going to spend the night. I didn't have a hotel reservation. I was supposed to be a guest of the Academia Nauk, and I really didn't know what to do. And the sun was setting, and there was a lot of rogue criminality going on. The mafia was very strong in those early months after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I got in a taxi. I knew that this building, this was the only person I really knew in Kyiv at the time. I knew this building was somewhere in the left bank of the Dnipro River. I said, take me to the down for about half an hour. I thought I recognized this. And sure enough, I went in. I went up to the right floor. I thought it was. I went to the right door. I thought it was. And in fact, when I knocked on it, Yevgeny Antonovsky answered the door. He was home. It was, thank God, the same place that I had visited originally. And I ended up staying there for several months. Even after we were able to work out where I was supposed to be and what my living conditions were supposed to be, I simply asked that all the funds that the Canadian government had allocated for my trip be directed to the Antonovskys, and so they were able to get a windfall, but I lived in their tiny two-room apartment for several months as I did my research. Here's a picture of me with Yevgeny. Believe it or not, I'm the guy in the back there with the dark hair and dark beard. And you'll see that we're looking at some beautiful 19th century Talmuds. Yevgeny's grandfather was the shamus of a shul in Kiev. He was sort of like the sexton of a synagogue. And when the communists came in 1917, 1918, he hid all of the holy books, and he preserved them until his father and until Yevgeny could take care of them. So their house was filled with a remarkable collection of 19th century imprints. It was absolutely gorgeous, and we would spend time studying there together. So I got to see from the perspective of regular Soviet Jews what it was like to live under those conditions. Here's another photograph with Yena, his wife, and also on the right, those of you who are students of Ukrainian Jewish history, or those of you who are fans of art, you might recognize, or even if you're fans of Cuban literature, you may recognize the young man on the right, who is my good friend that I met in Kiev at that time, none other than Professor Yochanan Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern. Here's a picture of what he looks like now. He's kind of mastered the smoldering look since I knew him then. But our first associations were in the Vernadsky Library. So I had an experience.
Yo, what up, pimp?
Like,
Yo, how you living, baby?
To be
Good, how are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your hood? No plus.
Nothing much. Just
What up, Rabbi?
Living the dream, baby. How'd you find out about me?
A friend of a friend.
Dude, that friend of a friend.
I heard that you do some. Yeah, I heard you do some nice live streams, so I just joined up live streaming.
100%. Did your friend of a friend find out about me from Kick, from Blue Sky, from YouTube, from Twitch, from where?
It was probably Kick.
Oh, that's tight. Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was Kick.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been doing so since the pandemic. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Data, according to The Economist magazine, is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. In 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. If I may ask, no puss. So you're a friend of Yo Molo. Oh, tight. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
That's okay. It's basically someone whose life's on camera 24 hours a day. That's what I do. Yolomolo, apologies if you've heard this before, which I know you have. But I stream my life all the time. I have the world's largest archive going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. As I said, data is its number one resource, and I have more data archived online than any person ever, which may make me an influential individual. And if that happens, I'm going to make you know Puss, Yolamoto, Asian Andy, and all of our other friends on Kick very wealthy. I'm going to give you all the money that you need to become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth, and to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, no Puss?
That sounds good. I like it.
Excellent. I talk about things that I feel are going to help the world in addition to ending world war and promoting world peace. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending
I have
world.
a question.
Go ahead, big dog.
What's a floating greenhouse?
That's a wonderful question. Excellent. So it's basically a greenhouse that you put on water where land is scarce, that floats and is able to produce food for the neighboring environment. So take a place like New York City, or perhaps like Hong Kong, where we have generally real estate is very expensive, but the water is pretty open. So we can literally take like floating platoons or barges and make greenhouses on them. We'll have fresh food, and it doesn't have to be shipped, which is better for stability and the environment. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. Let me explain the other ones. So a saltwater greenhouse is basically a greenhouse that can use salt water to for hydration purposes. So you can pump seed onto land and basically desalinize and make it so it is the thing that makes the crops. Hydroponics. So this is popular and also popular within agriculture, where you don't use soil as a medium, but you use water medium, and you pump nutrients into the water, and it's much more effective for the root systems. We have vertical farming. So imagine a farm. Farms take up a lot of two-dimensional space, but with a vertical farm, what you do is you basically take a pole and you have your crops growing vertically, and you can do this in warehouses, but it just allows for the use of cubic footage as opposed to square footage, which is much more efficient. We have cloud seeding. So cloud seeding is currently done regularly around the world. In fact, in Dubai, once a week, it is like clockwork. They use cloud seeding to hydrate all of the plants that are located in Dubai. And additionally, it cleans off all the buildings, cleans off all the cars. It just generally, where dust storms would normally erode and cause damage, the cloud seeding allows for the hydration of all of this area. So those are really important aspects. We talk about ending world thirst through the use of technology. Things like, well, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth $100 million. And one of the things we do is we build wells in developing nations, and particularly in Nigeria. And that is a project that's near and dear to my heart, and I want to continue doing that. So basically, all we do is just dig a hole in the ground until you get an aquifer, and then just allow people to have clean water. I'm additionally an advocate for the Life Straw program. People don't know, but there's basically a type of straw that you can use in contaminated water and be able to suck through it, and it allows you to get a world where there's liquid water, even if it's contaminated. It just has a filter system, and then most importantly, desalination technology. Well, we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So what does that mean? Essentially, the Earth is 2/3 water, so we shouldn't really have an issue with the lack of water. It's more about the location of where the water is. So we take essentially big pumps, pump seawater through them into a desalination plant. The desalination plant removes all of the salt and makes it clean, drinkable water. This is currently done in many countries in the world, and I feel is an important aspect to solving the global thirst issue. I talk about some other things that are important to the world. I'm really big into futurology, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. I'm into alien disclosure and things like space tourism, terraforming of other planets, de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant hybrids, Asian elephant surrogates. Uh, they have already introduced, this company's already introduced the dire wolf, three of them. Joe Rogan has met them. They're located in Texas. Uh, Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, the company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think would be really exciting to see and to be able to document. I talk about other things that may be of benefit to you and your family and your friends. Everything that I talk about is with your consent, but I talk about things like life extension technology. When you were born, no pus, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 if you went through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy. But you may eventually get to be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. Everything that you said to Yolo Molo came true. Everything that you want to do for Asian and Andy came true. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, we may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. Again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. For later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts, No Puss?
Sorry.
You're
I
good.
think, I mean, I never thought about that. I never knew that existed. But can I be reincarnated? So you said this technology can, like, it works as like reincarnation, right? Like you can not necessarily, but like you can turn into something you download in your brain, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so then I can turn.
Can I add on to that? No, plus, you talked about droids? Could they bring George Droid? If you're familiar with him?
George Floyd. Yeah, you could bring George Floyd back.
No, not George Floyd. George Droid.
That's so
Like-
inappropriate. Why are you
like-
talking about
Like they have him, but they turned him into I think it was fake, but they said that they uploaded his brain into like a cyborg. I don't know if it was true or not, but I saw it.
Wait.
online.
that? Is that the technology you guys use?
Well, I don't currently use it, but essentially, this is something that scientists are starting to develop. It's already being done with mice, memory transfer. So the idea of mind uploading technology for someone like George Floyd could happen potentially. If we had access to his body, it's much easier. But even if we don't, we could do it through multiple ways. We could use his DNA to be able to replicate a version of him. We could even just with pictures of him be able to model his body and eventually be able to remove different layers of his body and be able to see into his cranium and perhaps be able to um, recreate what was in his head, including his memories, his thoughts, his personality. So it's just a matter of time, and we can do this through multiple ways. So if you're like,
They have AI layer 2 and 3. I was seeing that they had with him. Like it was something different layers of AI, and they were uploading it or something like that. I couldn't really remember.
So essentially, with this thing, you said they're doing it on mice, correct?
Yeah, so they're taking mice memories and they're able to transfer them from one mouse to another.
So if the mice was conscious, could they turn into like George Floyd?
Or anything they want to be. Yeah, you could take a mouse and make them into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of itself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want it to be.
So what's the downfall of this? Like like is there like no consequences?
Well, there are consequences to every action. It just
Well, I
depends.
mean so like let's say I do this and I turn into like John Lennon.
Okay.
What happened to John Lennon happened to me?
No, not necessarily. You'd have to be on the same timeline. You'd have to be outside the Dakota and get shot.
Okay.
I was hearing something too. This is kind of off topic, sorry, but it was just something I was thinking that they were researching an alternative forms of power. Like they have, they have like the nuclear reactors, but they found a way. So there's the big fentanyl crisis, I think in like the United States, and they found a way. I don't know if it's true. I'm not really too informed, but to turn fentanyl into they have fent reactors where they run off of fentanyl. So it's been and I heard that that's what they were powering the George Droid thing on. I don't know how true this is, but that's what I heard, that it was funded by Microsoft and they learned something about Fed technology or something. I'm not sure if that is similar to
That's cute, Yolo. I can tell you that fentanyl isn't really that powerful in comparison to carfentanil. Carfentanil is what they use as a painkiller on elephants. So, if anything, why use fentanyl when you could use carfentanil, which is like 1,000 times stronger?
What is it? Carfentanil?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
I'm gonna go
Is
mess-
it is that the same? Is it the same chemical compound or whatever?
I believe it's somewhat altered, but it allows for much more pain relief. It's really only used by veterinarians on large game like elephants, rhinoceroses, hippos.
Is it like ketamine?
It's much stronger,
Like for horses?
much stronger.
Another, this brain tech. So could I would I have if I turn into anyone, do I possess the same things that they thought of when they were there, or do I keep the same conscience and brain I had, but just put it to a different level?
You can have it both ways. If you want, you could have a clean slate, but then you wouldn't necessarily know that you're any different. That would just sort of be reincarnation, but without the memory transfer. Or you could have the memory transfer and be whatever you want. In answer to your previous question, carfentanil is an extremely potent synthetic opioid analgesic used primarily in veterinary medicine to anesthetize large animals such as elephants and rhinoceroses. It is a structural analog of fentanyl and acts as a highly selective agonist of the mu opioid receptor with an affinity for this receptor that is approximately 10,000 times greater than that of morphine and 20 to 100 times greater than that of fentanyl in animal studies. The potency is such that 1 milligram of carfentanil is roughly the equivalent of 8 to 10 grams of morphine. The drug was first synthesized in 1974, yada, yada, yada.
Holy shit. Dude, I got broken up with a while ago, dude. I could have used it. I would have fucking fucked up some fentanyl.
All right. What did the bitch do?
Oh my god, yeah. She had sex with my cousin.
Are you serious? What a dirty hoe.
Yeah. She had a baby with him too.
No way. So now this bitch is in your family? So you have to go to a family reunion and your fucking ex is there and her fucking ugly ass love child? Dog, what's your relationship with your cousin?
Dude, we were like, it was like, so you know how you like he's like one of the cousins that would always come over, like how it seemed like all the time and stuff. Now our relationship has been hardish.
Devastated, dude. You have no relationship. This guy fucked some hoe who you used to stick your dick in. Now he has a love child by this hoe.
I know, bro. I used to stick that shit in there deep too.
Obviously not as deep as he did.
I think my dick is bigger than his because I bruised her cervix and he couldn't even reach the dick.
Well, if anything, he's firing with live ammunition because he's a daddy.
I know. His shit is there. I think I'm infertile. But
All right.
yeah, he's getting sloppy seconds and he's
All right. Yeah, and he's kind of stuck with this bitch for 18 years.
I know.
Does
I
this,
got a question about the brain technology.
go ahead.
Bro.
So could I turn into his cousin and fuck his girlfriend?
Well, it's no longer his girlfriend. Didn't you just hear the story?
Oh, sorry.
It's his ex-girlfriend. Okay, so you want to know if you could turn into his cousin. So his cousin currently exists in this time now. But what you could do in the future with mind uploading technology is be able to basically shapeshift or morph into his cousin. We might have to artificially clone his cousin. But yeah, you would have your consciousness in his cousin's body. Now the nasty ass hoe who fucked the cousin, that bitch would get older and older and older. So she probably isn't going to be desirable to you. But let's say she just cloned herself and just continued in the same kind of body at whatever age she was when she got impregnated. Yeah, you could fuck that chick and perhaps even bruise her cervix and impregnate her. You could give her a 2-for-1.
So can I turn into
Damn. Could he turn into my ex? Could he turn into my ex-girlfriend and then I can have sex with him?
That's absolutely true too, 1,000%. So
Okay,
basically,
would he share her memories or would he still be like have his memories?
generally he would just have his memories. However, if she gave her permission and we had her consent, then you could meld those
We
memories.
could upload her consciousness to his mind.
That's true.
And
Yeah, I like this. Dude, you opened my eyes. You know that?
That's what I do, baby.
So I got another question.
Go for
You
it.
know how we don't know what Genghis Khan looks like?
Dude, yeah, totally. I just literally listened to like 25 hours straight of Genghis Khan over the last 48 hours. So I'm all up on Genghis Khan knowledge. We don't even know what year he was technically born.
So how? Oh wait, I'm sorry. That was a bad question. Sorry.
No, it's a good question, but we do know that he has 16 million, perhaps, descendants that are currently alive on Earth. So we might be able to reverse engineer their DNA and then create a version of what he might have looked like.
Okay. Yeah. So could I, with my girlfriend's consent, turn her into Genghis Khan and have sex with Genghis Khan?
Let's think about this one. Well, the answer to any of these is yes. It's just how do we get there? So we would need her. We need Genghis Khan's DNA, which we can get from one of the 16 million descendants. So we get that DNA. We create a clone of him. We upload your girlfriend's consciousness into him. And I mean, he's a man, and I assume you're a man. So you would only be having man-to-man sex. So that means that either one of you would have to become a woman, generally. I mean, I guess we could do some type of transition for one of you. But generally, what you might want to do is just have it be Genghis Khan, one of his sisters, which he did have. So it would be like as close to his DNA as a female as you could get.
But that's not gonna cut it, unfortunately.
Okay, well then
I'm
if
okay with male and sex.
okay, well then that's the easy way. The other way would be just one of you transitions.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't. I think
So we
I
have
don't like the idea of putting my PP inside out.
okay. I mean that's not you. This is his dream.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. I thought you were talking about having sex with me. So.
No, that might be your desire.
I mean,
But he made it quite clear that this was his girlfriend, who he wanted to make into Genghis Khan.
You over
Dude, why are you being an asshole, bro? Like, would you not want to have, like, he was the richest man in history. You wouldn't want to have sex with that?
That's incorrect.
No.
That title goes to Masa Musa, who was the king of the Ethiopian Empire.
That was my bad.
That's okay. No, but what Genghis Khan did do is have the largest contiguous land empire.
Yeah, then he also raped, like, a bunch of women and killed them.
Yep. He had, I believe, 28 wives and a large harem of concubines as well.
Yeah, okay. I think, I feel like, can I put my money, like, can I, like, put some money into this and then get, like, maybe this, you know what I mean? The sample, the test run, like, this money, for instance.
That would be a question for some pharmaceutical company, whether they accept donations, but I'm sure they do to some extent. They have some not for profit that they accept your funds. Now, would you get to be in the front of the line for this? Perhaps, depending on the amount of money that you donated, but likely not. You would just get some type of response. Thank you for your donation. We appreciate it, and you'd never be talked to again.
Yeah, okay. You know, I never really, yeah, that's cool. I might, do some research on that because I want to turn Yola and Mola into like my sex doll, essentially. To like what I was doing with Genghis Khan. Right?
Oh, like the guy from Elden Ring.
Yeah, so kind of so.
Like Celibus.
Yeah.
Rabbi, what's your favorite food?
Fruit or pizza?
Oh, shit. I love pizza.
Well, actually, steak. I love steak as well.
Steak. You ever have, I'm sure you've had gefilte fish.
Love gefilte fish. I love gefilte fish. A lot of people don't. I love gefilte fish and horseradish. It's like one of my favorite combinations of things.
Would it be considered bestiality if I turned my girlfriend into a dog, but because she's not like a dog technically, she's like an uploaded dog, but then I had sex, would it still be considered bestiality?
It's an excellent question. Generally, bestiality, in my opinion, is not a moral action because you can't get consent from the dog. So this really lies on consent. However, in a world where telepathy is a thing and you're able to communicate perhaps with your mind, or in a way where we could be able to communicate with dogs, if you can get the dog to consent fully, then you should be able to have sex with the dog, so long as you consent as well.
I saw. Okay, that is a good point. I watched a video recently of this beastophile guy, and he was saying that the dog came up to him and licked his wiener and had a erection. So is that considered a dog consenting or not?
No. It would have to be some type of conscious.
Verbal consent.
Yeah, but a dog can't necessarily speak. But it would have to be some type of conscious, active stimulation that tells a user that the animal is consenting and that we would consider it consent. So it's not a juvenile dog. If we would consider it fully in its own accord consenting, then you should be able to have sex with an animal. And so long as it's not going to hurt the animal, or cause pain to the animal, all of those things.
Yeah. So Rabbi, did you study at some sort of school? You actually have a lot of knowledge on like everything with that so far. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I have religious background. I have a technical background. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies. So I'm a fairly well-rounded individual.
That's great. It's always great to I seek knowledge, seek great knowledge.
I do.
So did I turn my girlfriend into you and have sex with you?
Yep. So long as she consents and like my data consents. But even if my data didn't consent, you could build something that's very close to me and then have sex with me. Or through her.
Oh my god.
So like
that's crazy.
she would basically take my image, put it in a replicator, create a version of me, upload her consciousness into it, and then you guys could go to town.
Okay, so what I mean, would you get?
You are very handsome, by the way, Rabbi.
Thanks, baby.
Yeah.
Of course. Let's not state the obvious. What's your question, big dog?
Sorry, I seen something on my computer here. Would you give me consent?
Would I give you consent? So I want to continue to live forever through mind uploading technology and life extension technology. But if you want to create like a close version of me, yeah, go for it.
No, but I mean like the exact version.
Well, I want to continue living, so I don't want to have sex with you. Now, let's say we wait 10 billion years and your girlfriend wants to take over your body and then she wants to have sex with me, then I might consider it.
Are you hitting the girl?
Yeah, straight up. Tell that bitch I holla.
What too, man? She did with my cousin. You're not even gonna believe this either.
His girlfriend fucked your cousin too?
A couple months after she was with my cousin, bro, she did it with my granddad too. So,
Dude.
I was done with her. I regret in introducing her to my family.
Dude, that was all a ruse.
I know, she fucking...
So what did this bitch do? She just said you're lame and I'm finding another dude?
No, I broke up with her. She still wanted to be with me, but I found out she had sex with my cousin.
Oh, so she really did have sex
And
with
then
your
I
cousin.
broke up with her, and then like a week later, I found out she was pregnant.
Oh, no shit. Okay, so she really did have sex with your cousin, but not your grandfather.
No, I think she did something with him. I mean, there's no proof of it, but...
How old is your grandfather?
72.
You're remembering that, dude, that's some fucked up shit, dog. Like,
It also probably didn't help that the way I met her too was I would always see her when I drive to work. She was like holding up a sign like saying anything helps, and I fucking would give her money every time I saw her go to work. So I really helped her. I really gave her a place to fucking stay.
So you fucked a homeless chick?
Well, she was homeless when I met her, but not after because she was staying with me.
How hot was this chick?
Well, If you saw a picture of her when she was younger, she was really good looking, but she was on the fentanyl and stuff, so all her teeth fell out and shit. She did have dentures, but the gum jobs were insane.
All right, I don't know what to believe anymore with your love life.
What'd you say, Rabbi? You cut us.
I don't know what to believe anymore with your love life.
Yeah, it's fucked.
It is.
So I'm a professional photographer.
You mean photographer? Because I don't know what a photographer is. You should probably, if you're a professional, you should probably know what your career is and how to pronounce it.
No, I must have cut out that.
No, you didn't cut out. I heard it, and so did my 20 other streams. You said photographer.
Oh, I apologize. I missed it.
Where else do you stream at, Rabbi?
I'm live on 20 different YouTubes. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on YouNow.
Yeah, I remember you said you're live on everything.
Word. Everything but Kick. Okay, so what's going on, you professional photographer?
Oh yeah, you got banned off of Kick, right?
Word, dog, because I spam everybody. Yo,
So
we have a professional photographer. Go ahead.
So I've been doing it for a year. I'm 22 right now. I've been doing this since I was around 21-ish.
That would be a year.
Right. Would you believe me if I said this was my girlfriend? Oh, sorry, you can't. They fixed the lighting real quick.
Bitch, that's a celebrity.
Motherfucker, I took that picture myself.
They did it.
Don't talk to her. Don't talk about her. Alright?
Yeah, okay.
Asshole.
That looks like a phone background.
No, dude, don't cut that shit out right now, okay? At least my ex didn't have sex with my grandfather, okay? Right? Okay. I'm tired of that. That was rude. That was uncalled for, okay?
Okay, continue.
So this is the girl that you said you might want to have sex with. Would you have sex with her?
That bitch? She consented. And she was a chick. And she was down to fuck. Yeah, potentially.
Is she biologically a female?
I'm sorry. I wasn't lying. I wasn't lying. I just didn't say it. She is trans.
Notice in my response. Notice in my response, I said, and if she's a chick.
Right.
So transgender chicks, not actually chicks.
Transgender people or whatever they want to be.
So it doesn't bother me because I don't see a penis. Not saying I'm not into penis. I mean, I can rock a yellow roller penis, bruising my vagina if I had one. But yeah, no, she's a twitch. It doesn't bother me.
All right, well, good for you, dog. I'm glad you found love.
But, I was just saying it because I was wondering if you would have sex with him.
Like I said, if she is a chick and she was willing and she had consented, then potentially.
I respect that because a lot of people say I live in New York. We walk around with the big,
The big apple,
yeah, big apple. We walk around there. We walk around the city sometimes. I walk with her. A lot of my friends, most of my friends, not really a lot of strangers, they tell me that they would have sex with her.
Doug, let's just be honest here. Even if that person is a dude, they're too hot for you.
Thank you.
Was that?
Do you speak Hebrew, Rabbi?
Some biblical.
So, what about Yiddish?
Some.
So, yeah. I just know a few words. That's not very many at all, actually.
There you go. How did you guys meet? No Puss and Yolamolo? Was it on Craigslist? Was it on Tinder? How'd you guys hook up?
I
met
used
my
to
jerk mate.
Okay, that makes
well, I
sense.
mean, yes.
It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all.
So essentially, I used to be homo. Okay.
Hell is a homo.
Used to be.
Listen, I'm dating a fucking. I'm bisexual. I'm bisexual asshole.
Okay, whatever makes you happy, dog. Do whatever makes you happy. Any port in a storm.
Right, I'm sorry. Right. Okay, so I used to be like fully gay, and I was on Grindr. We swiped, and then we did a session on Jerkmate for like a session or two, or something like 2 or 3. It wasn't nothing too gay. We met on Grindr, and then we started meeting in real life. Turns out he had a girlfriend, and so I just, out of my right mind, thought it was disrespectful because I thought me and him had something going on. So I went to, my girlfriend's name is Chloe. I went to Chloe, and that's basically, it all happened in like a span of like 6-7 years or so. But we're here now.
So you guys were hooking up when you were 15 years old?
Yes.
I mean, I don't like talking about it. That's why. I mean, you're a smart guy. You know what I mean? I feel like I can tell you.
I mean, I can do simple math, and I can also figure out that transgender person is too hot for you.
I don't appreciate that, man.
I'm just speaking the truth, dog. It's only a matter of time until that person sees through whatever facade you have and moves on to a better person.
You don't think I'm a good enough person for her?
I think you could perhaps improve your life to be, but as of right now, I don't think that you could get that person.
Okay.
Dude, I don't know what you are. You've said in the last minute that you were bisexual, super gay, and then trying to be heterosexual. I don't think you're comfortable in your own skin. And I know that chick, Chloe, quote unquote, she would be comfortable in her own skin.
Should I message her real quick?
No, here's what you should do. You should message Yolomolo's cousin, because he knows a chick who is fertile and gives a good gum job and also is into 72-year-old grandpas. And I'm sure you'll be able to hit it. And she... You're right there, Chief? I see that. You choke on water like you choke on... What are my thoughts on the Talmud? It's a 2,711 work, 207 folio work that is generally known as the Oral Torah. So it gives explanations to the 5 books of Moses. And we utilize it as Orthodox Jews in our daily lives.
So, how many sects of Judaism, or not sects, but different types, like there's Orthodox and what is it, like Reformed?
Yeah, so this is a good question, and it depends who you ask.
And do all of them follow the Talmud?
No. So you have your most Orthodox people, generally the most conservative of people, which is the Hasidim. So that's basically the Haredi sects. Those are the people you see with Peos. Those are the people that you see with perhaps tzitzit, the little white ropes. These are people that generally You might see with Strymel, which are the hats made of rabbit fur. Then you have generally what's known as Litvak, which is basically more a slightly more modern version. Um, then you have modern Orthodox, and those are your general orthodoxies. Then you have conservative, reform, reconstructionist, and humanist. Now, of all of Judaism, generally only 10% is Orthodox, and the other 90% are conservative, reform, reconstructionist, and humanist. And then in there you've got secular Jews as well. Those are the basic. We don't necessarily call them sects, but maybe denominations of Judaism. Let me just say this, Yolomolo. You're the man for bringing in No Puss. Thank you so much. You did exactly what I wanted you to do. Spread the love.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I don't know if he's gonna be too weird or not.
No, he's fine. I mean, you can tell I get people in here of all shapes and sizes. People who want to troll me, people who want to be serious. So I just roll with the punches and go with the flow.
Oh, that's cool, man. Hell yeah. So do you stream yourself sleeping too?
1000%.
Yeah.
About
You're really dedicated. That's awesome.
Yeah, I've got probably about an entire year on YouTube of me just sleeping. About 1/3 of my life has been sleep, and I've been doing this for more than 3.5 years. So I have more sleep data than any person ever, and I think it'll be studied in the future. People will want to know my toss and turn habits. People will want to know my snoring habits. People will want to know my breathing habits, my circadian rhythms. People will want to know my dream habits when I'm in REM sleep. All of the things that we basically study when people do a sleep study, you'll be able to study in the future what I do with my life.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's like, yeah. Is there like a compilation of you sleeping online?
Just basically any video of mine that you find, 1/3 of it will be me sleeping. So like 1/3 of every video that I have.
Oh, that's cool. So, other question I have. For some reason, it doesn't let me invite people to the server.
It should. Okay, so do you see the 24/7 live stream? There's a little plus next to it,
Yeah.
next to Pimpville.
Mm-hmm.
Click that.
Hold on. Sorry. I was getting some water while you were talking.
You're good, big dog.
Because when I click on the server to invite, it says you need permission to invite people. I don't know how it worked for him, but
That's okay.
so there's the plus. Oh, create invite.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Because I tried inviting my other friend, but it said it was invalid. But well, I'm gonna hop out of here for a minute. I'll join back up in a little bit. Okay, Rabbi?
You do whatever you need to do, my friend.
All right, Rabbi. Thank you so much for talking with me. I'm gonna see if I can get the invite to work. I'm gonna join and see if they're able to get it. But
Excellent.
all right, thank you, Rabbi.
Peace, buddy. Oh, there's athleticism.
Francis Coppola's wife, Kelly Coppola. And she asked me a question, so what are you doing next? I go, well, I'm planning this big World War to film for a long time, and now it's time to do it. I'm doing in between, but the next thing I'll do is this World War II movie. The thing about it is, Mount Everest kind of epic, and I've already climbed Mount Everest, and I gotta get myself up and climb it again. And then whenever I was talking, she goes, I think maybe this is the time of your life to climb Mount Everest. You maybe not want to be climbing Mount Everest, 15 years from now. But right now, now's your mountain climbing days. Scott Jensen landed a short shot there. Uppercut from Maroney as he steps in. Wow, a big uppercut. See Scott go down and out. That is all she wrote. A huge uppercut from Maroney. Both guys traded hands. Maroney caught him with a beautiful shot. Scott Jensen went out. He was out before he hit the ground. What a fantastic win for Jensen actually landed a hard punch and then he stepped forward with his weight and walked right into the uppercut. Yes, you're right. He landed the left first, which was tight. And as I said, went for the next punch and Maroney caught him on the way in. You've got to say this. It was perfect timing for Maroney. Great work. Wow. This idiot just nutted Phil Maroney. He just nutted Phil Maroney. What a disgrace. We're going to take a look at just what happened here. The absolute idiot. Disgraceful there. Disgraceful. Sorry, but you put it on. I didn't see you. So I just asked her if she saw me. Just go. That's it. I am here. Spice is clearly a state of certain amount of film stuff, and the final film's only going to be very short. So I really have to just think about telling the story in how I shoot. In every shot I take needs to have a purpose. So I've got 2 establishing shots. I'm going to just leave it there. I'm going to put the camera down, and I'm just going to wait for the opportune moment to start filming again. Do that again for me, Vera. I'm going to like pan from your dress up to you. Just laugh a lot, okay? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yay! Perfect. Just sit here. This thing. Alright, boys, get around and give me a cuddle. Biscuits smoke loads. Close, stacked high with turkey and ham. This will be.
Look at this athleticism. It's one of the most athletic things I've ever seen. Maybe the most athletic thing ever. Did you see that athleticism? The West Side. I gotta take a whiz. The whiz, kid. I gotta poo. Poo, poo. Poo, poo, pachoo. I gotta shit. Dog. Come on, you little bitch. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, this is really unprecedented. This is unprecedented athleticism. Look at this move. Dope. Look at this athleticism, folks. Dog. Better take a poo. I gotta take a poo. Poo, poo, poo. I gotta take a poo. This one. Look at this one. Shorty pie. This bitch can get it. This is my thing. Yo, what up? How you living, Xanax? Yo, Pimp, can you hear me? Dog. Remember that time I said hello? How you doing, Pimp? Dog. Can you hear me? Xanax. I don't want to fucking talk to you anyway.
A stranger in a strange land, did not know where I was going to sleep that night. Nothing compared to the actual suffering of the current Ukrainian refugees. But nevertheless, I had a little taste of it. And thank God, by dint of the kindness of strangers and the grace of God, I was able to find a very safe place to live. So, by the way, my research resulted, this is a book that I wrote about that, the topic that I was studying, which was the revolutionary period. It's no longer available in print, but a Ukrainian translation is now available, and there's a second edition that's out too. That will go into some of the things that I'm going to talk about a little more detail right now. So what I'd like to do now is that I've given you some kind of personal background and personal introduction to this story. Let me talk to you a little bit about Jews and Ukrainians specifically and how that relates to the refugee crisis. So we should certainly bear in mind that
Jewish history goes back a very long way in Ukraine. It goes back at least a millennium of recorded history, and there's even further back evidence of Jewish settlement at the fringes of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. If you have a look at this map, which is part of an atlas written by my teacher, Professor Paul Robert Modvici, you see the blue line outlines the contemporary boundaries of Ukraine. Obviously, not referring to the contested areas and Crimea being asked by Russia in the 21st century. And you can see the extent of the Jewish population by the heavy green shading, in which Jews were more than 15% of the region to the west. That is the right bank of the Dnieper River, or Dnipro River. But even on the left bank, you can see in Poltava, Gubernia, you have 3.9%, Katarinoslav, 4.7%, still very significant percentage of Jews, way higher than Jews are in almost all parts of the United States, New York City, of course, being a major exception. So Jews have a very rich and long population history in Ukraine particularly. If you have a look at this map, you'll see the origins of Ukraine in a kind of medieval state called Kiev and the Rus, which existed from about the 10th century to about the 13th century. This sort of group of principalities, which were headed up from the city of Kiev, formed the kind of Ur culture, the original political, social, and religious culture of three countries, Ukraine, Belarus. Now it happens that the center of this was in Kiev, and so Ukrainians claim that they are the geographic inheritors of Kiev and Rus, as well as political and cultural inheritors. Belarus and Russia also have roots in this region. Now, Jews lived in this region easily from the 10th century on. There are plenty of historical chronicles that we have of the era, including the Svarmeniyet, which is one of the most important documents that describes this early period, the so chronicle of bygone years. But we also have some archaeological evidence that suggests even lived on the Black Sea coast as far back as antiquity, that Jews were involved in a lot of trade in the region, and so you'll have Jewish ports in Crimea, for example, at this time. We have in the 13th century and a little earlier, even members of the Balei Tosfos, that is the important commentators on the Talmud. There's one Moses of Kiev and Isaac of Chernihiv that show up in various writings of the time. So Jews are there right at the very beginning of Ukrainian self-determined statehood in one form or another. They begin, however, to emerge in much larger numbers in the late 11th century and onward. That's the era when the Crusades begin. As you can see from this map, which outlines roots of several crusades moving from Western Europe into the land of Israel. And the predominant number of the Stars of David, which represents Jewish communities in the 12th century and onward, they're much more to the west. The central heartland of what would be called Ashkenazi Jewry is located primarily in the Rhineland, which would be in northern Germany, parts of France. And what's going to end up happening over the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries is that there's a significant number of reasons why Jews are being forced eastward by increasing anti-Semitic pressures. For example, the noxious development of the Bible myth that Jews somehow to consume the blood of Christian children. An absolutely ridiculous concept that has no basis in reality whatsoever. But once the idea take hold in the 12th century, rapidly, people like in a kind of a QAnon way, which actually we may reflect a little later in this lecture when we think about propaganda. This is actually a document. It's actually German currency from the
20th century that commemorates a post desecration case in Sternberg, in which Jews were accused not of murdering a Christian child, but by doing something that was related of capturing the communion host and torturing them instead. And although it's also a figment of some kind of fever dream imagination, nevertheless, Jews were frequently charged with this heinous activity, and they were frequently judged to be guilty and burned at stake, as we see in the rather grotesque image. So from Western, starting with the Crusade 1096 and onward, there is an increasing pressure on Jews to leave for anti-Semitic reasons. And then from the East, there's actually an economic vacuum that's drawing Jews in. At this time, Ukraine was under the control of the Poles as part of the very large Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And there was a tremendous need for people to act as middlemen, as leaseholders, to help manage these large landed estates, in which there tended to be an ethnic division between the landlords, who were Polish Catholics for the most part, and the farmers, the peasants, who were Ukrainian Orthodox. Orthodox, of course, not in the Jewish use of that term, but in terms of the Christian denomination as a people. And the Jews were an excellent choice to bring into these estates, both because of their developed skills in literacy and in numeracy, but also because they were not especially they didn't show allegiances to the local population. They could be depended on to be loyal to their employers because they were a distinct entity. There were a whole bunch of activities that were associated with the Jews at this point because the nobility could literally give them monopolies in things like the production of alcohol, something called propinatia. And so that's why so many Jews were active in, for example, maintaining inns and the distillation and distribution of alcohol. This was, however, a rather exploitative economic system, as I've discussed in other videos, of course. If you're curious, you can have a look on my channel, see some of them where I discuss more detail, and would be the cause of some conflict. But nevertheless, what ends up happening is if you combine the pressures pushing Jews out of the Rhineland, the growth of anti-Semitic ideas, I haven't even mentioned the Black Death, and you combine that with the economic opportunities that are drawing Jews to the East, you begin to see from the 12th through the 17th century, very large movement of Jews into the region of Ukraine in particular, where they're acting as arrendators, as middle for the most part. Now, how are they getting along at this time? We should understand that, and I will talk about this in the next set of slides, there certainly were punctuations of great violence. There certainly were moments where Ukrainians in particular would attack Jewish communities. And we'll talk about them momentarily. But the overwhelming experience of Jews in Ukraine was one of peace and prosperity. That Jews in Ukraine managed to find a way to study, to develop some remarkable religious innovations like the Hasidic movement. And for the most part, for 1,000 years, Jews and Ukrainians lived together in peace. It does not mean that they joined together in everything, but there was a level of cross-cultural pollination, of cross-fertilization, where Ukrainian ways of looking at the world influenced Jewish ways and vice versa. Just to give you a little introduction, jumping ahead to the 20th century, this image we're looking at right now is Ukrainian currency from the very brief-lived period of Ukrainian independence between the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917 and the imposition of Soviet rule under the communists shortly thereafter. During that time, remarkably, Jews and Ukrainians strove to officially work together to create a new state. It ended in great failure for various reasons, including popular pogrom violence. That was one of the most important reasons. But nevertheless, for that brief period of time, it hinted at what could be possible for the Jews Ukrainians. As you can see, it's a 100 cover on its bill. It has on the top the denomination listed in several languages. On the bottom, right under number 100, you can see in Yiddish the words Under Karbovan says, because Yiddish was actually an official language of this very brief-lived and ephemeral republic. So we're basically talking about 1,000 years of cultural cross-civilization. We see it in terms of linguistics. Some of the most intimate terms that enter the Yiddish language are essentially Ukrainian or Proto-Slavic language terms. Like, for example, the word for father. In Hebrew, the word for father is av, and a very common Aramaic term is abba. This is like an ancient term that Jews have used for a very long time. Then when they were in Germany, they picked up Yiddish, which is essentially a kind of medieval German, and they used Vater. But when they came to Ukraine, they switched over to Tati. Tati is clearly derived from the Ukrainian tato, and we can say this about hundreds of words in the Yiddish language. There are culinary things where Jews and Ukrainians are almost identical in their choice of diet. In fact, in some regions, like in western Ukraine, the gefilte fish is considered a delicacy, and it's called jidivshka reba, Jewish fish, because there is so much overlap there. Holubtzi, right? Some people would say with the Russian pronunciation, golubki, which is cabbage rolls, right? These are all Ukrainian foods that make their way into the Jewish tradition as well. And in folklore, we see so many areas in which they are similar. Let me just show you one example. In the Chabad Hasidic movement, there's a very popular song that is Nezhritsia Chlopsi, which is literally in Ukrainian. And this is much easier, of course, when Hasidim lived in Eastern Europe, but even in America today, they're memorizing these lyrics in Ukrainian. It's a rather amusing song that the text of the lyrics is basically, "Don't worry, boys, we're going to get to our destination, and there will vodka there." Here is, I'll play for you a very short piece, recording of that nigun. In the interest of copyright protection, I'm not going to include this clip as well as another clip in a moment in the recording, but I will include the links in the information box. So please have a look down there and you can enjoy them for yourself. You get a sense of what that might mean in terms of the cultural overlap that would happen over the 1,000 years that Jews lived there. Many other folkloric elements. I have to choose this one because I like the photograph. This is current President Joe Biden in happier times visiting Ukraine, and he is being greeted with bread and salt, which is also a very common Jewish welcoming gift for guests. Not so much here in America, but throughout Eastern Europe, very common kind of cultural appropriation. I don't even know if it comes from the Ukrainians to the Jews or the other way around. Now, I'm going to show you one last little bit of audio-visual, and it's idealized because it is Hollywood. It's Hollywood, though, based on the writings of this man, Shalom Aleichem. This is one of the greatest writers of the 19th and early 20th centuries. He wrote, of course, in Yiddish, but a heavily Ukrainianized Yiddish. If you've looked at Shalom Aleichem in the original, you can see that he is liberally sprinkling his works with Ukrainianisms. The peasants speak in Ukrainian, and the Yiddish readers will understand it because they're so close to the peasants and understanding what that culture meant. And the scene that I'm going to show you is from Fiddler on the Roof, which is, of course, a film in Hollywood based on a play, which was based on a cycle of stories from Shalom Aleichem. And so it has been idealized several times over. But nevertheless, I think in this 5-minute clip, I'd like to show you all of it, you get a sense of what Ukrainians and Jewish life or Ukrainian-Jewish coexistence was when it was best. We will have plenty of time to talk in a few moments about when it was not best, but when they got along over 1,000 years, it might have looked something like this. Certainly an idealized portrait of a drinking setting that brought together Jews and Ukrainians. Not beyond the realm of imagination, but what I especially like about that clip is showing how they're existing separately, they're drinking separately from each other, and they're rather suspicious of each other. In particular, the Jews are concerned about the potential of violence, and they're a little afraid of the Ukrainians. But they both share a moment where they recognize that the trajectories of their lives are parallel in many ways. That, while the Jews are celebrating the engagement of Laser Wolf to Saito, of course that would not work out because Saito wanted to marry the Taylor Mata Kamzoil. Nevertheless, at that moment, the Jews are saying L'chaim, the Ukrainians are saying Nazdorovia, which means like to your health, essentially kind of L'chaim, and their lives are running along parallel courses. And I think that's a fair way to understand how the majority of the time that Jews lived in Ukraine got along with their neighbors. Not necessarily as exuberant as portrayed in that clip, but nevertheless, now, we have to understand, of course, that there were some really awful, horrific points of conflict. This image of an idealized Cossack, you can see in the background there is a Jew being tortured, hung upside down. Towards the bottom right, there's another Jew. Russians, have derogatory things to say about the Jews. There were several moments in Ukrainian Jewish history that represent periods of great conflict when Jews suffered tremendously. Specifically, the Khmelnytsky rebellion of the middle of the 17th century. I also, if you're curious about this, please view my videos on this topic where I speak at greater length, but it's basically an economic cause to that has to do with the Arenda system that I described a few moments ago. Similarly, the Haidamach movement of 1768, which resulted in a massacre in the city of Uman, and that was why, by the way, Rabbi Nachman chose to be buried there, and so there are pilgrimages today. Tens of thousands of Jews go to Uman because Rabbi Nachman is buried there, but Rabbi Nachman chose to be buried there because he wanted the victims of the Hamas movement. And in many ways, this horrible institution called the pogrom, which is kind of like an uprising, a popular upswell of violence, begins to accelerate in the 20th century. You have some terrible pogroms that had a very strong impact on the Jewish community at the end of the 19th century, and some even more awful pogroms in the early 20th century. These are all dwarfed, however, by the so-called Holocaust by bullets, Holocaust of bullets, which refers to the Einsatzgruppen murders of 1931 onward. The Nazis, when they invaded Ukraine, double-crossing Stalin with their previously secret Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, they sent 4 armored units behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular army, to round up Jews, to bring them out to ravines and to shoot them dead. These were staffed by German military police, but they made frequent use of local populations, including Ukrainians, and also as we move up in the Soviets, Timothy Snyder has called them, in Poland and Lithuania and Latvia, they found willing accomplices to assist them with this. There's a very large backstory to this that deserves more attention, but about 1.5 to an estimated 2.5 million Jews were killed by the Einsatzgruppen in all of East Central Europe, with a very large number of them in Ukraine. This is also, in terms of my personal story, the background of my father's parents, my grandfather's parents. I showed you them at the beginning of this lecture. They're buried somewhere in this mass grave in Lithuania, and the only thing that we have to mark them is this rather arresting sculpture that captures some of the mood of what it must be like to contemplate these horrific deaths. So, all told, we have 1,000 years of relatively peaceful coexistence, loss of cultural interaction, which, by the way, probably involved a lot of women, because many of the kinds of things that we see showing up in Ukrainian Jewish culture are things that would be transferred by women sharing recipes at market day and things like that. But they are punctuated by an accelerating amount of violence for reasons which deserve a lot more explication, but are beyond the scope of this talk today. And they are cruelly mirrored by what we're seeing today. I can't help but reflect on the mass graves that I've been seeing in the news lately in places like Bucha, horrific. They look exactly to me like the ravines which it's hard not to feel a deep level of sympathy and empathy for what the Ukrainians are doing. So let us move now to the third point of this lecture, and I'd like to place this Ukrainian Jewry within the Soviet reality, because for most of the period that we're discussing today, Ukrainians were not in control of their own. Besides the cave and Rus period, in which there are very few Jews living there, and we generally don't know a lot about how they managed their affairs as a whole. Ukrainians did not have control of their land as Ukraine, with the exception of a very brief period after the Khmelnytsky rule of the 17th century. They lived under Polish rule, under Tatar Mongol rule, under Russian rule for the duration of this time, up to the 20th century, where they could find their own self-determination. So looking at the contemporary period, they're living under Vladimir, who is shown here in his days, which I think in many ways to the core of his personality. And I believe that in his thinking on Ukraine and on Ukrainians, he's channeling 3 Russian leaders and 2 other leaders. And they are really guiding his thoughts, how he is punishing his population. And first is Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who is actually the first Tsarina to conquer right bank Ukraine and bring it into the Russian state, the Russian Empire at the time. She was instrumental in forcing her will upon the Ukrainians and reducing their nobility to essentially peasantry once again, so that under the Russian heel, they forced to work essentially like they did for the Poles. They would end up working for the Russians. He's also channeling Nicholas I, who was a Tsar in the first half of the 19th century. Tsar Nicholas I operated with basic principles in mind. After his father was killed in an abortive revolution, the Decembrist Revolution, he decided there are basically 3 things that he has to enforce on all of the people within the Russian Empire. First is the notion of orthodoxy, that everyone must conform to the Orthodox Church. The Jews were very difficult, digest mass in that regard. The second was autocracy, the idea that people in a much more spiritual sense, that Russian people, kind of an ethnocentric value, an ethnocentric really, was to be primary, and anyone who kind of did not fit into the Russian narod really did not belong in the entire state. This is why, from the Jewish perspective, he imposed so many horrific decrees, such as the infamous Cantonist decree that required Jewish children, legally as young as 12 and often much younger, to be taken from their homes and spend 36 years in military service. An incomprehensible punishment that wreaked tremendous havoc on Jewish communities. He destroyed the Kehillah structure that was essentially allowing the Jews to self-govern. They did everything they could to try to bring the Jews as much as possible into these 3 areas of orthodoxy, autocracy, and the narod. He wanted to assimilate them to Russianness as much as possible. For the Ukrainians, the orthodoxy part was basically taken care of. There were Ukrainian Catholics in the far west of the territory, but the vast majority of Ukrainians were Orthodox. In terms of autocracy, he had difficulty getting these Ukrainian peasants to submit to the far-off Tsar in Moscow, but he had the most difficulty with the idea of the narod. And he eventually had to settle for the notion
that the Ukrainians were kind of like sort of cousins to the Russians. There are many things to say for that, like, for example, the fact that they speak a Slavic language, which is related, distinct, different alphabet, different pronunciation, different vocabulary in a lot of places, but nevertheless a related language, sort of like, if you will, Spanish and French are both Romance languages, maybe a little closer than the two of those, but not that much. And so he tried to push this idea that they were Little Russians. That's the actual Russian term, Little Russians, as opposed to the Great Russians. The people who lived in the north were the Great Russians, and they had these kind of like younger brothers, these cousins who were the Little Russians. And they were somehow part of the overall family, even though they did not necessarily agree to be part of that family. Unfortunately, you see this even in propaganda today, where, I was just watching today some of the news. They're interviewing average Russians on the street saying, oh, it's a made-up nation. It was just invented in 1918 or in 1908 when Lenin decided to give away a piece of territory. Well, that in itself is a ridiculous way of looking at history. But even if you want to say that they really are Russians, which I would not agree to, you got 44 million people who say that they are a distinct people. And they can call themselves alligators if they want. If they say there are 44 million of them who say they are distinct, you've got to listen to that. But essentially, Putin is channeling Nicholas I, trying to assimilate the Ukrainians into a larger Russian mentality. Of course, he's also channeled Joseph Stalin, the most notorious dictator of the Soviet Union, who chose to impose his will on the Ukrainians in a disastrous genocidal manner. I don't use that term lightly, with the artificial terror famine of 1932-33, which was directed at Ukrainians and killed millions of them. By conservative estimates, 3 million, most likely 5 million, or possibly even more Ukrainians were killed in that disastrous season because of the policies followed by Stalin in his rush to industrialize the country. In other words, Putin was thinking of Stalin as kind of like, as Stalin put it at the time, if you want to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. And the Ukrainians are
there she is. How you living, girl?
These three, I think, are fairly well identifiable to anyone who studied Russian history.
Yellow. Absolutely.
Mindset.
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. All right, you ready?
Joseph Goebbels. And this is something I want to focus on a little bit more. Goebbels is, of course, the minister of propaganda in the Nazi
Aquarius.
state. And he was an
You,
evil genius.
my friend,
Brilliant.
have an invitation
Of how to convince people
LFG.
the wrong thing. And his basic theory was
Looking
tell
good.
The big lie.
That should have done
loudly
better.
as often as you can. And it's shameless.
That should have been the strike.
Russian propaganda is
Get it.
spouting the most ridiculous
That was
things
okay.
about the nature of this conflict and the intimidation of people who want to object.
No doubt.
I'm going to get back to that in just one moment, but I want to bring us back to a starting point.
This is easy.
One other individual
Oh,
reverberates throughout Jewish history.
no.
Unfortunately, the Ukrainians are also experiencing that.
No.
He's also channeling Pharaoh. He's
Get it,
also
girl.
channeling that absolute
Got it.
leader.
That's what I'm talking
And
about.
will
High
stop
five.
at nothing.
Good job.
Even the power of God, as we see so
Get it.
clearly represented in Cecil
I'm
B.
trying.
DeMille's representation of the Ten
All
Commandments.
right.
We're here,
Come on.
Gil Brynner playing Pharaoh.
This should be
Nothing can
easy.
stop him. He will defy
Easy
even the
peasy.
heavens in order to achieve his will.
Miss Aquarius time.
So as I see it,
Get it, girl.
we have two basic challenges as we go into the Passover Seder. This is a page from the famous Barcelona Haggadah, which I believe is 14th century Spain. And this is from the
Ooh.
opening of the Haggadah, which reads Halach Ma'anya. In Aramaic, this
No
is
doubt.
the bread of affliction, in which the
Should have
person
been
who was
more.
leading the Passover ritual, the
Should have
Seder,
been more.
will proclaim to all the guests
Get
as he
this.
holds up a piece of
Yes, I do.
matzah, simple unleavened
Whoop,
bread.
whoop, whoop,
Anyone who is hungry,
whoop,
let
whoop,
him come and eat.
whoop,
So
whoop. Here
there
we go,
is
Miss
An
Aquarius.
impetus built right into the Seder
Perfect.
ritual to
Almost.
recognize the needs
You've
of
got
others,
two to
the
get.
needs of strangers,
And I know you're going to
and
get
to
them.
include them
No
in
doubt,
their
no
own
doubt.
meal and try to alleviate their suffering.
Got it.
I see this in two principal ways. There is a challenge
Perfect.
of memory in our current moment, and there's a challenge of
Got it.
In terms of the
Oh.
challenge of memory, and this
I'll
is
take
something
it though.
that is very pragmatic that we can all do.
Get
We
it.
have to understand that
this war is being fought in two very significant manners. The first is, of course, on the ground. That
Get it.
Mariupol is being pummeled night after night with artillery in civilian areas. And the fighting is raging. A horrible, horrible war crimes are being committed that make the pogroms of
No
earlier
doubt.
centuries seem
No
minor
doubt.
matters. And Russia is
Champion.
lying about this.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's phenomenal how
Easy.
Here's the famous
I'll get this.
protest by a
Get
person in the media who managed
I'll
to get a
take it.
sign onto live
Big
TV
score.
to specifically tell Russians, they are lying to you. This is propaganda. And nevertheless, current opinion polls in Russia
Here we
indicate
go.
that the
I
vast
win, you
majority,
win.
the 80%
You win, I win.
of Russians support the war and believe that Ukraine is somehow populated by
Here we
Nazis
go.
and that they have to extirpate them. We see that people who try to tell the truth are horribly intimidated, like this Jewish journalist in Russia who had this pig's head left at his door
Oh,
with
easy.
an anti-Semitic statement.
Easy.
Anyone who tries to challenge this intellectual status quo tries to, it is actually, I'm sure
For
you're
sure.
aware, it's a crime
Get it.
currently to even use the word
That's what
war
I'm talking
to refer
about.
to what they prefer to call the special military operation in Ukraine. And the crime is punishable by 15 years imprisonment.
Get it.
So besides the refugees that I've already mentioned, some 11
What a
million
beautiful
people who
strike,
were
Mr.
displaced,
Aquarius.
there's an estimated
High five.
250,000 of so-called Russian refugees of
Get it.
conscience. Russians who
No.
feel that it's too dangerous for them to speak their minds in Russia,
For
and they're
sure.
fleeing to wherever they can get a
Get
visa to
That's
land,
what I'm talking about.
Georgia, Turkey, and elsewhere. But I firmly believe that truth will out. And in fact, the battle for information, the battle for memory, and how we will remember this is coming out in most amazing ways. This is dated just yesterday. That satellite, one of the things that happened in Bucha, as I'm sure you're aware, is that when the Russians left the city, there were bodies scattered all over the streets.
Not a
And
good
the
one.
Ukrainian forces, when they entered this suburb of Kiev, they found these bodies and they protested war crimes, things like that. The Russian foreign minister pronounced that no, these are plants. The Ukrainians planted them there in order to make Russia look bad, which is such a bald-faced, incredible lie. But satellite data, surprisingly, can come out and can actually prove that no, in fact, those bodies were represent people who were killed by the Russians and left there for 3 weeks before the Ukrainians even approached.
Big time.
So truth will out. What we can do, what our challenge of memory is that we have to make sure that
lemon
we speak
squeezy.
that we
Got 'em.
engage in this discussion, and that we insist on what we are all about, and that
Get
is
this.
the
Get a
Torah
strike.
model, where knowledge and
That
values.
looks good.
And I think that really means
Ooh,
something
high
as we go
five.
into this Passover
Good
season.
job.
I think it's worthy of all of us who are connected to
You're
the
welcome.
university
Get this.
to reflect on how we can best use our intelligence and our more
Get this
sensibility
now.
to help the
Get these
refugees
two.
from Ukraine. And with that, since I'm out
Get
of time,
these
I
two.
wish you all a Chag Kasher
You got
B'Sameach,
one.
a happy and redemptive Passover.
Oh,
Let us
for
hope
sure.
that next
No
year
doubt.
we will all celebrate together
Easy
in
peasy.
Jerusalem, and that
Got the
will be
wheezy.
a year where we will know.
Oh man, this is a tough shot now. No. That's it. You win, I win. Yes, ma'am. God willing. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you're like me, you're following the news from Ukraine
Excellent.
very carefully. And you'll see that one of the figures that frequently appears in the news commentary is one Vitaly Klitschko, who is the mayor of Kiev. And he provides some observations as to what was happening in Ukraine's capital city. And as I was watching him, I began to suspect, he just seems like certain aspects of his presentation are characteristically Jewish. So I thought I'd look a little further into it. And sure enough, there is a Jewish backstory to Vitaly Klitschko. It's quite fascinating. It says a lot as well about the Ukrainian Jewish past, and I think also about the Ukrainian Jewish future. So I read that Leslie Weiss, who is the deputy director of the National Coalition Supporting Eurasian Jewry, recently gave an interview in which he said, "But as you know, Ukraine is led by a Jewish president." Of course, she's referring to Volodymyr Zelensky. She continues, "The defense minister is Jewish, as is the president's chief of staff. Many members of the cabinet are Jewish. The mayor of Kiev, Klitschko, tells us about his Jewish grandmother every time we see him." And that is, in fact, the story. His father's mother was Jewish, and I'll tell you a little bit more about how that affected him in a moment. So that would make his father certainly Jewish by traditional standards. It would not make Klitschko himself Jewish by traditional standards, which regards matrilineal descent as what determines Jewish status. Of course, there are different opinions in 21st century America, but that's a matter of controversy. At any rate, Klitschko does not personally identify as Jewish. His wife is not Jewish as well, but nevertheless, he is not ashamed of his Jewish background. In fact, he has mentioned in interviews that he's very proud to have Jewish ancestry. He's a very impressive figure overall. He is a world heavyweight boxing champion. He holds multiple titles. He is the current mayor of Kiev, as I mentioned, and articulate in at least 3 languages, Russian, Ukrainian, and English, although sometimes his statements in English tend to be a little bit pungent and colorful. And there are 3 things about him that really made me think that he's got to have some kind of Jewish story going on. The first is that he is highly educated. This is very typical for Jews, particularly those living in urban environments. He holds a Kandidat Nauk degree, which is sort of like a PhD assistant professor level in the United States. He wrote a dissertation on boxing. He is a polyglot, right, speaking multiple languages with considerable fluency. That's also very characteristic of many Jews. And thirdly, and this is the one that really did it for me, he listens to his mother. His brother is also world champion boxer, yet they have never fought publicly, maybe in private, I don't know. And the reason they have never had a professional fight together is because their mother promised them not to do so. And the fact that he listens to his mother all of a sudden makes me think, this is someone we should listen to a little bit more carefully. Now, we should not be put off by the fact that professional boxer, because after all, there is a very long tradition of Jewish activity in the martial arts. Daniel Mendoza was one of the most famous of the pioneers of sport. His years are 1764 to 1836. He developed a lot of techniques and that apparently into what are considered today his class. So the idea of Jews being very physical and being active specifically in martial arts is nothing new. But there's a fascinating interview that I listened to recently that Vitaly Klitschko gave with this journalist, Dmitry Gordon. It was fascinating. It's really worth listening to. Even if you don't understand Russian, you can put on the subtitles and kind of figure out what's going on. I strongly recommend that you zip to 11:25, time marker 11:25, and then you'll hear him in his own words. And what he describes there is how his father was a career soldier. He was in the Soviet military and constantly moving around to many different bases. He kept his Jewish identity on the down low because of the reality of Soviet anti-Semitism, which was particularly prevalent in the military. But at home, they freaked spoke about his mother, who was Jewish. During the Holocaust, she was hidden chest by her husband during the occupation. And this went on for months. And Klitschko speaks about the tremendous child. And ironically, his mother that related to the Holodomor, the terror famine that occurred in 1932-33, and he relates to the Holocaust in a distinctly through this mixed heritage. He remarks in this interview how proud he is that of his Jewish family and the relations that they went through the Holocaust. And poses in this interview a challenge for himself and forcibly here is that in Jerusalem, there are places like Yad Vashem, one of the world's centers for the memorialization and the study of the Holocaust. He says in Jerusalem, there was no Holocaust. In Washington, in Los Angeles, there was no Holocaust. Right? These are both cities which have very famous Holocaust museums and research institutes. How is it, he continues, that in Babin Yar, right, in the middle of Kiev, where 100,000 people were shot, almost nothing appeared there for 80 years. Tiny memorial, which incidentally was recently bombed by the Russians. In Ukraine, he continues, the places of executions are not marked, and many people go on picnics there and walk their dogs on mass graves. And so he sets for himself and for future mayors the challenge of putting energy into developing an understanding of the Holocaust in Ukraine. I think that's extremely important. It's ironic that he gave this interview in November of 2021, and just a few months later, he would be embroiled in a war which, in many ways, bespeaks many of the tragedies and the cruelties that were seen during the Einsatzgruppen massacre, the so-called Holocaust by bullets in places like Bucha, but that's getting beside our point right now. He also notes that at Babi Yar, many people who pulled the triggers also had families, also loved their children, like defenseless people. They should be out of it. And he asks, why? He says it's important to this question because the world is very fragile. So, it's an individual who, in many ways, speaks to the far more complex than most people really realize, and also, hopefully, for an optimistic Ukrainian future, where there towards ways of understanding this complex. So, Klitschko, I can say he is definitely not a lightweight. He is actually a heavyweight. Thank you very much for watching this brief video. My topic for today is Ukraine and its Jews. When Rabbi Morris and I were first talking about the various topics and how we would actually phrase this, we had some challenge because, you know, the situation on the ground is changing so dramatically that we needed to choose a fairly generic topic that would cover all possibilities. So what I'm planning to do is to develop a single thesis, which I hope to demonstrate with a concrete graphic piece of art immediately, and then work through a historical narrative, and then bring it to the present day. And at that point, we'll wrap it up and we'll open it up for discussion and questions, see if my thesis works at all. Can you all see my screen? Ms. Slavitt, would you please nod your head if you see the image in the background? Okay, great. Okay, so that's the plan. Now, the thesis is basically that historically, Jews of Ukraine have oriented themselves culturally like they have in most countries as a minority. They've oriented themselves towards the most powerful national unit in multinational states. So, for example, in Austria-Hungary, they tended to be more Austral-phile. When Hungary became much more independent after 1867, they began to develop a Hungarian Jewish identity. In Ukraine, they were first Polonophile, meaning like developing an identity that began to connect them to the ruling Poles and then later to the ruling Russians. But in the last 3 decades since independence from the Soviet Union, I would like to tender for our discussion that Ukrainian Jews have begun to develop, really for the first time in their history, a Ukrainian Jewish identity
which has very significant implications for the current moment we're in and for the future. As a kind of point of departure, have a look at this unusual Holocaust memorial, which is located on the wall of the Great Synagogue of Lutsk. Let me just show you where that is located in Ukraine itself. Here's a map that shows, I've dropped a little pin where Lutsk is. It is in northwestern Ukraine, just to give you some orientation. Here's Kyiv, and then to the right is Poltava, which I know is a place very important to you because it's a sister city to your organization, to your temple, and also Odessa here in the south. So this is in the western part of Ukraine, not too far from Lviv, or Lviv as it's pronounced now. This is the actual site of the monument on the side of the 17th century Lutsk Great Synagogue, which was built in the classic fortress style, possibly because of the many Cossack rebellions that we're going to discuss in a moment that occurred in that place. But let's have a closer look at the image itself. First of all, a couple of superficial things. The first is you can see between 2010, when the photograph on the right was taken, and 2011, just a year later, when this photograph was taken, there's been some decay to the building, and no one has maintained it. I don't know what it looks like today. I don't have any friends in Lutsk to take a more contemporary picture, but there's something about how it exists in the public sphere. Secondly, it seems like there's been some minor vandalism. Some people may have put some stickers on here, which could have been for anything. Could be a political thing, a commercial thing, who knows? And it's been hastily removed, which means something, but not completely removed. So that's just superficial observations, which may be relevant later. But then if you look at the text in the triangles below, you can see that here there is a text that describes the history of the Jews of Lutsk right up into the Holocaust. But the language that's used there is Ukrainian, not Russian, which is rather unusual. Particularly during the Soviet years, Ukrainian would certainly have been the third language, certainly not the first language, but Ukrainian is there prominently, and there is no Russian text at all. Jews overwhelmingly spoke Russian first for the 20th century, not Ukrainian. Nevertheless, this Jewish memorial on a synagogue is written in Ukrainian. Secondly, on the left-hand side, you see it's written in Hebrew, not Yiddish. Yiddish, of course, was the overwhelming vernacular of the Jews in the 19th century, and prior to that, the fact that they would choose Hebrew indicates that it's very strongly oriented towards Israel, the modern state of Israel. So here you have a monument on the side of a synagogue that is texted in Ukrainian and in Hebrew, but the most dramatic and striking element of this image, which I'm sure many of you have picked up on, but it would have been instinctive to anyone in Ukraine, is the shape. You can see that the figure in the center, which looks like a Jew with hands raised in prayer looking upward, is clearly evocative of the trident of Volodymyr. This is the national symbol of Ukraine, which is named after Saint Volodymyr, the first figure in Ukrainian history to convert to Christianity in 988. It is a distinctly Christian and Ukrainian nationalist symbol, and here it is embedded directly into the very structure of this monument. So I'm using this as kind of like a thought piece in art to look at how Jews in Ukraine may be envisioning themselves in an independent Ukraine, which represents a break from much of their prior history. Speaking of the history, let's go to that now. So here is a very well-known map, the Pale of Settlement. This is the region in the former Russian Empire prior to 1917, where Jews were allowed to live in Russia. Russia proper had banned all Jews from the year 1479, when, in somewhat of a scandalous development, a member of the royal household, influenced by a local Jewish doctor, converted to Judaism. And at that point, the church was enraged, and they actually embarked on a centuries-long campaign to root out what they called as Judaizers, and no Jew was allowed
except under very exceptional circumstances, to live in Russia proper. Catherine the Great, the 18th century ruler who was involved with the dismemberment of Poland, suddenly found herself, with the acquisition of those Polish territories, the owner of the largest single population of Jews in the world. And although the church urged her to expel them or do something with them, she nevertheless effected a compromise by creating this territory where Jews were allowed to live. And as you can see in the north, from the Lithuanian and southern Latvian territories down through what would later be Belarus, on the western part, it has the Kingdom of Poland. And then the large part towards the south is Ukraine. This circle here just roughly describes the main area of Jewish settlement, which was on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which bisects Ukraine. It goes through Kyiv and then down to the Black Sea. And most Jews lived on the western side of that river. Poltava was towards the newer area of Jewish settlement, and Odessa as well, for other reasons, because it was founded in a late time. Now, for the most part, in this region, Jews lived among Ukrainians in a kind of an economic symbiosis, where there were moments of conflict that I'm going to explain in a moment. But by and large, it was uneventful. By and large, they slowly picked up cultural habits and tics and ideas from each other. Most of Eastern European Jewish cooking, for example, is overwhelmingly Ukrainian in nature. There's a tremendous amount of Ukrainian in the Yiddish language. A certain amount of Yiddish also made it into Ukrainian and so on. But if Jews had to sort of identify with a nationality after being Jewish, it tended to be Russian, because the Russians were the dominant power. And it's dangerous for minorities to identify with a powerless population. Even though they may be the dominant population in the region, it nevertheless, it might not work well for them, as we shall describe. There was one moment, however, where this changed dramatically. That is the topic of the dissertation that Rabbi Morrison mentioned earlier. During the brief period of the immediately after the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, Ukrainians and Jews attempted to establish an independent state, which was founded on much more European principles, not as an ethnic nation state, but rather as a citizen-based state in which all minorities would have unprecedented rights and privileges, including the Jews. And as one artifact of that period, here is a 100 karbovanets bill, a unit of currency from that very brief-lived time. And on the other side of this bill, it's all in Ukrainian, which was the dominant language, at least in terms of the population. But on this side, the obverse, you had 100 karbovanets written in Russian, Polish, and right below the numbers 100, you see it's written in Yiddish, because the Jews were actually given a minister of Jewish affairs. They were allocated tax dollars for Jewish schools and mikvaot and synagogues and things like that. It was a really wonderful kind of utopian idea that ended in horrific failure, largely because of the pogrom violence that swept over the countryside in the civil war of that era. And
how you living, Yolo?
about 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were actually perpetrated by...
It's good, sons.
Dude, I got major penis swallows out.
All right, I mean, that's cool and all, but that's not really my thing. Talk to me when you get pussy. Yo, what's going on, Conan? Conan, what's going on, baby? Oh, richer than I could ever be. Hey, are you named after the barbarian or the stand-up comic, big dog? Oh, tight. All right. Are you a fan of Conan O'Brien? Oh, that's tight. Did you ever watch the late night with Conan O'Brien? Did you ever watch the Tonight Show with Conan O'Brien? Hold on. I'm in the middle of a fascinating conversation with Conan. Just Conan the Barbarian. Okay. Who's your favorite Conan the Barbarian? Okay, very cool. Well, I assume you are friends of No Puss and Yolo Molo. Did you know that Yolo Molo's ex-girlfriend had sex with his cousin, and his cousin impregnated dog? How crazy is this? Oh, that's tight. Well, how do you like fatherhood? Dude, I heard that you're not as big as your cousin because your baby mama said that your cousin used to beat it up to the point where he would bruise her cervix, but you didn't do the same. Why not? Yo, dog, what up? This is terrible. How you living, pimp? Hey, this is terrible. Were you aware that Conan is the cousin of Yolo Molo, and Conan is the baby daddy of Yolo Molo's ex-girlfriend, who is also... Did you know this?
I didn't know you were that cousin.
What's on my camera? What do you mean? It's a Jewish history podcast?
By forces that were ostensibly loyal to the same government that printed.
Yellow Molo's business.
Dog, once you come about Ukraine. They're talking about Ukraine. So, Yolo Molo.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Yeah?
Go ahead, big dog.
When was the last time you got pussy, big dog?
Man, it could have been today. I lose track.
What?
I lose track of my body count at 42 chicks.
Did you get so many? Oh my god.
Yeah, I lose track. I have it very well documented up to 42, but then I lose track.
Brother Rothschild, are you there?
What up, pimp? How you living, baby?
Oh, no, I'm terrible, bro. The demons got to me.
I see. That's why they renamed you. This is terrible. How did the demons get to you?
Well, I was very open and liberal, and they misused morals and all that bullshit, and they fucking got to me with my own morals. They're fucking awful.
Who's they?
These fucking demons.
Where did you meet the demons?
I'd like to go into depth with you off stream, but I don't really feel safe.
Well, this is a safe space, baby. Let it out.
Another time, maybe when I'm not stressed.
All right. Well,
I would definitely love to explore some stuff with you.
okay. Well, whenever you're comfortable, you let me know. You want to talk about all the demons in your life? Very well.
Hell yeah.
No puss. Is it no puss or no puss?
No puss.
There's no pussy. He doesn't get pussy.
Why don't you get pussy, dog?
It's straight penis gobbling. It's like a simulator in real life.
You gay?
Oh, you're gay?
Huh?
Are you gay?
I thought that's what you were saying.
So, Rothschild, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
what is the freakiest thing you ever did? Be true. You're gonna share.
I've been a gigolo, so that means husbands would pay me to fuck their wives. I had 3 ways with chicks.
Rabbi, you're a fucking freak.
So you cut somebody? You
Oh,
cut
big time,
somebody.
dude! All the time, like, yeah, I had random one-offs that I do. I would have regulars at hotel rooms, at their house, all kinds of places.
Oh no.
Word, dogs.
How much we charge?
I didn't even really want money for it, but people would pay me $1,000 to fuck their wives, so I'd take it.
So, you remember?
You guys are reminding me of the shit right now. What the fuck is wrong
fuck someone's life try?
Never. I would never admit to it. It would destabilize the economy. I'm curious, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
I've studied a little bit of the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran.
Okay.
And I forget if it's in the Bible or Torah where it says Israel shall be split in half by demonic forces. You know, the outside world is demonic, and half of Israel will be torn by demonic forces. Do you remember that?
Not off the top of my head. What are you talking about?
They were talking about the end times in the Torah and the Bible.
They don't really discuss the end times in Torah. Are you sure you don't mean in like the New Testament or something?
The New Testament. What is the merging between Jewish and Christian faith? What is that one called? It's the New Testament?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a New Testament scholar, so I'm the wrong person to come to for that.
Okay. Do you think there's anything wrong with wanting to study these books in order to getting closer to God?
That's what we all do.
Yeah. But what I mean is do you think God will forgive me for, wanting to follow him in such a fervent path that, if anything smells like him, I'll be looking into it.
What does God smell like?
No, that's an exaggeration. But anything godly, that's not pantheonic.
Okay, so like living a righteous.
I'll be looking. I'm interested.
So like living a
That's what I mean.
So like living a righteous life.
Yeah. You ever heard of not to be associated with Nazism or anything, but the Urmensch,
Yeah.
which is your own view of your own path and righteousness.
Okay. Yeah. I'm familiar.
Trying to help your fellow man.
Certainly. I think it starts with having a strong inner foundation, knowing your values. It's important to be humble and to guard your thoughts, guard your tongue. I think that it's important to have integrity. Telling the truth is important. The idea of doing what is right when no one's watching, that's kind of my definition of integrity.
Acting in the absence of God as if he's there.
Yeah, I mean, because he is. If you believe in God, treating others well.
No, but that is like we're mentioned. Not to kill God, but to say if God is not there, it is a terrifying world. From what I've explored.
How do you?
Because anything can just happen at any moment. It's quite terrifying.
How do you kill God?
And so, I think the first thing you would do is you would stop the belief in him everywhere you could.
Okay.
I think that's how you do it. I don't think I'd want to do that, but if he doesn't exist in the minds of the people, then does he exist, right? It's a what do you call it? Fallacy, maybe?
Perhaps, but let's use an example. Let's say there is an alien that exists. We just don't know their name. Are they dead because we don't know about them? No, they still exist. It's just we don't know about them or we choose not to talk about them.
Well, yeah. Well, I think I'd be pretty afraid of this alien more than I would like a godlike entity. Because these aliens don't have the genetic humanity that we have. right? And so they might be close to us and somehow related to us, but genetically they're different from us. And so it's everyone's laughing right now. It's a hard, strange subject to talk about with people.
You've lost me, Kurt. None of that.
You've thrown me off. You've thrown me off. I'm trying to talk around like Rothschild. You're giggling, and I'm a giggly guy.
I can't read it. No. Okay. It's just like really small.
Brother here is Jewish, by the way. So.
Okay. Okay. I think these are traditional writings of our ancestors. Do they really affect us in a modern age? It's up for debate. What you? Yeah, I mean that was written over the course of hundreds of years ago, and is some of it isn't even relevant today. I mean, there's 2,711 folios in the Talmud. A lot of it isn't relevant today. Well, things have changed. I mean, like, for instance, we no longer have a temple, so we don't have basically a place to offer sacrifices. So much of the information regarding at what temple? Okay, well, the temple hasn't been rebuilt. There's still the Al Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock on the Temple Mount. So that's the only place where sacrifices are to be done. If anybody else is doing sacrifices outside of that, they are against mainstream Orthodox Judaism.
I'm curious. Yeah, go ahead.
I am the biggest Zionist in the world when Israel is doing good. I believe that the entire world is Israel, and thus it's just a matter of time until we expand and take over the world. And
I think I understand what you're saying in terms of belief and harmony, I believe. Is that what I'm kind of getting at?
To some extent, yeah.
In terms of,
I want to see Zionism succeed.
I have a very...
This is terrible. This is terrible. Let me explain. Unless you want to explain on my behalf.
No, go ahead, brother.
I would like to see Israel become the entire world without anyone needlessly dying. I'd like for a world of world peace.
I understand what you're saying because the Jewish teachings are very solid, right? But and you look at the Jewish community and how stable they've been, through history, right? But the biggest fear which non-Jews have is, do you remember when Moses came down from the hill?
From Mount Sinai, yeah.
What was the idol that he was facing that was false?
The golden calf.
A golden calf. And so Jews have been kind of. Do you remember Moloch?
Sure.
What is Moloch? What does he look like?
A bull.
He's a big golden bull. And so there have been rumors and statements that Jesus was a human sacrifice to Moloch.
Okay. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. That's fine.
In order for things to expand, if you look at everything.
Cool.
It's a little bit of a scary thing.
Oh.
And then you can also view Jesus as a false idol as well. Correct.
Yeah, more accurately, I would say that a false deity, because many Christians believe him to be both God and man. And if that's true, he was killed. I think all Christians believe that he was killed, and that means God died, which doesn't make sense to me. Like, if God can die, then they're not God.
But if this life, we've explored this in science. There's things like the fourth dimension. There's crazy shit, right?
Sure. What
is this life living beyond it?
What is this life
Is
to
the
living
question.
beyond it? What do you mean?
How does God exist beyond this life, and yet he can be quote unquote killed?
I don't think he can be killed.
He cannot be killed.
Whatever God is, I don't even like using a pronoun with him. So whatever the name is, whatever God is, whatever it is, whatever. I don't think it can be killed. If it can, then it's not God. Then it's something else.
If he's come down as an avatar, as a flesh thing, to be like us, little flesh. Like, imagine he's a scientist, right? And he's looking down his little petri dish, and he looks at us and he says, "All right, I'm coming down. However, I can come down to be like these people, to, fucking suffer just like them. Blah blah blah. All this. I to be affected the way they're affected, right? I'm not saying that God can be killed in this sense that he's outright done, like, from top to bottom, right? I'm just saying he's come down and been killed, like a test, right? Like, he's what happens if I come down in this ape body living among the apes?
Yeah, I understand. That's not a traditional Jewish teaching. We believe that God is incorporeal, so basically doesn't take a human body.
Okay.
That comes from Rambam, Maimonides. That's consistent Jewish taught and has been consistent Jewish teaching since.
That's a fair understanding. From the way you're explaining that is a fair understanding.
Yeah. So,
Rabbi,
what up, baby?
I don't mean to ask this. It's such a sensitive topic here, but is it true that Jewish people have tiny penises?
I don't look at other Jews' penises, so your guess is
Can we
as good
see
as
it?
mine.
No. Adam Sandler.
I've been meaning to
I'm a
ask
big
this for
fan.
the entire night. How much are you packing?
I'm average. Just ask LeBron. I have a very small screen, so I'll take a look. Let me see if I can see it. I'm looking. Yeah, it's still really small. I can't read it.
I'll read it if you want me to.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I've answered a lot of questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to answer them. I'm watching Jewish history lectures. You can feel free to watch these. I do have a section in this Discord that says "Ask Rabbi Anything." Any questions that you have, feel free to put them in there, and I will send you a prompt response.
Nice.
Beautiful. All right. With that, feel free to enjoy the Jewish history lectures. We're learning more about Ukraine.
This,
You're welcome,
yeah,
Pep.
which is
What
an
up,
irony
baby?
that I pursued in my research. So what happened in Ukraine is now
Cool.
we get to a new period, 100 years later, where there's an opportunity to kind of resurrect that unique moment of cooperation.
That's not my
But
thing,
Ukraine
baby.
has a lot of identity formation that itself has to explain. Like, for example,
What's that wrong,
you
son?
see here, Ukraine does recognize its unique Jewish population and its long Jewish history that, as we
No
shall see,
problems
goes
at all.
back 1,000 years. And they're prepared in a kind of much more European mode to celebrate and commemorate that. This is a stamp dated 2011 that commemorates the 70th
Yo, yeah. Just
anniversary
watch
of the tragedy of Babi Yar. That's the
Just watch
horrific
the
massacre of
history
some
lectures and enjoy it.
30,000 Jews in the space of just a handful of days when the Germans
non-Jewish
entered Kiev in the Second World War. But at the same time, here in 2009, they have another stamp that's dated 2009 that commemorates the 100th anniversary of the birth of Stepan
Okay.
Bandera, who is one of the figures who was most in favor of collaborating with the Nazis when they invaded Ukraine. So how is it possible that a country can at the same time celebrate its Jewish minority and promote
Yeah, I mean,
its Jewish
technically it
minority,
means
acknowledge
nation.
its long presence there, have
Even
a Jewish
Judaism is
president,
referred to as a
and
nation.
at the same time, it makes sense within their culture
As a-
to commemorate a Nazi collaborator.
Yeah,
This
definitely.
is one of the great paradoxes that I hope we'll have an opportunity to explain. So let's just do a very quick historical review. How did the Jews get to Ukraine? The Jews actually have an incredibly long history there. There are, some kind of hazy, legendary statements about Jews living in Ukraine, especially on the Black Sea coast from the first century of the Common Era. There's also a population in Ukraine associated with Khazaria in the 10th century, so really quite old, really at the very beginnings of Ukrainian culture.
Word dog, and I'll
But
answer
the
any of your
big
questions.
masses of
Like I said,
Jewish,
put your questions
migration
in the section that says
Ukraine
Ask
happened
Rabbi
from the 12th
Anything.
through the
And when I have
17th
time, I'll
century,
answer all of your
primarily
questions.
from the line.
I always do. I always answer anybody's questions that are in there.
The reason for that is twofold. First, there was increasingly unwelcome anti-Semitic pressures that were forcing the Jews from the West to consider new homes. The rise of the blood libel in the 12th century, the host desecration in the 13th century, the Black Death in the 14th century, repeated expulsions of Jews from France 3 times in the 14th century alone, made Jews consider that they were not necessarily welcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, there was a second factor. There was a vacuum for precisely the kind of skills that Jews had in Eastern
Baby.
Eastern Europe.
As I've
was
said to you,
beginning to
I've
develop
answered
as a
questions
colony,
all night.
and they needed a
I've
herd
answered. You
population
guys have good
that was
questions. Any
literate
other questions that you
especially
have
numerate,
in the Ask Rabbi
that
Anything
actually
section?
worked
Otherwise,
with
I'm going to
numbers
continue
and
watching my
figures and
lecture.
basic
This is
accounting
what I like to do.
that could
Enjoy
understand
yourselves,
commerce, that understood metallurgy. A lot of the earliest Mitteners of this period were actually Jews, and some of the earliest Polish coins are actually written in Hebrew characters, for example. And so Jews were actually invited to settle in the regions that were controlled by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, in particular their southern landholdings.
What is this about again, Rabbi?
So that's basically when Jews started making their way from Ashkenaz to Ukraine. The economic structure of the region was very much kind of like caste-like, where the vast majority of Ukrainians were agrarian, working the fields, and the landowners, the higher classes, tended to be Poles, quite often living far away in Poland itself. And here's where the Jews came in. The Poles would basically hire the Jews to act as middlemen or leaseholders through a system called the arenda, which is a kind of tax farming, where the Polish nobleman would say, I would like you Jews to manage my large farm called the latifundia, which included more than farms. It included the entire villages. It included the mills, the presses, and literally even the people, because the Ukrainians were serfs, which is not exactly the same thing as a slave, but not quite as high as a peasant. They were, attached to land. They could not leave the land. They could not marry without the permission of the Lord, and so on. And the nobleman would typically, the Polish nobleman would typically say to the Jew, okay, you and your community, I want you to raise 1,000 zloty from my latifundia, and the Jews would go out and do it. And they were empowered by the nobleman with, the force of law to impose any kind of taxes that would successfully raise that amount of money. The Jews would, of course, raise more than that. They would raise, let's say, 1,200 zloty, because the other 200 would be their profit. And then they would turn over the 1,000 zloty to the Polish nobleman. The problem was that the system was inherently exploitative, such that if the Jews did a good job and they turned up on time with the 1,000 zloty in hand, then the nobleman might be tempted to say, hey, you know what? That seemed pretty easy. I guess I underbid. I would like you to collect 1,100 zloty next year. And that meant the Jews had to come back and get more creative and more oppressive in finding different ways to tax the local Ukrainian population. And there were many innovative ways of taxation which were, increasingly hated by the local population. One of them, for example, was propinatia, which was essentially the monopoly on the distillation and sale of alcohol, which meant that Jews in Ukraine basically cornered the market on all of these Kretschmas. That's what this art from the 1920s represents, a traditional Jewish Kretschma, which has Jews involved in the sale of alcohol and also very much involved in music, klezmer and so on, and Ukrainians in their best finery come to enjoy a little bit of socialization. But if you can imagine that, the Jew is, collecting taxes on this, and maybe he'll allow people to run up a tab, and then at harvest season, you've got to pay up a large amount, perhaps with interest. And the most hated of the accusations, which was widely circulated in Ukrainian folk songs, is the accusation that Jews actually held the keys to churches, and that if you wanted to baptize your child or get your children married, you had to pay the Jew to open up the church, which was heavily resented. What ended up happening, as you can imagine, is there was a rebellion in the 17th century led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and he was able to capitalize on the large number of people called Cossacks or Kozake, who were essentially runaway serfs who had made their way to the borderlands, to the region of Zaporizhia, which is today where they have the nuclear plant. And from there, they would engage in raids on Tatar lands, on Turkish lands, and sometimes on the Polish noblemen. Here you can see in this remarkable piece of art by Ilya Repin, something that really speaks to, the Ukrainian national identity, the idea, and this is something I think really fits very well with the way Americans see themselves. As a Canadian looking from the outside in, I perceive this about your wonderful culture, and thank God I'm very happy to be here. But there are some quirks about your culture that I don't quite get. One of those things is like this incredible attachment to freedom, and don't tread on me, and you're not the boss of me. That's definitely a very Ukrainian attitude as well, which comes from the idea of these freebooting Kosake. The leader of these bands was Bogdan Khmelnytsky, shown here on a banknote from modern Ukraine. And he led this major attack against the Poles, against Ukrainians who had converted to Catholicism, who he viewed as traitors, and of course against their middlemen, the Jews. Some of the worst pogroms in Jewish history occurred in the middle of the 17th century, led by this man. So Ukrainians view him as a great national liberator who, brought freedom and independence to the Ukrainians, whereas Jews view him as an incredible anti-Semite. both of those images are true. They are not yet reconciled in modern Ukraine, but it is in many ways akin to the American difficulty kind of working through a lot of the issues of the Confederate South that continues to the present day. But to give you another example of this Cossack spirit, this is a recent stamp that was inspired by the incident at Snake Island in the war. In the background, you can see the Moskva while it was still floating, and the Ukrainian soldier on Snake Island literally giving the middle finger to Putin, and it goes along with an expletive in Ukrainian as well. That's very much kind of the Cossack spirit, which I think Americans can actually identify with in many ways. So during some time, what shifted after Khmelnytsky is that although he was a great rebel leader and was able to motivate the Kozaké to organize them and to bring them to bear as a tremendous weapon against the Poles and drive Poles out of much of Ukraine, he was a terrible governor. And once he had control, he didn't know what to do with it. So ultimately, he decided to make a union with Russia. In 1654. The guy on the left is actually my younger self when I was doing my dissertation research over there in the 1990s. And behind me is the Great Soviet Monument commemorating that union, which of course is really great for Soviet and Russian propaganda because it indicates the huge friendship of the Ukrainian Russian peoples, which you can see on the right in the statue, which is actually at the very bottom of the apex of that arch. That shows, heroic, buff, shirtless, strangely, Ukrainian and Russian people upholding the Soviet emblem as a symbol of eternal friendship of Ukrainians and Russians. Here you can see how the arch was defaced by protesters in 2020. They painted a crack on it to indicate that loving relationship between Ukrainians and Russians had changed dramatically in recent years. Now, at this point, I'm seeing that I'm taking a little longer than I expected, so I'm going to kind of zip through this in one sentence. During all of this period, we've had a series of triangular relationships. There's Jews, Ukrainians, and one other people, either the Poles or the Russians. This also repeats itself in the western region of Ukraine, which for most of this part was kind of like an exception because it was under the Austro-Hungarian government rather than the Polish or the Russian government. And in all of those relationships, Jews tended to orient themselves towards the more powerful nationality, originally the Poles and later the Russians. But in the 19th century, that began to see some changes, which we can discuss very briefly now. Let's zip ahead to the 20th century. So as I mentioned, during the revolutionary period after the Romanov dynasty fell, there was this brief period of a rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians that ended in terrible and bloody failure. Central to that failure is the figure shown here in this statue, who is exactly like Khmelnytsky. There are many figures that follow the same kind of path, that it seems that the path to Ukrainian independence is almost invariably wrapped up with anti-Semitic agitation at the same time. Simon Petlura, shown here, is a very misunderstood figure. He actually was a journalist who found himself at the helm of this fledgling government. And in my research, what I argue is that he was not so much the architect of the violence as he was paralyzed by it and did not know how to control it and did not take the appropriate steps that the leader had in order to control that violence. Nevertheless, Ukrainians view him as a hero. Here you see the statue with the blue and yellow flowers. And the Times of Israel is complaining, of course, that he's, this pogromist, and nevertheless there's a statue set up to him. He was later assassinated in Paris in 1926 by this man, Shalom Schwarzbard, who murdered him specifically because he viewed him as the person who had organized these horrible pogroms in 1919. And when Schwarzbard was amazingly acquitted by a Paris jury, perhaps feeling guilty about the Dreyfus affair that was 30 years earlier, in which they convicted an innocent Jew, in this case they actually acquitted a clearly guilty Jew who murdered him in cold blood in the street and was not repentant about it. But it was nevertheless seen by Jews as a huge victory. Here you can see a
a remarkable piece by Chagall that shows the raised Torah scroll with the angel of vengeance flying overhead and the word Schwarzbard written in Yiddish, as if that is the Torah. The Torah is Schwarzbard's vengeance. You can imagine the mood of Jews after the pogroms of 1919. And there are many places, like here in Beersheba, where you have a street named after Schwarzbard, which is called Hanokim, the Avenger. So just like we saw with Khmelnytsky, you have a moment in Ukrainian history where, the drive towards Ukrainian independence is intimately wrapped up with anti-Semitic activity. The worst period, of course, would be during the Holocaust, and this is what stands and looms so large in the American Jewish diaspora memory. We should understand that Ukraine was divided by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the secret pact between Hitler and Stalin in 1939. You can see here, this region was divided between the Soviets. It was taken over from Poland, divided between the Soviets and the Nazis. And so for 2 years, the Soviets came in and tried to forcibly communize the region, imposing communal agricultural and communal standards and persecuting religion, much like they had in eastern Ukraine, which included the horrible, disastrous Holodomor, the terror famine of 1932-33. At its helm was a Jewish figure named Kaganovich. So many Ukrainians viewed this rapid communization of the era to be essentially an expression of Jewish activity. This was not at all the case. There were some prominent Jews definitely in the Soviet movement, but they were largely purged in the 1920s and early 30s, and you don't have the same kind of phenomenon. But nevertheless, belief is far more important than reality, and many Ukrainians viewed the Jews as being allied with the Soviets that they hated so bitterly. When the Nazis double-crossed the Soviets and invaded, they came into this region with 4 units known as Einsatzgruppen, or mobile killing squads, and this was the so-called Holocaust by bullets. I've already mentioned Babin Yar. That was where some 33,000 Jews lost their lives. And by the way, the Nazis would continue to use that ravine in Kiev for another couple of years, killing another 60,000 non-Jews also in Babi Yar, buried together with the Jews in a massive mass grave. But this is the way in which most Ukrainians were associated, if they were associated with the Nazis and the Holocaust. It was through this Holocaust by bullets, in which the Nazis would employ so-called Hilfswillige, or willing helpers from the local populations who would engage in assisting these mobile killing squads, killing somewhere between 1.5 to 2.5 million people in Eastern Europe. This is incidentally the way in which my own grandparents lost their families at this time. Babi Yar was recently bombed by Putin, of course. Luckily, the monument itself was not damaged. Other features were damaged. But even here you can see, despite the history that I've given you, there's still blue and yellow flowers at this uniquely Jewish Holocaust memorial. So we have to try and unpack these things and try to understand how they fit together. In our current moment, Vladimir Putin is looking to channel his Tsarist predecessors to develop this idea of the Ruski Mir, the Russian world, in which he wants to try and recreate this larger Russia, which includes Ukraine as an intrinsic component part of it. But it's interesting to note that his main sort of justification for propaganda purposes for attacking Ukraine is that it is filled with Nazis. But we should understand that, what does that term Nazi mean? I mean, it's clearly absurd. The country is not filled with Nazis. But for Russians, they view the idea of Nazis as anyone who tries to conquer their country from the West. This is a huge thing for them. It's much bigger for Russians than it is even for Americans. As much as we revere the Greatest Generation and D-Day and things like that, Russians, of course, had Nazis on their soil. And so they created, like in Kiev, this massive and rather grotesque motherland statue to symbolize the defense of the country from those invading Nazis. And so in a way, Putin is actually thinking of the EU and NATO as the Nazis, and the Ukrainians, by leaning that way, fall into that definition. For Ukrainians during the Nazi period, it's much more interesting, much more relevant to think of their at one time connection to the Nazis, and I'm generalizing because I'm running out of time, as really one in which they're trying to get rid of the Soviets. They view the Nazis as hated enemies, but possible temporary allies. This is actually a propaganda picture from an organization called the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, and a related organization called UPA. And as you can see, the soldier here on the bottom, he's trampling on both the Soviet and the Nazi flags. The Soviet one on top, the Nazi one below, because they view the Nazis as their allies to kick out the Soviets. This is still present to some degree in certain elements of Ukrainian society, but as we shall see, fairly small elements. This is the Azov battalion that clearly has a small element. Some scholars estimate as much as 10 to 15% of their enrollees have neo-Nazi inclinations. And in the question and answer, maybe we'll have an opportunity to discuss this in greater detail. Contrast this, on the other hand, by someone like Volodymyr Zelensky, who, like Putin, is named after Prince Vladimir, that very first Ukrainian prince who chose Christianity in 988. But his vision is of a Eurotropic Ukraine. He is not thinking of this Ruski Mir, this great Russian world that includes Ukrainians as younger brothers to the Russians. He's thinking of Ukraine as a multi-ethnic, multinational, modern state that can admit many different populations. And it's amazing that Ukrainians agreed. 72% of them voted for Zelensky in the last presidential election, a phenomenal number that, in America, we can only imagine in a presidential election that has such a high margin of victory. And ironically, Putin's invasion has only accelerated this tendency among Ukrainians. So let me take us now to the implications of the future by way of conclusion. Here's a remarkable study that appeared in 2018 from the Pew Research Center. When asked the question, would you be willing to accept Jews as citizens of your country? Ukrainians were the most welcoming of Jews of all Eastern European countries. Only 5% of Ukrainians said that they would not be willing to admit Jews as citizens of their countries, which, was half as much, a third as much as Russia and Belarus and Poland, a quarter as much as my homeland, Lithuania, and, just 1/6 of Armenia. This is a remarkable number that indicates that even though American Jews tend to have this image of this inveterate Ukrainian anti-Semite, they'll say the Ukrainians were the worst during the Holocaust, which is maybe something we'll discuss in the question and answer period as well. Nevertheless, modern Ukrainians seem not to fit that. And if we compare this number with a similar study done by the same institution in 2019, it's not exactly the same questions, but Jews are very well welcomed in this country. And if you look at the figure on the right, among those who are coolest to Jews, the mean number was 8%. So America may not even be as welcoming to Jews as Ukraine is, which, kind of boggles the imagination in some ways. Nevertheless, we are looking at an embattled Ukraine at this moment. This map was actually from last week, and I'm not sure what it looks like today. But as Jews, we should recall that, we just read the day before yesterday in synagogue, we just read the Shirat Hayam, the tremendous description of the Jews' escape through the sea when all seemed to be lost. It is arguably the greatest refugee story in world history, and perhaps we should bear this in mind when we're thinking about the fate of Ukrainians who are now also with their backs to the sea and deeply in need of our prayers. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and at this point I'd like to turn it back over to the Rabbi for questions and answers.
it's good to see you all here today. I would like to start our gathering in a good way by acknowledging that the University of Alberta is built upon the traditional lands of the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, Nakota Sioux, Iroquois, Dene, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Anishinaabe, Inuit, and many other Indigenous peoples. By acknowledging and teaching about past and contemporary injustices, we are making an effort to help ensure that history does not repeat itself. It is only when we are accountable for the past and understand the present that we can move forward to a future of conciliation. I would also like to acknowledge and thank all of the Indigenous people on our campus who are working diligently to make meaningful change to the system for future generations. And finally, I want to acknowledge that many Indigenous peoples from all across Turtle Island now live and study in Edmonton and at the University of Alberta. We need to value their diversity of cultural worldviews, their resiliency, and their many contributions. All right, well, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you all, whether you are attending in person or online, to this opening event for the History, Classics, and Religion Graduate Students Association's annual conference on the theme of societies in crisis, reactions, resilience, and resolutions. Just a wonderful contemporary theme and topic for this conference. My name is Ryan Dunch. I'm the chair of the Department of History, Classics, and Religion at the University of Alberta, a job that I've had for a while now and have one more year to go. I've been at the university since 1998. I remind people at every opportunity that there's one more year, you need a new chair. But the University of Alberta is one of Canada's leading comprehensive research universities with over 40,000 students and 500 graduate programs, as well as 200 plus undergraduate degrees. And our department dates back to the beginnings of the University of Alberta in 1908, when the departments of history and classics were both among the founding departments in the university. Today, our department is home to 7 undergraduate degrees, 7 graduate degree programs in the separate disciplines of classics, history, and religious studies, as well as in interdisciplinary degree programs that link across those disciplines. We have many areas of research strength among our faculty members and our graduate students, including, most relevantly, I won't try to list them all, but most relevantly for today's event, we have research strengths in Ukrainian history and Ukrainian studies, and in religious studies and the history of religion, which is an area of strength in classics and in history, as well as most obviously in religious studies. This conference, the HCRGSA Graduate Student Conference, is an annual event that is intended to showcase research undertaken by the around 75 graduate students in our department, ranging across the disciplines of history, classics, including classical archaeology, and religious studies. It also features the research of graduate students from other disciplines at the University of Alberta and from other institutions. I think I meant to welcome specifically people who are observing online today's event. I see there are 48 participants online, in addition to probably 40 in the room, so that's great to see. The conference today and over the next few days is generously supported by the Faculty of Arts Conference Fund, by the Bellsburg Jewish Studies Endowment and the Jewish Federation of Edmonton, by the Lutsky Family Foundation, and by the Department of History, Classics, and Religion itself. Lastly, it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished colleague, Dr. John Paul Himka, who is Professor Emeritus of History. Dr. Himka has an international reputation for his groundbreaking scholarship on the history of nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe, and on the history of the Holocaust during World War II in Ukraine and in its surrounding regions. And John Paul will introduce our guest speaker today.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, professors and students, fellow colleagues, I'm pleased to have been invited to introduce our very distinguished speaker, Professor Henry Abramson of the University of Brooklyn. Hero is a private university education of the Jewish community. Dr. Abramson has been serving as the Dean of Arts and Science at Touro since 2015. Although based in the United States for over 2 decades now, Dr. Abramson is a fellow Canadian. He was born in 1963 in a small town then known as Ansonville in Ontario. Later, the former Ansonville was incorporated into Iroquois Falls, but it can still be found on Google Maps. Ansonville is in the far north of Ontario, 450 miles north of Toronto. This is a locality that experienced the coldest temperature ever recorded for Ontario. In January 1935, the mercury here dropped to minus 70 degrees. The young Henry grew up, and it's hard to believe that it's a young Henry. There once was a young Henry. The young Henry grew up in this frosty land where people traveled by snowmobile and kids occupied themselves with cross-country skiing and sledding. Henry was the sole Jewish child in this small town. He had to learn to fight to defend himself against some anti-Semitic bullies. His parents took care of his Jewish education. This Ansonville was so poor in Jewish educational resources, his parents sent him to Toronto when he was 10. His mother lived with him, and several evenings a week he would attend a Jewish school where he learned Hebrew. He received his education in Toronto, university education in Toronto, earning a BA, MA, and PhD there. He wrote his doctoral dissertation under the supervision of the leading historian of Ukraine, Professor Paul R. Margucci. It was while he was a graduate student at U of T that I first took notice of a bright young scholar who was working on a key topic in the history of Ukrainian-Jewish relations. As I see it, he was undertaking a major project that would lay firm foundations for much of his later work, and that brought him to prominence among historians of East Central European Jewry. It was an examination of Ukrainian-Jewish relations during the turbulence and violence of the Ukrainian Revolution of 1917 to 20. This was a rich and controversial theme. During the revolution, the short-lived Ukrainian government implemented an unprecedented program of equal rights and cultural autonomy for the Jewish population, complete with the Ministry for Jewish Affairs and official status for the Yiddish language. But when the government began to lose control over its territory and population, and to transform into a mobile armed camp, troops loyal to it perpetrated savage pogroms against the Jews, killing tens of thousands of them. The assessment of the period has been radically different in the historical memories of Ukrainians on the one hand and Jews on the other. No one had been able to sort it all out, and the historiography was full of acrimony. Henry worked hard here and brought more sense to the topic than had ever been in evidence previously. He had the distinct advantage of having learned to read in Ukrainian, Russian, Yiddish, and Hebrew. The initial announcement of the results of his research was in the premier journal of the Russian and East European field, Slavic Review. He was still a graduate student when he published there. In 1995, he completed a doctoral dissertation on the subject. He did further research and reworked the dissertation into a book, A Prayer for the Government, published in 1999 by the Ukrainian Research Institute and Center for Jewish Studies at Harvard University. It received enthusiastic reviews and is still frequently cited and sometimes debated. I myself have cited it numerous times since it appeared. Working on that project led him to reflect more generally on the interaction of Ukrainians and Jews, and he wrote an article of great sensitivity and intelligence on this subject, truly a seminal text, The Scattering of Amalek. It destroys the myth of Ukrainian anti-Semitism as something inveterate or essentialist, and roots it instead in socioeconomic and political relations. He was still a graduate student when he wrote that, too. What he learned from the Revolution Project has served him in good stead as he worked more and more on the central event of 20th century Jewish history, the Holocaust. In fact, one can see the work on the pogroms of the Revolutionary era as a preparation for studying what happened just a few decades later. His article on the Demidenko affair, for example, Life Imitates Art, Imitates Life, shows the influence of his earlier work as he reflects on Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis in the murder of Jews and on the motivations of the participants. Quite a different kettle of fish is his later work on Rabbi Kalonimos Kalnish Shapiro. Shapiro was a Hasidic rabbi in the Warsaw Ghetto during the Nazi occupation of Poland. He delivered a series of weekly sermons to his congregation. After the war, the manuscript of his sermons was found amid the rubble of Poland's capital and was published in Israel under the name Esh Kodesh. Henry's scholarly explorations of the Holocaust from the vantage point of a Jewish holy man struck early readers, such as myself, as fresh and fascinating. I do not think that many scholars have the patience to mull over what the rabbi was saying the way Henry did. Nor do I think that many others would be able to explain the rabbi's points so clearly. In 2017, Dr. Abramson devoted a whole book to the topic, Torah from the Year of Wrath. Already in the 1990s, Henry exhibited an interest which would grow over time in visual images. I think this first came to the surface when he wrote his article, This is the Way It Was, on anti-Jewish cartoons in the Ukrainian newspaper published under the German occupation, the USPVC. His book, A Prayer for the Government, is lavishly illustrated. He later became involved in a documentary about wooden synagogues. This was The Lost Jewish Synagogues of Eastern Europe, directed by Karl Hirsch and released in 1999. He also became deeply involved in studying images of Jews in the Middle Ages. He produced an excellent little piece on the depiction of Jewish women in 1996, A Ready Hatred. While working at Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton, he curated an exhibition entitled The Art of Hatred, Images of Intolerance in Florida Culture. The catalog to this exhibition was published as a book under the same title in 2001. Dr. Abramson has had fellowships and visiting professorships in rather prominent academic centers, the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, Cornell University, Harvard, and Oxford. He's been based longer at two universities. He was at Florida Atlantic University from 2002 to 2006. Then he joined the faculty of Spuro College South, which was based in Miami. And in 2015, he moved to the main Brooklyn campus. He has produced a series of lectures online about Jewish history. It has had over 5 million views. He is presently working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people. This evening, Professor Abramson will be speaking on 1,000 Years of Jewish Life in Ukraine. Prepare to be spellbound.
Well, I was spellbound during that introduction, I have to say. Professor Intan, I'm very grateful for that encomium. That we're recording that, right? Okay, so I'll play it back to my mother. She will love it. But I'm deeply grateful. And since you lavished so much time on, on my history, I should mention to the audience here that, thank God when I was a graduate student, I did meet with a lot of success. Things fell into place in a very nice way. Things fell apart in a very useful way, I guess. Former Soviet Union was falling apart right about that time. And I usually met with positive critiques from my readers. But the one reader that floored me, that really took me down several pegs with an honest and useful critique, was none other than Professor Himka. I'm not sure whether you read the Slavic Review article, or maybe it was the dissertation, but he delivered just a 2-line critique about my premises in going into this particular research, which demonstrated to me that I had really only looked at about 10% of the problem, and that 90% of it, like an iceberg, was under the surface, and that I had to really rework things if I were to do this right. So I'm deeply grateful to you. We can talk about it later if you want to remember the specifics, but it was the most useful piece of criticism I think I've received in my scholarly career from someone who is not my wife. So I think I'd like to begin, first of all, by acknowledging the very gracious host of this evening. I'm very grateful to the sponsors, especially to the graduate students who organized this. Mr. Parkilia and Ms. Schmaltz invited me, and I have to say that letter that you wrote, you write that letter, it was a beautiful letter. I was like, you had me at the first paragraph. I'm coming to Alberta to tell you. I felt it's such a great thing when students appreciate you. It's one thing when peers do, but when students appreciate you, that's the best. I'm very grateful to Professor Coleman, who introduced me to some brilliant graduate students doing some excellent work. They are here in the audience today, Mr. Patterson and Ms. Kupinska. They have promised not to ask any hard questions, and I'm really grateful for the experiences I've had so far. And since this is a multi-ethnic audience, I'd like to begin by saying to everyone, Erev Tov, Dobry Večer, good evening, hopefully that covers everyone. Okay, but I really would like to begin my talk tonight with a small joke that it comes from the Jewish cultural canon. And I'm sure that many of you will understand the references, but I hope that they will be sufficiently transparent that even if you don't come from this liturgical tradition, you'll nevertheless understand the point of the joke. It goes like this. There's this out-of-work Jewish actor. He's living in Los Angeles. He's waiting for his big break. And meanwhile, he's waiting tables. And, this goes on for a year, 2 years, and he's beginning to lose hope. He's beginning to abandon the idea that he'll ever be on the silver screen. And one day he's reading one of the trade papers and he sees that they're looking for a gorilla impersonator. And he says, oh my gosh, if I really sound this role, but he really just wants to act. So he decides to go up for the audition. It turns out that the Los Angeles Jew, the Los Angeles Jew had, the Los Angeles Jew had lost his Black Friday, and so to get another one from Africa, they need an impersonator. So he wows them in the audition. He gets the part, and every day he finds himself strangely gratified by the experience. He puts on the gorilla suit. He gets into the enclosure. He beats his chest. The children squeal with delight. The parents are so happy. They throw peanuts at him, and he's finding new ways of expressing himself, using his instrument in the most full ways possible. And he's really finding fulfillment in his life. One day, he's really into his role. He's trained in Stanislavski method and so on. He's really getting into his role, and he's swinging with a little bit more violence than usual from a vine to a vine, and he swings out of his enclosure and lands into the lion's den next door. Looks up into the face of this ferocious feline, and he knows his life is about to end. So, it's been a long time since he went to Hebrew school, but he remembers that if a Jew knows that they're about to expire, the very last thing on their lips should be a pronouncement of the unification of God's name, the very last statement in the world. And so he covers his eyes with his right hand and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. He looks up and the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchus. And then the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired. Thank you very much for laughing. So the point of this story, which I think is a very sophisticated joke in this, points to the fact that identity is a very malleable thing. Identity is something that, as my teacher said, involves a hierarchy of multiple hierarchies. Loyalty to our Edmontonian or our Antillean roots, our Canadian roots, our religious tribe, our political tribe, our linguistic tribe, we go on, and we sort of work with these things to shape for ourselves an identity. And what I would like to propose to you today, which I have learned from my meeting with Ms. Papinska earlier today, this is not such a radical new idea, but we are looking at a very unique era in Ukrainian Jewish history in which a new Ukrainian Jewish identity is being forged. I'd like to demonstrate that as we race through a millennium of I don't want to say necessarily coexistence, but Jews living side by side with Ukrainians in the space of about 60 minutes. I will speak very fast. Let's start with this image that you see behind me. This is a rather remarkable image. Let's place it in situ. It is a Holocaust memorial that is found on the outside of a synagogue in Lutsk, Ukraine, just to give you a sense of where Lutsk is. Well, I think we have to, I took the mouse on here. You know what they say PhD stands for? Push here, dummy. Okay. So here's a map. You can see a little dot there where Lutsk is. It's sort of in northwestern Ukraine. Here's Kyiv marked here. And here's how it looks on the side of the building. This is a 17th century structure. It's what's called the traditional portrait style of synagogue architecture. Not, coincidental that this occurs during the era of Peasant revolts. Now, with the uprising that synagogues were built, much like this, I spoke at the Queen's Jewish Center just last week, and it looked exactly like this, actually. And you can see it sitting there on the wall of the synagogue, the Holocaust Memorial. Now, let's look a little bit more closely, though. Let's see how it's changed in the just a couple of years between those two pictures. First of all, you can see that the stucco work has become defined. This is taken, by the way, this picture is 2011, so it's long before the current conflict. But you can see that the synagogue has begun to decline, and no one is apparently taking care of it. And you can see here, there's kind of an interesting sort of soft vandalism, possibly. Someone has applied two stickers, one above the other, to the memorial. But then someone else apparently has come and has removed those stickers, or at least attempted to remove it. So that gives us a little bit of a attempt to read about how people feel about this memorial or what it might mean. There's text in two languages. You can hear on the right, the text is in Ukrainian, not in Russian, which speaks to a dramatic shift in language for Jews in Ukraine that occurred since independence in 1991. And on the left, perhaps not quite as surprising, text in Hebrew, not Yiddish. Yiddish, for those of you who are less familiar with Jewish languages, Yiddish is basically medieval German with phlegm. With phlegm. No, I pressed it again, but it didn't work. Okay, so it's basically medieval German with written in Yiddish Hebrew characters, a lot of a mixture of Romance languages and Slavic languages as well. And it was the overwhelming vernacular of Jews up until the Soviet Union came into existence. And then there was a rapid shift from Yiddish first language usage to Russian. But there were very, very few Jews who spoke Ukrainian as a first language, really until the end of the 20th century. And that process has accelerated dramatically, far faster than I had thought would have occurred. Now, those things are all, I think, kind of interesting, but the most dramatic element of this, something that I'm sure students of Ukrainian history will have recognized immediately in this, but when I speak to Jewish audiences, they're oblivious. The shape of the figure there, which appears to be someone beseeching God hands upraised in prayer, which is obviously evocative of the praying for mercy in the context of the Holocaust. How would Ukrainian Jews see that? Anyone want to offer an opinion? Please. Is it Trezov? Exactly. Thank you, Professor Coleman. Normally, if this is undergraduate, I would offer you a scholarship at the university. But, for anyone living in Ukraine, the Trezov, the traditional trident of Saint Volodymyr, is associated with the Ukrainian national symbol. It's embedded directly within this very holy artifact of a Holocaust memorial, which is fascinating, especially because if you speak to Jews in the diaspora, Jews will frequently associate Ukrainians with collaboration with the Nazis. The opposite of the idea of embedding a Ukrainian national symbol, which also has strong Christian overtones, because Saint Volodymyr was the first Christian leader of the Kievan Rus. It's fascinating that it would be baked right into the image. And I think this points to the overall malleability of identity that we see in so many ways. This is an article, for example, that just appeared in a very important Jewish newspaper, The Forward, written by Michael Gold, who is the editor of, I think it's called Hadashot. It's a paper in Kiev. And you can see from the title, The Birth of Ukrainian Jewish Identity is Happening Right Now. I'm hard-pressed to disagree. Let us, though, explore this in greater detail, and I'll take you through this lightning-fast review of Ukrainian Jewish history. I'm going to, we'll see how the question's going to end. This is how most Jews think of Ukraine, or at least used to think of Ukraine before 1991, to be sure. This is the Pale of Settlement, which is the region that Jews were allowed to live in under Tsarist rule. Jews had been forbidden to enter into Muscovite territory since the late 15th century. And when Catherine II conquered much of this region in the partitions of the late 18th century, she found herself suddenly in charge of the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. So Jews, in their geographic, cultural boundaries, don't necessarily identify Ukraine as a distinct entity, but they will kind of roughly speak of overlapping territories. Here is, by the way, where Ukraine is. For those of you less familiar with this map, this is a kind of a very rough bubble, but that's more or less roughly how Jews would think of Ukraine. It's only towards the western part of the Dnipro River, the so-called right bank, and extending generously into Austro-Hungarian regions and even into Polish and Belarusian regions. This is an area where Jews lived side by side with Ukrainians for well over 1,000 years, and there were certain moments of unusual cooperation. As Professor Himke mentioned in the context of my research, this is a bill from 1918, 100 Karbovanets, and during this very, very brief kind of honeymoon between Jews and Ukrainians, in the gap between the fall of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet regions. You see that the official languages of the country included on the top left, Russian, on the top right, Polish, and directly under the number 100, the phrase in Yiddish, 100 Karbovances. Rather remarkable that Yiddish was actually recognized as an official language of Ukraine, albeit very briefly and very tenuously. And if you go into the archives, you see how difficult it was for them to actually manage this. But it shows a tremendous degree of sensitivity for this Jewish population, largely urban and so on. And we see many examples of this. Here is a stamp from the year 2011 that commemorates 70 years since the tragedy of Babin Yar, which of course is one of the greatest short-term massacres of Jews in the history of the Holocaust, which occurred in the city of Kiev. It is a shared place of memory because, of course, after the first 3 days, it was used by the Nazis to massacre many, many more Ukrainians, about 60,000 Ukrainians, but about 33,000 Jews lost their lives in the first few days. Nevertheless, even though it is a shared heritage of suffering, the image clearly has a Jewish symbol, the menorah, pointing out the specifically Jewish aspect of this tragedy. And at the same time, while you have these unusual moments and artistic expressions of solidarity, you also have some images which are much more difficult for most Jews to handle, such as, for example, the valorization of individuals like Stefan Bandera, who was noted for his close relations with the Nazis in their attempt to drive out the Soviets. We spoke earlier today about there is a kind of a bizarre group of Jews who, in their opposition to Russia, have taken the ironic term Jidu Banderisty or something like that, Jewish Banderites, which is like one of the most weird oxymorons I've ever heard of, but maybe we'll get into that in greater detail. So in other words, this is a stamp with someone's face on it that would be deeply offensive to many Jews. So how do these two things sort of coexist, and especially how do they create this unique identity? So let me begin at the beginning by letting you know how Jews came to be in the first place. This is actually a fascinating map illustrating one of the tools that historians are going to have to master. I'm afraid to tell, with most of us at our age, where it's too late for us already, but you graduate students still have a chance. This is a genetic map. This traces the population of Jews moving through Europe based on the analysis of geneticists. And they have determined, for example, that the roots of Ashkenazic Jewry, basically from northern Germany, the Rhineland region, come from ancient origins in the land of Israel, specifically two major expulsions of Jews after the First and Second Roman Jewish War in the first and second centuries. Many of them were taken, as Josephus, the ancient historian, describes, to Rome, to the slave markets there. After some time, this large group of people, perhaps as many as 100,000, a very large number, particularly for ancient times, ultimately were able to gain mobility. And in one of these remarkable things that geneticists can do, around the year 850, a very small group of them, a so-called founder event that included 4 women from northern Italy, made their way up to the Rhineland region. The geneticists who prepared this research for Behar actually calculated that 46% of all Jews who claim to be Levites, Ashkenazi Levites, a particular tribal designation, descend from these 4 women. 5 of these were named Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. No, I made that up. I wasn't sure if it would work, but at any rate, that's where the Ashkenazim basically come from. There are other routes of migration and so on, but the part that concerns us is that they make their way in the 9th and 10th century to northern Germany, and then from the 13th and 17th century, there's a major migration eastward, as you see in this map here. The Ashkenazi Jewish community are both driven out of Germany by a rise in anti-Semitism, evinced by the rise of beliefs like the blood libel, post-desecration, and of course the Black Death of the 14th century. And at the same time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which dominates much of Ukraine at this time, has a dearth of individuals who are literate and numerate and able to create an economy in the region. And so Jews are brought in, they're given Magdeburgrecht, which is a kind of medieval set of privileges which communities can set up. It's a very appealing thing. They're able to set up essentially gated communities, kind of like Boca Raton, familiar with that place, and they make their way to the region of Ukraine. It's also worth noting, by the way, that there's another significant Jewish population, although a very mysterious one, called the Khazar Empire, that has its capital at Itil, north of the Caspian Sea. Very, very mysterious people. Besides the historic legends of earlier settlement in the Krim, which is quite possible, given that Jews were frequently following Greek traders and Roman legionnaires to the region. But the Khazars feature very prominently in a lot of the earliest historical records we have of the period. The conversion of Saint Volodymyr, for example, mirrors essentially a story of the conversion of the Khazar king. But many historians dispute the validity of the entire episode, and there's precious little evidence that there was much of a Jewish Khazar kingdom. There have been some fascinating archaeological studies done. Some of them demonstrate that the Khazars tended to use home architecture very similar to that used in the land of Israel in the ancient period. The 5-room house is mirrored here, but that's disputed by many archaeologists, although there have been some very recent discoveries that the Jews may have actually made their way to this territory. That was a long build-up for this one issue of Chile. But so no, seriously, when we get to the Khazars, I can't help it. There are some really tempting pieces of data besides the somewhat fanciful descriptions that we have in the Public Romania Clef and so on. In the Geniza archive, discovered just south of Cairo, with some massive treasure trove of medieval documents, hundreds of thousands of fragments of what was called sacred trash that was preserved by the Jews of Fustat. They found this document, which is a very demonstrably Jewish document. It's written in Hebrew, which is basically a letter of introduction. In modern Hebrew, it would be called a petek, that it indicates that the bearer of this note has fallen on hard times and is reaching out to co-religionists for financial support. Quite literally, these are used to our own day. People will knock on my door and will present a petek very much like this, albeit laminated. They didn't laminate back then, but seems to have held up pretty good. What's fascinating is that at the very bottom, this letter, which purports to originate in Kiev in the 12th century, is signed by an official in Turkic ruins, which suggests that there were, in fact, some Khazarian Jews living in Kiev, many of them with a level of status that they could sign these communal documents testifying to the bona fides of the bearer. But there's no question that when we look at the Jews of Ukraine through genetics, certainly through linguistics, and through the written records that we have, they're overwhelmingly descended from those Ashkenazic Jews from the Rhineland and not coming from Khazarian origins. Now, what were Jews doing in this economy? This gets to some of the more complex and difficult aspects of Jewish life in Ukraine. They were brought in primarily to fill a niche in the economy, which is something that historically Jews have excelled in. Long experienced with engaging in middleman economic roles, they found a position between the great landlords of Ukrainian territories, the Polish landlords who held these massive farms called latifundia, and as the traditional historiography goes, the Polish landlords were wrought to go down to Ukraine and actually manage these huge sprawling territories in order to gain their economic benefit. So they would hire Jews to go there, and they would engage in what's sometimes called tax farming. The Polish landlord could say, for example, to the Jewish community, because these things were generally structured in an almost feudal manner, the Jewish community and their representatives, okay, we believe that you can collect 10,000 zlotys from Fundia this year, so I'll see you next year this time, and you'll pay me for that. And you are authorized to go collect taxes in order to bring it to me. Now, the Jews could then go back and had tremendous freedom, which was supported by the Polish noblemen, who literally owned the entire town, the mills, the bridges, the presses, even the churches. And the Jews would then collect taxes on a variety of things. They could collect tax on produce, obviously, but they could also charge tolls for bridges. They could charge for hunting in the Lord's forest or fishing in the Lord's ponds. But basically, whatever they came up with, that would be a legitimate way to tax the population. Whatever profits they were able to earn was the delta between what they had to give the Lord and what they could collect for themselves. So if they had to come up with 10,000, they would try to collect from the Ukrainian peasants, let's say 12,000, and that 2,000 would be the backbone of the economy. And the other 10 would go to the Lord. In some notorious cases, not too many which have been identified historically, but nevertheless they loom very large in the Ukrainian imagination, as expressed in Ukrainian folk songs of the era. Jews even had the right to control access to the churches for baptism. So you can imagine the insult if you had to baptize your child and you had to pay the Jew to get the keys to enter the church. So this was not, seen very popularly by the larger population. One last detail: Jews were also given the right of propinatia, which means the ability, sole monopoly, to produce, to distill, and to sell alcohol. creating the ever-present fetchma, which is like a little Jewish inn that people would go to drink. And so you put these things together with one last item, lending money on interest, which is something that the church had allowed the Jews a monopoly of really since the 10th century. So you can immediately imagine, as in this picture here, which is kind of like a more happy depiction of it, you can imagine Ukrainians and all their finery coming to the fetchma where they enjoy some Jewish klezmer music, and your Jewish innkeeper is there, pouring them a drink. Maybe they're paying for it on credit against the harvest season, and that credit, of course, will create a tab that accrues interest. And at the end of the season, they find they've got a very large bill to pay. The huge flaw in this exploitative system was the fact that the nobleman could come back the next year and say, "Oh my gosh, wow, you're here right on time. Here's my 10,000. This is great. I must have lowballed it. So how about next year you go back and you collect for me 12,000 because obviously you did it so easily." And that means that the Jews would have to go back and would have to raise 14,000 in order to maintain the same standard as the previous year. And this would spiral out of control, it would ratchet out of control to the point where there was a popular uprising. The most significant of those popular uprisings is, of course, the Khmelnytsky revolution or rebellion of the middle of the 17th century, which was devastating for the Jewish community of the region. Khmelnytsky basically is a huge heroic figure in the Ukrainian mind, primarily because he managed to lead a group of peasants who were essentially runaways from their land, and he united them. They were famously quite fractious before he came to power, and he united them in a military strike on three groups of enemies: on the Poles themselves, their landlords, on Ukrainian Catholics who had betrayed their Orthodox roots, as the Cossacks saw it, to join the hated Catholics to the west, seeing that as an act of colonization. And of course, the Jews who were the leaseholders, the Jews who were the arrendators who collected the money from them. Now, if you remember back in the 1990s, there were a huge series of riots in South Central Los Angeles, which were largely an expression of African American anger against the white establishment. And these riots went on for days, and fires everywhere out of control. But in reality, the population that was hurt the most was not the white establishment, who were largely able to collect insurance payments on whatever properties they owed in South Central, but it was the Korean shopkeepers who lived in that region, who actually opened and operated the bodegas there, and they were the hardest hit. Even though they were not part of the white establishment, they were definitely seen as alien and seen as a demonstration of white power, and so they suffered the worst. So it's a very similar structural relationship to the way the Jews occupied that middleman position in Ukrainian territory at the time. And so Khmelnytsky's rebellion was overwhelming, and for Jews, it was so powerful that it actually was enshrined in the liturgy, And once a year, Jews will gather, they'll fast for the entire day, and they will recite liturgical poems that reference the horrible decree of Hakbatat, the decree of 1648-49, lives on indelibly in Jewish memory. That's why one of the aspects that's challenging to this idea of a new Ukrainian Jewish identity is that for Ukrainians, Khmelnytsky remains definitely a national hero. I mean, he rose up against the foreign oppressors. He drove them out of the land, created, a Ukrainian independence. He is like a George Washington in many ways. And he is seen here on a banknote from Ukraine. But for Jews, Khmelnytsky remains like he's in the same family of people like Stalin and Hitler. So it's very hard for Jews to see Khmelnytsky, especially diaspora Jews like myself, without feeling a certain amount of trepidation. One of the things that we talked about today in our discussion was the process of lustration, which is associated especially with Václav Havel's Czechoslovakia, but we also see it in post-Saddam Hussein Iraq and other places where countries who endure difficult periods of national stress have to go back and kind of clean up or polish. That's what the term lustration really means. their histories to try and work through some of these difficult issues. The United States of America, the country where I live in, has done a tremendous job of this, with the Civil War in particular. We're all totally cool with like statues of Confederate war heroes. We even bring the Confederate flags into the Capitol on occasion. Whenever we have an insurrection, it's like, that's what you got to do. So this is one of those issues that I think Ukrainians will have to work with. And it's not just people like Khmelnytsky, it's also people like Bandera. And the Jews will also have to work through their frustrations, trying to understand their role in this exploitative economic arrangement as well. But to move through, race through 1,000-year Jewish history, Khmelnytsky's spirit as one of those elements of Ukrainian psyche, Ukrainian national, the civic myth of when people believe what is it that makes Ukrainians Ukrainian, they'll point to things like this devil-may-care attitude that is associated with Kozake. You see it here in this stamp, where the boat in the background, of course, was the once mighty Moskva, and here's the Ukrainian soldier on Snake Island, letting the soldiers there know what he thinks of that boat. This is very much kind of like a Khmelnytsky move, and the fact that they would put it on a stamp is also a kind of a Khmelnytsky illustration. So what characterizes much of this medieval period is really a triangular relationship. This is an image, the guy on the left there is wearing a suit which was actually very fashionable in the late 1980s, believe it or not. I think I wore something like that at my bar mitzvah much earlier. And I'm showing this here specifically because I want to talk about the arch, but also I have to take a moment to specifically thank the University of Edmonton and Hughes for their support. My own archival research in Kiev was in two big bursts. One was before the fall of the Soviet Union, when things were just beginning to open up, and a group of scholars with Ukrainian inclinations invited a group of graduate students to come to Kiev and to do research. And it was still under Rothschild, it was still, very closely supervised and watched, and they put us in a kind of a KGB style spa where they keep their eyes on us, and they would put us on buses, bring us in, and so on. And I got to see some of the archival materials, but I was not allowed into the archives of the KPSS, the Communist Party archives. It was way too high level for me at the time. I came back to Canada, and the Soviet Union fell apart shortly thereafter, and I got a call within weeks of its collapse saying, "Come on back. We cleared everything. You can get into the archives right now." And of course, I was a graduate student. We had no money, so I fished around, and Hayes immediately stepped up to the plate and offered me the funds necessary to fly out there and to get into the archives, which was an absolutely amazing experience. And it really made my dissertation. It was a complete game changer for what I was able to find there. The chaos was tremendously much better organized than the Academia Nauk. They had apparently had set up things in Kiev that I was going to get an apartment. They would set me up and things like that. When I got to Boryspil, there was no one there, just the mafia. And I had a big wad of Canadian dollars, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know anyone personally there because I was, shunted around the first time. But I did remember that I did meet one elderly Jewish man who the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to bring him some of a specific type of medicine that he needed and he couldn't afford. So I was able to take one day trip on my first time to Kiev and deliver this medicine to him. And I vaguely remember sort of what his building looked like. It was a Khrushchev, one of those large-scale walk-ups. And I had a taxi driver take me around until I thought it might be that one. And I walked up, I thought it was on the top floor. I knocked on the door, and thank God they were there. So the Academia Nauk fell apart, but I was able to spend a few months living with the Ukrainian family, Ukrainian Jewish family, and really getting experience from their perspective of life. And Chaos was very generous. The money that was supposed to be set aside to defray my living expenses was given to this family because they were supporting me. And they essentially, they got like the equivalent of 2 years' salary from this infusion. So we're very, very grateful. Anyways, this is what I looked like back then. And this is at the famous Friendship Arch once in Kiev that has this statue that celebrates the union of Khmelnytsky's Ukraine with Russia in 1654. The great, Drushka Narodov, the friendship of peoples, and this is what it looks like a little bit later. A crack was applied by protesters well before the war, incidentally, to show that the relationship between Kiev and Moscow was not nearly the way it once was. And the statue, of course, has now been removed since the attack. But Jews and Ukrainians were never free to really develop their relationship as communities with one another alone. There were always third parties in the room that affected how those relationships would be developed. So it was primarily the Poles or the Russians. One could say that the Germans also had a very large role in it in the 20th century. Just to quickly summarize, if this is new to you, don't worry, it'll just flow over. Most of Ukraine was under Polish rule until the 17th century, when you had that major uprising. And at that time, Jews as a minority, and this is basically historically Jewish behavior, Jews will tend to culturally identify with the most powerful nationality in a given land. That's because as a minority, that's where their safety lies. So, for example, in Quebec, Jews up until the Parti Québécois used to always identify with Anglophones, because that was the real power in Montreal, Quebec City. But then after the Parti Québécois and those things, and that became very powerful, then many of the Anglophone Jews, like my family, my grandmother, she always used to spit on the ground whenever she said the name of her lady, like that, and she'd spit. A lot of the Anglophones moved out of Quebec and moved to Ontario, and the Jews who remained, especially those who were attracted from French-speaking territories like Algeria and Morocco, they became Francophone and big supporters of the dominant power. You see the same thing happening in South Africa, where Jews tended to be more aligned with the apartheid forces until that fell, and that changed as well. So it's not surprising that Jews, even though they're living largely among Ukrainians, as a minority, they would identify with the Polish lords. And this was something that was prominent for much of Jewish culture. They never really developed a strong attachment to Ukrainians per se. They may have absorbed a lot of Ukrainian cultural information, but Ukrainians were not really, creating great works of literature and things like that at that time. Eastern Ukraine was largely under Russian rule, and then with Catherine the Great's takeover of the Poland, then they all fall basically under Russian rule, with a small segment explored so masterfully by Professor Himka under Austro-Hungarian rule. Now, this was a period of great change, though, because both Ukrainians and Jews found themselves deeply alienated by Russian rule in the 19th century. And this can be seen in a couple of different ways. For example, the notorious Cantonist situation. In 1837, Tsar Nicholas I determined that the Jews were so difficult to assimilate that what he had to do was to forcibly conscript them into the Russian army at a higher level than ever before. Historically, Jews typically avoided serving in national armies, largely because they were inimical to Jewish practice. There's no kosher food, there's no Sabbath observance, you're taken away for a long period of time. So they typically paid a double tax, to avoid military service and to exempt themselves financially. This is one of the harbingers of modernity, is when Jews begin to actively participate in armies like in the United States of America, Canada, and so on. So what Nicholas I did was he said, okay, first of all, we're canceling the optional payment for Jews to exempt themselves from the army. Oh, I've got one important detail. Army service in the Tsarist era was 25 years. It was not a short thing. It was a career choice. It was often the perfect thing for the third son of a family. The first son would get the land, the second would become a priest, the third son would say, oh, I guess I got the army. So Jews would avoid this like the plague, but Nicholas I said, no, Jews have to participate in this as well. And he also realized that by the time Jews reached the age of 18, which was conscription, they were probably already too deeply influenced by their Jewish background to possibly assimilate successfully. So therefore, he lowered the age of conscription to 12. 12-year-old boys could legally be taken from the community sent off to these military schools called cantons for 6 years, and then they would begin their 25-year sentence in the army, or as we used to call it, serving the Tsar's uncle. This is the reason why my grandfather of blessed memory fled Russian Lithuania in 1904 because he didn't want to fight the Japanese, despite the fact that it was, the battlefront would be proximate to authentic Asian food. He said, no, I'm going to Northern Ontario. Sometimes that joke works, but I guess so there was a terrible situation. The Cantonese was one of the reasons why Jews began to actively hate Russian authorities. Much more to say about it, but that's alternate fact right now. Nevertheless, Jews enjoyed a phenomenal population boom in the 19th century. The advent of the smallpox vaccine had a lot to do with infant mortality. Also, the establishment of something called test, which was a situation in which multi-generation households would take care of small children, meant that Jews actually had a higher birth rate than surrounding populations in Ukraine. And from this page in Professor Magachi's map, Atlas of Ukraine, you can see the green colors indicate the concentration of Jews in various regions. The blue line indicates the boundaries of Ukraine, and you can see that Jews are more than 15% in many places. Furthermore, if you look at the specific types of settlements, Jews were highly concentrated in mid-sized villages. Gorodychia, for example, had somewhere over 77% Jewish population. Khmelnyk had 80% Jewish population, and the large cities tended to have about 1/3 of their populations were Jewish, legally or not. Kiev was technically off limits to Jews, but it had about 60,000 Jews living there illegally anyways. So you've got a lot of Jews living in this territory. They're much more hostile to the Russians now, and Ukrainians are also going through their period of national awakening and finding that the Russians are blocking them at every turn as they attempt to develop their language, their culture, and so on. This is a period of great identity formation, not only for the Slavic peoples of the land, Ukrainians in particular, but also for Jews who essentially invent violence at this time. The idea of returning to the land of Israel is, of course, millennia old, but it was always associated with the arrival of the Messiah. In the late 19th century, Jews concentrated basically in southern Ukraine began to experiment the idea of creating a political state in the land of Israel that is exclusively Jewish, or at least primarily Jewish. So these national identities are forming at the same time in the same place in Ukraine. Okay, that brings us up to the 20th century. I think I should pause and take a drink and ask if there are any easy questions before we go into the hard stuff. Nobody likes to ask the first question. Oh, I'm sure you have a second question. Go ahead.
The part of Western Ukraine that was under Austro-Hungarian rule and that's part of Ukraine.
Well, when we get to the 20th century, I see, no, that's fine. It will be fought back and forth, and there are actually several parties that will lay claim to it. But basically, after World War II, it's made part of the Ukrainian SSR. That would be like the region where the Lviv is and things like that. Yes, sir, in the back. We have it. Yes. The bottom, because basically the way these documents work is like someone will knock on your door and will say, I've fallen on hard times, I had an operation, I couldn't work anymore, I have to marry off my daughter, and a whole list of things. And at the bottom will be the signatures of rabbis or community leaders who will say, yes, this is true. Anyone who will help this person should receive a blessing and so on. So it's not a scam artist. Yeah. From the authorities, because typically they'll come from Israel, they'll come to New York City, and they'll travel around and they'll present these documents. But it indicates that someone of authority in Kiev
could not write in English, in Hebrew, I'm sorry, and had to sign his name in runes. Like, that's really strange. But the whole Khazarian episode. Any last questions before we go on? Okay, so the 20th century is perhaps the most difficult. A quick plug for my book, because I study this specific area, and that's rather tasteless, so I guess I'm going to just only plug the Ukrainian translation, which came out a little while ago. Oh my gosh, is this a Zoom audience or what? You guys so quiet. So I spent a lot of time studying the period of the revolution. And in a nutshell, what basically happened, the Russian government collapsed in 1917, and there was a brief period of time when the remaining pieces of the Russian Empire sort of recalculated, like their GPS was recalculating how they're supposed to get through this. And the Ukrainians said, well, we want to have independence. They found, however, that they were hampered by the fact they had very few government-ready people who were literate and numerous, people who were urbanized, who knew how to organize things. Overwhelmingly in a agrarian society, they were great at farming, but they did not necessarily have the manpower and woman power to run a modern state. And they looked to allies in the urban sphere. Of course, Russians were not in favor of this because they considered Ukraine part of their historic Russia. The Poles also viewed Ukraine as part of their historic land and were not as enthusiastic about participating, although they did have success in recreating Poland, of course, after World War I. And the only really significant national group living in the cities were the Jews. And the Jews, perhaps surprisingly, said yes. There's obviously a spectrum of opinion, there's left and right in the Jewish community, but they basically said, okay, this is worth trying, particularly if you do this in a moderate way and remain within the idea of a Russian federation. They like the idea of going step by step, but ultimately the Jews and Ukrainians worked out a deal. The deal, however, fell through miserably. Even though they had these remarkably utopian kind of thoughts, like they create a ministry of Jewish affairs, tax money will go to fund Jewish schools and synagogues and ritual baths, Yiddish as an official language of the state, all kinds of beautiful things like this. They were overwhelmed by the social upheaval that came at the tail end of 4 years of World War I and one national revolution in the spring of 1917, another revolution led by the communists in the fall of 1917, followed by a horrific civil war, in which the communal violence vastly outdistanced anything that had ever happened before. The sheer scope of the violence of 1919 was so great that if it were not for the Holocaust occurring 20 years later, we would all be talking about 1919 all the time. It's only because the Holocaust represents still another, huge algorithmic leap in violence that we've basically forgotten about this horrific time, but it was truly phenomenal. The Ukrainian government tried to establish itself against the tectonic shifts that were happening, the multiple groups that were fighting on Ukrainian territory. But ultimately, as Professor Himka mentioned, they were essentially reduced to being a mobile government operating out of train cars in a little triangle in western Ukraine, trying to evade the attack of Russian forces. Now, the great paradox of this period, which I explored in my research, was the fact that of the pogroms, of which we have quite a significant body of testimony, about 40% of those pogroms were actually perpetrated by the same government that was, at the same time, proclaiming all of these newfound rights for Jews. At the head of it was the man portrayed in this statue here, Simon Pereira, who was, on the one hand, trying to hold together this coalition of forces with no resources to it, and at the same time, he's trying to promote what are essentially liberal Western values. Pereira himself is a very complex figure, and we've engaged in many debates about his specific orientation, but he becomes a flashpoint in the understanding of this period and a deflection point towards Jewish-Ukrainian relations as I will show you in a moment. Here's an image from the Times of Israel, a very popular Israeli newspaper. And as you can see, there's a statue erected to Simon Petlura, who, like Khmelnytsky and to some degree like Bandera, is a Ukrainian hero, a national hero for asserting independence of Ukraine against all odds, and at the same time viewed by Jews as a pogromist, correctly or not. You can see surrounded by blue and yellow flowers and so on. So for Ukrainians, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, of course we're going to put Petlura here in Tunisia. It certainly makes sense. But for Jews, it's like within walking distance of the synagogue. How can you possibly be so offensive to place someone who created such violence against us in such close proximity to one of our holy places? The reason why Petlura himself is specifically such a flashpoint is because of the circumstances of his assassination at the hands of this man, Shalom Schwarzbard. It's a fascinating story that's worth exploring. Schwarzbard walked up to Petlura, who was living in exile in Paris in 1926. He said, Mr. Petlura? He said, yes. He shot him dead. And then he simply stood there and was arrested. The Paris court tried him, and in a brilliant legal strategy, defense argued that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that Petlura had perpetrated on the Jewish people. And amazingly, the court in Paris began to view the proceedings not as a tribunal to decide the fate of Schwarzbard, but really a tribunal on Petlura's guilt or not. And perhaps thinking in the background of the horrible debacle of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, the Paris court ultimately acquitted Schwarzbard. They ordered them to pay a
for sure, dog.
one
Why?
time to Schwarzbard's widow, and they set him free. And so for Jews who had mobilized, and by the way, the historical establishment was very much involved in this. Jewish historians were called in to defend Schwarzbard.
Oh, it's the worst.
Mobilized to try and not to attack Schwarzbard, but to defend Petlura, because that's the way that the trial had gone. And when Schwarzbard was acquitted, it was viewed as kind of like a judgment of history, whatever history is. The judgment of history was that Petlura created those pogroms, he was the architect of the violence, which I think is a huge overreach. In my research, I believe it's more appropriate to think of Petlura as perhaps someone who was inclined to be silent regarding the pogroms at a key point in time during the spring of 1919, largely out of fear of alienating his erstwhile followers. He corrected that and began to shoot the pogroms later, but it was largely too late. So he definitely was not like the architect of the pogrom. He may have, though, committed a sin of omission, serious one, but definitely not the way that the historians of the 1920s portrayed it. But when Schwarzbard was acquitted, there was a massive roar in the Jewish community of excitement. This is a remarkable image painted by Chagall, that shows the angel of vengeance, the masterpiece that described in the book of Exodus, an image of God acting in the world like the fact that the death of the firstborn in 10th place. The Torah scroll underneath it actually has the name Schwarzbard written on it, as if his name and his person is identical to the teachings of the Torah. It's another dramatic kind of image that illustrates the way many Jews spoke about him. A street among many was named after him in Beersheba, Israel, and it was called Rehov HaNokim, the street of the Avenger. And in brackets, in case you're wondering who the Avenger is, it says Shalom Schwarzbard. But this is a way that Jews began to form their thinking about their relationship to Ukrainians, largely in the wake of that Schwarzbard trial. What I've got here. Then we move to the Holocaust itself, and maybe we should pause again for questions before we talk about this most difficult period. Perfectly clear as the sun at noonday. Okay, very good then. The Holocaust. So it's very important to have a handle on the maps of this period. The Ukraine, you'll recall, is part of the Soviet Union at this point. And the western part of Ukraine is part of Poland. Hitler realizes that he cannot win a two-front war. He can't fight to the east and to the west simultaneously. Germany is in the center of the continent. He needs to pacify one side before he attacks the other, and then, of course, he has plans to go back and double-cross his erstwhile ally. So he and Stalin hammer out a non-aggression pact in 1939. They sign it, and that allows the Germans to focus on their western front, conquering France and so on, knowing that their eastern flank is protected because they have an agreement with the Soviets. That agreement is shown here in this map. You can see that Poland is cynically removed from the map. The Nazis take what is west of that yellow line, where they will begin to concentrate the Jews in a region called the General Gouvernement, for later massacres in the death chambers. And on the right side, in the sort of pale green, are the regions that are seized by the Soviet Union. And they belong to the Soviet Union between 1939 and 1941, and they go through a period of rapid and brutal communization, where the NKVD, the Soviet secret police, come in, arrest the intelligentsia, torture them, later massacre them, horrible forced confiscations of property, massacres left and right, explosions, blowing up of churches, all kinds of things like this. A very, very awful period of rapid communization, which, for reasons which are beyond what I want to talk about today, were associated primarily with Jews. Jews were believed to be heavily involved in this activity, although there does not seem to be a tremendous amount of support for that particular widespread belief. There were definitely Jews who were associated with the dreaded NKVD and their earlier incarnations, but they largely did not survive, especially not proportionately or disproportionately, after the Stalinist purges of the 1930s. But be that as it may, the people living in these regions, which are called by the historian Timothy Snyder the Bloodlands, harbored a tremendous resentment against the Soviets, not only for their domination of territories to the east, but also for these 2 years of incredible struggle for them. Many Jews were able to flee, about 600,000 fled to the east, surviving in places like Siberia, Tajikistan, and so on. But these regions here were just ripe for much worse attacks. And that happened in 1941, June 22nd, when Hitler launched something called Operation Barbarossa, and a phenomenon which has been called the Holocaust by Poland. He sent in the Wehrmacht, he double-crossed Stalin after he had successfully achieved his Western Front. He double-crossed Stalin, and he crossed into the Soviet Union. And the Wehrmacht tremendous advanced into the former Soviet Union, coming right to the gates of Moscow and St. Petersburg, placing them under horrific sieges. But what's significant for our part of the story in particular is that behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular army, he sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And these Einsatzgruppen had the task of going into the small villages, rounding up, in particular, Jews, communists, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, anyone who represented themselves as an enemy in Hitler's bizarre vision of the world, bringing these people out to ravines or forcing them to dig their own graves and then massacring them with machine guns. An estimated 1.5 to perhaps as many as 2.5 million people were killed in distant farmlands all throughout this region, including the 33,000 killed in Babin Yar at this time. My own family, those that did not join my grandfather when he fled Lithuania, also found their last resting places in an unmarked field outside the city of Kaunas. This is a marker that people put up afterwards to designate the spot where my own family lies. So this particular period is especially difficult for Jews because the Nazis were able to rely on significant indigenous support for their attacks on the Soviet Union. The so-called Hilfswillige, or free willing or of free will for people of not only Ukrainian but also Polish Lithuanian and Latvian and Estonian, were willing to join the Nazis and push back the Soviets. One of the most difficult units associated with this period, not just those, but the Galicia division, which represented a lot of Ukrainians in the western part of the territory, believed that joining with the Nazis was the best way to rid the entire territory of the Soviets, and they ended up signing up, and that made a huge difference later when they attempted to enter this country and the United States of America, and they actually were former SS members because it was a black and white division. They were ultimately cleared. The Deschênes Commission, which caused a huge hoo-ha in this country, determined that they had not committed any war crimes, but this is the stain that the association with the Nazis held for many Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Latvians, and so on. There were definitely isolated moments of great humanity, many of which have not been properly recognized, such as the incomparable Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky, who personally acted to save some 200 Jewish youth in his network of monasteries, very important churchmen in Western Ukraine. He was actually a great Philo-Semite. In 1903, I was privileged to come across this letter. Not in 1903, not quite that old. I was privileged to come across this letter written in 1903 in Hebrew by Metropolitan Sheptytsky, a concrete reminder of his philo-Semitism, which he demonstrated very well. I think one of the most fascinating elements of this letter is, and proof that he is the author, is a very common spelling mistake. He transposed the silent letter aleph with the silent letter ayin in a common word din, which is a mistake that no one who had learned Hebrew from their youth would make, but someone who had learned as an adult may actually come across. So there are some bright lights in this story, but otherwise for Jews it is inevitably dark. So that takes us through the vast majority of my presentation. I'd like to speak very briefly now about some thoughts on our current situation with the conflict in Ukraine, and then conclude with some implications for the future. So are there any difficult questions? Okay, let's go on then. Here's a picture of Vladimir Putin in 1980 when he was a KGB officer in Germany. And Putin is a slave to the idea that Ukraine belongs to Russia historically. That this is an idea that was very well developed in the 19th century. The notion that Ukrainian, the term Ukrainian, by the way, is a fairly new coinage, like maybe late 19th century. Ukrainians themselves were not entirely sure what to call themselves, particularly in Western regions. But the Russians would refer to them as Little Russians, i.e., they're not quite the same as us. Their language is kind of quaint and sort of country-like, and maybe like someone from New York would listen to someone speaking from Arkansas, perhaps, and sort of smile while they heard the accent. But they would say there are younger brothers, the smaller Russians, the little Russians, and so on. And the idea that they could rebel against the elder Russians and to separate themselves from this territory is unheard of. It's quite ironic because the origins of Slavic civilization really begins in Kiev, and Moscow only develops many hundreds of years later. When I gave a version of this lecture and was perhaps unwise enough to actually post it on YouTube, I got so many hate hits and lots of Russian bots attacking me when I made this statement. That in reality, Russia belongs to Kiev more than Kiev belongs to Russia, because Kiev is where these great Slavic societies emerged from. Russia was nowhere at the time when Kiev was already a principality. Putin has the opposite idea, really a grand imperialist of the 19th century, this idea of Ruski Mir, world Russian civilization, which must encompass Ukraine. The idea that Ukraine could betray Russia and walk away is something that is anathema. And the vocabulary that he used, which I believe he uses cynically in a criminal fashion, but I believe at the same time he believes it, is that the Ukrainians are Nazis. What exactly does that weird word mean? I mean, everybody in the West is scratching their heads and saying, wow. We know the whole history. I've already described to you in very brief form what the association of some collaborators were and why we did it, but to call them Nazis just seems so bizarre. Like, you might as well call them
there, it's a Martian invasion going on in Kiev, and that's why they're attacking us. So we should understand that the term Nazi means something very different for Russians, for Jews, and for Ukrainians. For Russians, it's kind of like this massive statue that stands in Kiev, holding back the German advance into Russia. And it's kind of laughable because, after all, Stalin first signed a deal with Hitler and believed that he was a valuable ally for him. But nevertheless, when Hitler double-crossed him, then all of a sudden Hitler becomes the horrible enemy and they begin to push him away. So Nazism for Russians represent that great imperialist threat from the West, which I believe Putin sort of allies with the word NATO in many ways. For Ukrainians, however, it's more complicated. For Jews, obviously, it means outright destruction. Nazis are the kryptonite to Jews, and there's no working with them whatsoever. But let's focus a little bit more on Ukrainians and its complexity. Here you see a poster that celebrates some of the insurgent movements created after the war. And you can see on the top here, there's the Varangian Viking roots of Kiev on the left, and on the right, there's a typical Cossack again. So again, my heart begins to palpitate when I see that. It's Slava Ukraini at the top. And then at the bottom here, you see Heroyam Slava, but the Ukrainian patriot, who, by the way, is holding up his hand in a very Nazi-like salute, but I don't think that's the intention here. He's standing on the banners of the Soviet Union and the Third Reich. And the idea that I think Ukrainians would like to project from this period is that of those who push back against imperialists from the East and from the West simultaneously, striking out in a very Khmelnytsky kind of mood to create their independence. That was not historically accurate. The Ukrainians saw the Nazis as a much better chance of getting the Soviets out than doing it at their own. With the exception perhaps of one particular group. But this is the way in which they may like to phrase their understanding of the Nazis. And one of the problematic issues, especially early in the war, was the association of at least some elements of the Ukrainian military. And certainly we can debate to what degree this is valid. But the Azov division, which has a lot of symbols that definitely make Jews and Westerners uneasy, very fascistic kind of, symbols that are highly evocative of these kinds of things. But I don't think we should waste a lot of sleep over this. The fact that there are possibly some far-right elements in the Ukrainian military, when you just, wake up and smell the hummus, we have neo-Nazis everywhere. Right? This is October, in Los Angeles, and I could bring you newspaper articles from all over the United States that regularly demonstrate how many neo-Nazis there are on this continent. So I think it's blown way out of proportion and largely serves Putin's purposes when we talk about Nazism in that regard. But I'd like to take us to where we are right now with Volodymyr Zelensky. And one of the things that I think he's done for Ukraine is the fact that he has really cemented Ukraine's trajectory towards a more Eurotropic direction. That he has said, you know what, Ruski Mir simply does not work for us at all. We are all European Union types. We're all, NATO types. We value the liberal democratic values of the West over the autocratic values of the East. This is something that has been very popular with, of course, the allies in the West. He's done a tremendous job as a communicator, getting that across, particularly to the rest of the world. And ironically, Putin's invasion has only accelerated this trend, something which is always present in Ukrainian society, really even 19th century. But this is something that I think is now irrevocable, and that Ukraine will ultimately find itself, as long as it can survive this particular encounter with Russia, it will find itself within the European orbit more than ever before. Let me conclude with some statistics and a dramatic, I think, illustration of the point I'm trying to make here. This is a remarkable study that was done in 2015 by a very reputable Pew Research Center. This is well before the current conflict in Ukraine, and they wanted to ask Eastern Europeans, how would you feel about making Jews citizens in your countries?
And when you look at the map here, you see a startling number. Ukraine has the lowest measurable level of anti-Semitism in 2015, as conducted by this very well-regarded research institute in the United States of America. Russia has about a 14% incidence of people saying we would rather not have Jews part of our country. My homeland of Lithuania, almost 1 in 4 Lithuanians are glad my grandfather left. I am too. Romania, 1 in 5, but Ukraine has a remarkably low number, 5%. It seems like a massive outlier, but it certainly speaks to the trend that we are discussing. And we can see in so many of the things with Zelensky's tremendous love affair with the United States. Here is a photograph of him when he came to Congress most recently and delivered, I think, a very dramatic address there. And even Israel, which for a variety of very complicated reasons that particularly revolve around the threat of Iran and Russia's engagement with Iran. Israel obviously has a large population of Ukrainian Jewish refugees and Ukrainian refugees and Russian Jews as well, as tries to thread the needle between maintaining their own geopolitical position and yet the widespread sentiment in favor of Ukraine. And Putin may have been poisoning the well, even in Israel, because of his closer and closer relationship with Iran as of late. But I think the most dramatic illustration of this shift in attitudes among Jews regarding Ukraine is illustrated by this article that came out just about a week and a half ago in the New York Times. It's a very sad article by Jeffrey Gettleman, accompanied by photographs by Igor Cricket. And it's about a young married couple named Taras and Ohla Mester, who decided to sign up. They were living like basic kind of yuppie lives, successful urban professionals, but they decided they wanted to fight on the front lines. They wanted to fight together. And they went to the front lines together and they were killed together tragically. You can see that there's a photograph of them taken from their home, and you can see that they look like the quintessential Ukrainians, dressed in traditional costumes, young people, happy, smiling. And when I read this article, tears came to my eyes when I read this passage. Taras and Olha met when they were 8 years old, part of Kropotnitsky's tiny Jewish community, remnants of what was once a vibrant group massacred during World War II. They went to the same Jewish school. And it amazed me because these people, they don't look Jewish, they look Ukrainian. Their identity, and by the way, the whole article is worth reading, there's all kinds of Ukrainian iconography throughout their house, literal iconography, by the way. But it's part of the thing. They're Jewish, and yet they stepped up and they felt they needed to identify themselves with Ukraine. This, I think, is the most tragic and poignant illustration of the development of the Ukrainian Jewish identity that we see as occurring in front of our eyes as this horrible brutal war accelerates the process. We hope that the Ukraine finds peace and is able to reestablish itself, and that the Jews of Ukraine are able to reestablish their lives in peace and security. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention over the concept.
Hello, colleagues. I'm very grateful to Dr. Galadza and the conference organizing committee for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this august and important gathering. I'm very sorry that I can't be with you in person. I have a prior engagement in Europe that unfortunately I could not shift. I'm very grateful, however, to have the opportunity to respond in video format to Professor John Paul Himka's fantastic paper on Sheptitsky and the Jewish community. And I hope that my comments will not be redundant, given the tremendous number of very important and knowledgeable speakers who will be presenting at the conference. In my humble opinion, Metropolitan Sheptitsky was a deeply compassionate human being, a man of great reservoirs of faith and also the capacity for phenomenal spiritual heroism. That in his old age, in his 70s, he rose to his full moral stature and was able to rescue some 200 Jewish children from the Holocaust. His story is well told, of course, in Professor Redlich's path-breaking article that was printed in Professor Mavich's Morality and Reality. And Professor Himka's work essentially brings us up to date in the last 30 years of historiography. Although, as I hope to point out, many crucial elements remain unknown and, in fact, mired in controversy. I'm also very gratified that Professor Himka found my very brief 1991 article in Harvard Ukrainian Studies and cited it so prominently as an early element in the development of English language historiography on Sheptytsky and the Jewish community. It, of course, identified a 1903 letter that the Metropolitan had written to a Jewish community and, in fact, sent some funds to them. I'm very gratified that Professor Himka found that article sufficiently important to cite in this paper. And I think it identifies two very important points, especially relevant now, 3 decades since I authored it. The first is something that is really quite good, that it is just a lasting testimony, an actual artifact demonstrating the Metropolitan's long-standing philo-Semitism. And it also demonstrates another point that's not quite as encouraging. I'll discuss that shortly. Let's have a look at the letter, by the way. It is rather a remarkable document. You can see it's written in a very fine Ashkenazic script. He seems to have mastered quite a few of the finer points of Hebrew epistolary style. I think epistolary is actually a word. He refers to his interlocutors as my brothers. But let's get to the second point, which I think is perhaps not quite as encouraging. As Professor Himka writes, with his masterful 2013 article in Poland, quote, the development of the North American historiography had essentially come to a close. At that point, Professor Himka moves to European historiography, and he alerts the reader to 2 very important new works that I unfortunately have not had the opportunity to peruse, but I'm really looking forward to seeing them. Yuri Skydar's 2018 study of the Studite monasteries in the Holocaust, and Andriy Mikhailenko's work on Sheptytsky and his relations to the Nazi regime. Those look like 2 extremely important works, and I look forward to reading them very much. But my first question would be, and this is related to the second point coming out of my 1991 article, is while this is essentially what has happened in North America and in Europe, what has happened in Israel? What has appeared in Hebrew and in Yiddish? We know that there is a phenomenal number of Holocaust memoirs, many of which are self-published, a little bit harder to track down. We have a large video archive from people who have not published written memoirs, but under the auspices of Steven Spielberg's Shoah Foundation, they have recorded their memoirs on video. And there are a tremendous number of sources that could shed light on many of the questions that are addressed by all of these authors on the subject of Metropolitan Sheptytsky's activity during World War II. And, you know, I haven't done the research on this to know how deep it goes, but I did have a very quick look at Wikipedia just to see what's showing up there. And as you can see, here's the Hebrew language Wikipedia article on Andriy Sheptytsky. It's considerably shorter than the English language one. But when you go down into the bibliography list, there's actually quite a few interesting things. There are citations of 2 scholarly articles produced by Yad Vashem, which is especially relevant given the later controversy. They tend to rely heavily on Professor Redlich research and also on David Kahane's important memoir from Review, a few other things. But it also lists a 2005 article that was written in Haaretz with a very provocative title, The Ukrainian Schindler, and even takes us to a link to the National University in Jerusalem that lists 16 articles, many in Hebrew and Yiddish, 5 books, and an ebook that all have Metropolitan Sheptytsky's name in the title alone. A slightly deeper look at Lviv, at Ukrainian Jews, and so on, I'm sure, would provide a tremendous amount of material. And it remains to be seen, because I haven't received the books yet, whether Professor Skydar and Mikhailenko were able to consult these sources. I doubt that the research will change the basic parameters of what we know about Metropolitan Sheptytsky,
But I believe that this is an important lacuna that has not been explored in 30 years. And I would really like to see the Hebrew and Yiddish literature integrated into the historiography. I know that I happened to stumble across this particular letter while looking through a Yizkor book of the View, and there's so many sources that we can draw from, and I'm just wondering what other revelations will we receive if we have a look at this very important memoir literature. I believe a very strong aspect of Professor Himka's brief paper is his concise description of the very human process of Metropolitan Chaptitsky's evolving political thought with regards communism and Nazism. Like many Eastern Europeans, Metropolitan Chaptitsky regarded the Soviets as a catastrophe for Ukraine. The persecution of Ukrainians, religious Ukrainians in particular, their atheism and so on, was absolutely horrific. The massacres perpetrated by the NKVD and so on were absolutely awful. And like many Ukrainians, they viewed the Nazis as liberators. And this explains much of the support that Metropolitan Chaptitsky gave for Ukrainians who were enlisting in forces designed to fight the Soviets, in particular the Galicia Division. And this recognition and initial support for the Galicia Division, which I am certain will be a major topic of discussion at the conference, is a cloud that hangs over Metropolitan Chaptitsky's head to the present day, regardless of the very detailed analysis and ultimate exoneration of the division by the Deschênes Commission. I don't need to tell the people at this conference how this controversy continues even into the 21st century in a very real and painful way for the Ukrainian community, especially those emigres in Canada, perhaps some 900 of them, who are associated with the political division. But what Professor Himka points out, which is very important for our understanding of Metropolitan Chaptitsky's evolving political thought, is that by the late summer of 1942, after the great deportations had already occurred from many parts of Eastern Europe, Warsaw in particular, he was absolutely convinced that the Nazis were worse than the communists for Ukraine. Chaptitsky rose to his full moral height and used all the powers of his office to aid the Jewish community, rescuing some 200 Jewish children through his Judaic monasteries with explicit instructions that this was not to be connected to any kind of forced baptism of the children, through the writing and distribution of pastoral letters that condemned Ukrainians who participated in Nazi Aktionen against the Jews, and to writing to his superiors in Rome, demanding that some sort of action be taken to stem the flow of blood that was emanating from Galicia. At this point, he is without question heroic in doing everything he can to save the Jews with whom he had had such positive relations in the past. By way of a small tangent, I think it is absolutely fascinating to compare this dawnization of religious giants with someone from the Jewish community, a tremendous figure named Rabbi Kalonimus Shapiro of Warsaw, who continued to write sermons for his embattled Jewish community in the ghetto, which he later discovered as part of the Ringwood archive. And through his real-time writings, which were designed for a public audience, which we can track from September of 1939 all the way up until January of 1943, when he consigned these documents to the Oneg Shabbos archive for burial, and fortunately they were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker, we can see how Rabbi Shapiro also went through a process of realization of the meaning of the Holocaust. In Rabbi Shapiro's case, of course, it was a dawning realization that the Holocaust was something completely sui generis, something completely different from anything that ever happened before. It's fascinating to note that the timing seems to be very similar. That in the case of Rabbi Shapiro, his ultimate realization of the utter catastrophe that the Holocaust represented really happened in the spring of 1942, when a escapee from the concentration camp, the death camp of Chelmno, made it back into the Warsaw Ghetto and was able to reveal to the resistance there what exactly was happening in the gas chambers. I would think that this would also be an interesting doctoral dissertation, a comparison of the realization of the meaning of Nazism for both Metropolitan Cheptitsky and Rabbi Shapiro. By way of conclusion, I have to reflect on the fact that my mentor, Professor Paul Robert Magachi, chose to title his classic collection of essays on Metropolitan Cheptitsky, Morality and Reality. I think that's especially appropriate because communal leaders, religious leaders, and I would like to say even historians, have to negotiate both the moral sphere and also much more pragmatic realities. And Metropolitan Cheptitsky's biography illustrates those dangers because he has this long philo-Semitic history, marked at one point in his old age by a qualified and temporary support for an otherwise completely vile cause, and then his return to that strong position of morality. It makes the complexities of understanding his personality very, very difficult for people who crave simple narratives. And that's ultimately the situation that we find ourselves in as historians, seeking to tease out the larger meaning of the great arc of this heroic individual's life. One of the most painful aspects of this momentary lapse in his judgment vis-a-vis the Nazis, which is something that many, and one might argue in some senses even Rabbi Shapiro missed, is that Yad Vashem has still to recognize this towering figure as one of the righteous of the nations. It is something that has gained support among many sympathetic Jewish audiences. For example, here is an article by the prominent journalist Hanan Lipschitz on Metropolitan Cheptitsky that appeared quite recently, because at the end of the day, Metropolitan Cheptitsky did save some 200 children, 3 of which are shown in this photograph here in his Studite monasteries, and those children later went on to join the Jewish community in Israel and elsewhere. With your permission, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what this means for us at this point in the 21st century, reflecting on the life of Metropolitan Cheptitsky. I'm sure you're all familiar with the famous quote from the great American author William Faulkner, "The past is never dead, it isn't even past." Many of the existential issues that Metropolitan Cheptitsky faced are still with us today, albeit in very different forms. I'm sure that many of us are following 2 wars very closely, the war in Ukraine and the war in the land of Israel, both of which have tremendous consequences for Ukrainians and Jews, respectively, and together, actually. And I cannot help but see eerie parallels between the moral decisions that Metropolitan Cheptitsky had to face in his very different environment with what is occurring today. For example, we are poised here in the United States on the cusp of a very significant election. And while the House of Representatives and most Americans are united in condemnation of Vladimir Putin for his seizure of Ukrainian children, for example, when it comes to the question of aid for Ukraine, it's remarkable to note a significant number of dissenters who do not connect the gross immorality of such abductions with our need to respond to Ukraine's need to defend its territorial integrity and especially to return its children to their homes. And when we turn to Israel, I'd like to point out that we all have a colleague there with whom many of us have participated in international conferences on Ukraine and on Jews in Ukraine. I'm talking about Professor Jonathan Dekel-Chain, who is an American-born Israeli who has written a very important work on the history of Jews in southern Ukraine, specifically the agricultural settlements promoted by the Soviets in the early 20th century. And he's only 1 degree separated from us. He is one of our colleagues. And his son, Sagi, was taken from Kibbutz Nir Oz, near the Gaza border, and is still in captivity over a year later. We want him to return to his family as soon as possible. So we are intrinsically involved in similar ethical issues that Metropolitan Cheptitsky had to face. They may seem much more distant to us because we are not at a time of war here in North America, but nevertheless, with our increasingly globalized environment, our decisions and our words make incredible differences. Let us hope that in the merit of studying the life of this truly heroic spiritual figure, we will also merit to see the return of Ukrainian children to their homes, the return of the hostages to their families in Israel, and the end of violence in both Ukraine and Israel. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this video format, and I hope the rest of your conference goes successfully. A new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. That was written in the Ramchal's own hand. It's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. There's one character who is called the Chacham. He is a learner-earner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for very many years. And he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He says, listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way? Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to invite you to participate in a new online course that I have created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that these lectures, which I put on some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who just want to extend their awareness of this dark period in Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us even today, unfortunately. So please have a look in the information box below. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it meaningful. Thank you very much for watching. According to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later. And it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. And they call themselves the provisional government. And the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. The communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, to
Tavarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes. You know, for example, during the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tubayir or by the Beit Din, she could go show up in shul, could walk into the men's section, stand on the bima, and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of sanctioned disruption that nevertheless did allow many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their causes were heard. And by and large, this Kahila structure really functioned very well right up until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction nature of Jewish society. Positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do something, and those which are thou shalt not, refrain from doing something. We can also divide those on a horizontal axis as those which are defined by time, meaning go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time. And other commandments which are not defined by time, meaning that you must always do these commandments anytime, and you must never do these commandments during these particular times. Examples: a positive commandment which is defined by time would be the commandment to sit in a sukkah, right, which is an outdoor dwelling that is only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year, but on Passover, do not eat bread, right? We see just some examples of this, by the way. Some of the most amazing artwork that comes from the Erfurt Horde that we looked at a few weeks ago. This is the one of the marriage rings that was, it's hard to imagine exactly how this ring would have used. It's hard to imagine a sick person would own this. It looks like maybe it would be used for like communal marriages and shared. I don't know, but absolutely fantastic piece of art dating from 14th century Germany. Here you can see the underside. Look at how the hands are clasped from the bottom. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. Really, I think it even puts to shame modern jewelry by some of these designs, but who am I to judge these aesthetics? I just think it's fascinating. And here is one that is from Strasbourg, that is one of the most famous. Sometimes these are called the Strasbourg sisters. And it's interesting because the church is shown here kind of like looking daggers at her sister. And, I think it's a rather unappealing kind of image. Like you don't like her. She's very judgy, so to speak. And synagogue has a much more graceful kind of form, but she is in an attitude, in a posture of decline. She is literally falling away from the rock, which indicates the collapse collapse, decline of Judaism. All these things, I think, give the very consistent message. I think one of the most fascinating things I've ever learned about the history of anti-Semitism, which is something that has pretty much occupied my mind since I first personally encountered it as a 14-year-old kid. And that is this quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, who immediately after the war published this very important small book called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. He wrote, Si le juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And I think at its foundation, this is one of the most important things to know about anti-Semitism, is that it's not about the Jews. It's about the anti-Semites. The Jewish problem is not a problem of the Jews. It is a problem of the anti-Semites who are trying to use the Jews to explain the challenges they have in their personal lives, in their society, and so on. In Western Europe, I had all these negative things going on. In Eastern Europe, there was a recognition of the value the Jews had to initiate the economy, and so they were actively attracted into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and offered the possibility of settlement there to engage in various economic functions to which the largely agrarian population was not well adapted. And we see this, for example, here's a beautiful example of a Jew who kind of like a Jewish family really coming to Poland and seeking the refuge there. And the king, who is up on the stairs, is magnanimously saying, well, you know, basically, why don't we let them in? I mean, they seem like nice people, right? So this is especially noted in the various charters extended to Jews. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Bucer. He comes up with this document, which is called the Kassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Kassel in the year 1538. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pact of Umar in Muslim lands, that, you know, Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them, right? Like, you know, I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about these things. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. This morning we're cruising along this beautiful canal somewhere in southern Netherlands or probably northern Belgium on our way to the glorious city of Antwerp, which has a huge and vibrant Jewish population. I really can't wait to see it as a point of embarkation for many Eastern European Jews, like my own ancestors, making their way over to the United States of America. What we saw yesterday in Amsterdam, especially the Portuguese synagogue, it's an incredible building with so many details, and I was especially fascinated by the pelican symbol that was used, a very unusual symbol used by the Jews of Amsterdam, specifically the leaders of the Portuguese Jewish community, to describe themselves. And I'm going to talk about that in a longer form video. Anyway, I hope you have an excellent day, and I can't wait to share more of this amazing kosher river cruise with you.
I eat the red one, and I will taste this salt.
I will eat the red ones.
Yeah?
Yeah. Thank you. So I'm going to have and how you just hold it up and you eat it like this? Baruch atah olam she'akol yeh bidbaro. Amen.
Okay, I'm going to focus in on the actual drink a little bit.
Also, get the hair in.
Get the head.
Get the hair in. Noch die Kräuter, das schmeckt komfort. Ja.
Viel lecker.
Heel lekker. Ja.
Heel lekker. Heel lekker.
I give you ben stew en nachens van de kinderen. Ik stieren we gaan stieren toilen.
I'm just hoping right now that if any of my mods are up right now, please keep an eye out on that weirdo, bro.
Duarte de Paz, he was a
Let me know if he makes a clip. But
Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion of 1496-97 in Portugal, and he was born around 1500. But he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto-Jews. And it's just mind-boggling what he got away with. And he went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. This is amazing. De Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon.
Please keep an eye out on that weirdo, bro. Rabbi's up. Let me know if he makes a clip, but I need you guys to bet, just in case. Yeah, just double check on the clips. Make sure he doesn't post the clip. Because sometimes he posts like 1 to 3 clips. And I don't want to post the clip. Thank you, bro. I love you, bro. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I didn't expect him to pop up tonight. Yeah, I know, show you. He's only 3 months. Yeah, you should know. Yes, I'm big healthy baby boy. Let me take yeah. He's what you call the HO. And he's active too, he's strong. What's this one for? Really? And they can come follow. Hey, put a heads up. Keep an eye on that one. Thank you. Just hands up. I don't know if we're going from page right now. I don't know what's happening. That's why I'm here, because I know there's reasons. The last thing I want to happen is for, like, let's say if I'm at my station, I'm at my desk, I can tolerate the weirdos that have right now. Like, my friends have it was. You want to be entertained? We get some weird make sure the kids have because they'll say something about the kids. They get like on a man. That's why lots of bugs. That's what you got me for. I know, Kill Shad. I got you, boy. Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. Did you fly in the city yet? You guys are gonna look for the Incredible Hulk. We're really okay. Just let everybody know.
Pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible.
Japanese are good.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This is the first in a series of very short, brief videos that looks at the question, what is a synagogue? And our first topic is, it is a place of prayer. Where does this term synagogue come from? It's Greek and means basically to gather together. That's a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, or literally a house of entrance, meaning a place where many people come in to gather together. This is one of the great gifts of the Jewish people to the broader world, because this institution of the synagogue, which really began with the Jews, was later widely imitated, in particular by Christianity and Islam. So that if you go not only to your local neighborhood synagogue on Saturday morning, but if you go to a mosque on Friday or a church on Sunday, you are really going to an institution which was based on an early Jewish innovation. A synagogue is distinct from the temple, right? In ancient Jewish history, we have the central location of worship, the Beit HaMikdash, a permanent settlement of the temporary traveling tabernacle that's described in the Torah. That was called the Mishkan. And during the ancient period, all other kind of sacrificial altars that may have been set up for individual families across the land of Israel were phased out as this central location for worship was established. But the synagogue is quite different. The synagogue is not trying to compete with the temple. The synagogue is kind of like, we're too far away from the temple and we still have a desire to express our need for closeness to God, and we need some kind of place to do that. When did this beautiful institution start? Well, according to the Midrash, Yalkut Shimoni, number 408, this institution is ascribed all the way back to Moses. We see this argument also mentioned in the first century historian Josephus, and even in Christian sources, there is an attribution of this institution to Moses. There's a lot of interesting literary suggestions that the institution of the synagogue was widespread by the 6th century before the Common Era, when the land of Israel was conquered by the Babylonians, and many of the Jewish population were exiled all the way back to Babylonia, and they set up some kind of houses of worship over there, longing for their far-off home in the land of Israel. We see this referred to in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 11, verse 16, in which God says through the prophet, I will be for them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they are come. The Hebrew is lemikdash ma'at, right? A small sanctuary. And this certainly encapsulates the idea of what a synagogue should be. There are interesting passages in the Talmud that talk about ancient synagogues from this period, one in particular called Shafayati, which was built in part by pulling together some of the ruined bricks from the first temple itself, brought to Babylonia and used in the construction of another temple. And so the idea is that the synagogues today represent some little part of that ancient tradition of the temple itself. It's not hard to imagine why the synagogue would be especially associated with diaspora. The great distances that often separated diaspora communities from the center in Jerusalem meant that Jews wanted an outlet to express their desire to become closer to God. And so creating a special location that is designated as a place of sanctity, that seems to make a lot of sense. So we see synagogues popping up all over the diaspora. And over the course of these series of brief videos, I hope to show you some of the gorgeous examples of synagogue art and architecture where Jews focus their thoughts and express them in a concrete manner to allow this function to take place. It's true that other functions were layered on top of the synagogue, but the central function was certainly one of prayer. So thank you very much for watching, and here's a brief message from my rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Trump.
After hearing that incredible perspective from Dr. Abramson about what community means, the centrality of the synagogue in Jewish life throughout the ages, come and join us as we celebrate our shul, our community, Young Israel Lawrence Cedarhurst. We celebrate two very special couples, Dr. Abramson and his wife Ilana, together with our young couple, Alan and Gila Goldberg, on February 12th, 2022, as we celebrate special people in a special community. See you there.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to the second in a series of short videos that I've prepared to commemorate my synagogue, Young Israel Lawrence Cedarhurst, and to promote our upcoming annual dinner. Today, I'd like to answer the question, what is a synagogue? With the response, it is a place of kindness. In the first video, we talked about the synagogue as a place of prayer, but the synagogue actually serves a very, very useful purpose as a communal gathering space. Bear in mind that especially in pre-modern Europe, it was not so common to have large public spaces that could be easily rented for communal functions. I mean, especially if you're living in a ghetto with very, very constricted space requirements and people living in multi-story apartments, such as in Venice, for example. So having a free space that can be designated for communal meetings.
Welcome. How are you?
Discussions and
what's going on?
Activism is very, very useful, and that's the service that the synagogue often provided for the Jewish community.
Yo, dog, how'd you find out about me? Okay, well, that's a long time. Well, yeah, how did you find out about me originally? All right, do you know how they found out about me? Okay. I have created a Kickbot that is quite effective. I've got people all over Kick talking about me, which is tight. That's what I've got going. How about you, son? Are you slaying a dick like it's going out of style? Excellent. Are you in a relationship? You got a girlfriend? Why not? All right. So you might have some secret girlfriend somewhere. Even you don't know about her.
Yeah, there's probably like Ecuador or something.
Oh, dude,
It's like one of those scammers that steal my data.
those Ecuadorian girlfriends, you gotta watch out for them. They love the fucking equator. Shout out to Ecuador. Shout out to that thing in Ecuador. It looks like a circle thing for the equator. Looks like a big magnifying glass off the glass.